You got to go and find somebody. Somebody else who knows you better. Yeah, when you find that something, you lost inside your soul.
Roast that. Don't stick.
Yes, no flash.
Live.
I'm fine. Can we kill this guy? He has no flash. He's literally just inting. He's literally just inting. This guy too?
I'm gonna get his splash, okay?
Yeah.
No.
Yeah.
They don't have body. Victor.
Wait. Good flash.
Look ban.
I don't want to give Dragon though.
I'll
Steady.
Row.
Kill AD carry.
He's
Guys,
Yeah.
help
Victor
me.
next.
Victor stunned.
I'm really low.
Guys,
That's
you
fine.
are kind of really far away, by the way.
Let Vincent life still. Fine.
He's stunned.
Front back, okay?
Hold it.
Slow
Alright,
everything.
careful Victor.
Okay.
Top lane,
Yeah,
top lane.
Top. Okay,
Yeah.
go.
Okay.
I'm killing Scone.
Kills going.
Good job.
Let's go.
Holy shit, what a stressful game. He was 1 health. Oh, they're trolling. Is that Ronnie next?
Johnny's tag.
I got Rel.
The rest that. Okay.
Oh, good drag.
Yeah, I'll do drag.
I didn't have the ult.
Nice.
My cleanse was so insane.
Connect.
This is fine. Yeah,
Right.
front to back.
Leave.
Martin.
Okay,
Wait. Okay, nice.
I'm
We're
tagging,
speeding you,
right?
Eldar.
Running?
Keep going. I have exhaust. Yeah, it's fine.
Done?
It's a bit far.
fine.
Yeah,
It's all good.
Johnny. Kai'Sa.
I'm
Hey,
alive.
Roll. We can do Baron again.
Okay.
I'm gonna base. Good
Do you
luck.
have TP? I don't.
Yeah, I mean, I don't have TP. They're gonna give it.
I got tagged. He's tagged.
Go, Vincent, I speed you.
I can slow him again. Oh, you're really deep.
I
I'm
can
ulting.
ult you. I can ult you.
Okay.
Slow.
Just don't go too deep. Don't
Oh, we
Go,
can.
go.
No.
Okay.
Nice, dude.
Oh, God.
Big ulti. We're fine. Kai'Sa smash
I'm
me.
fine.
Kai'Sa's dead. Run it back. Hurry.
End mid up, okay?
I'm gonna kick Reckon away. Reckon.
Nice!
Holy shit.
Reckon.
Okay, dude.
I'm
Nice,
gonna
holy-
stop the Johnny facing. Okay.
No, best.
Gonna be. Oh wait,
7 seconds. No, 8 seconds. By the way. Follow it.
Nice, good job.
You get the
Kill
fight.
this guy? Yeah, he's dead. Okay, we run. That's mid lane. We
Go
run.
this way. Come Jack.
I'm okay, I think. I'm fine.
I
gonna
need
hit
help on
Sam.
track. I need help on track.
Smurfing. I don't like. They're just gonna die.
Oh,
baby! Let's go,
Nice! No, okay. Nice, we'll play hello. I get
Nice
top
job,
turret, okay?
guys. Really good. It's fine. Just kite. Look at my ult. Big ult. Kill this guy. He's dead. Nice.
I'm not 8.
He's slowed. Oh, it's
Nice!
Venom!
Baron.
Come on.
Yeah, He's
Ah!
dead.
I'm running for it.
You can go, Vincent. Careful.
Yo.
Kill him. He's dead. Oh, he's so low. Boom.
I'm chasing!
Yeah.
Let's start it. You want to start out of the way?
Can we end mid?
Yeah, we
I
can.
don't know if it's low timers. We can try. Inhib Baron maybe. I mean, inhib Baron maybe.
End the game.
It's fine.
Careful.
Nice.
Started.
Silent.
Cool.
No flash. No ult. I got knocked up. I'm fine. Don't die. No one die. Perfect game.
No one die.
We get mid.
I'm
Holy shit.
pretty low. There's one
Can we-
turret.
dude, I mean, I can 1v5 the siege. Just sit.
Tiny tower. Just get.
I slide in. He's exhausted.
Yeah.
Oh, he crit me.
Good
Oh,
Yone. That's unlucky.
And then
Look. It's alright. I did it last time. Good job,
Okay.
guys.
Crit me, guys. I got RNG.
Got one shot, just start fresh. Working on the bar that's not just blood and flesh. Find the quiet place where you can start to bless. Maybe all these thoughts are from imagination. And don't stress, we'll find this altered state. It's all blurry. Don't matter when we gone away. I ain't worried. Stay with me in this altered state. We all blurry. And I don't wanna wait. I don't wanna wait. This altered state. Don't matter when we gone away. Stay with me in this altered state. And I don't wanna wait. I don't wanna wait. Can you hear it louder now? We'll find this.
Surely today,
Yeah.
Peace and Pentanet is going to deliver, but if that's going to happen, I think Peace is going to have to step up.
Let's not waste any further time. Let's get in it to the game.
They're looking.
They're looking.
I'm here.
Yeah,
I'm
Udyr,
here. I'm
Udyr,
here. I'm
Udyr,
here.
Udyr. Look at Udyr.
The 80's one shot. 80's literally one shot.
Uh-huh. The second
Like,
slow, take it slow.
win.
I block it, I block it.
I have Shaman 4. Shaman 4.
Oh, me.
Hey,
I
Kai'Sa.
got
Kai'Sa's trolling.
Go Baron, go Baron, go Baron.
Nice.
Can we? Can we?
I like Dragon actually.
Yeah, I like
Oh,
Dragon.
just drag.
I block it.
Win.
We
Yeah,
can play
we
play
in, we in,
Just chill,
we
just
in.
chill, just chill.
Yeah, make sure no one dies here. Yeah.
Take it really slow. We have bot wave as well. It's not
I have
one
block
shot
it, I
towers.
have block it.
Wait, watch. I'm looking for Kai'Sa here, by the way.
I'm pushing off Syndra. Just like get the wave, get the towers. It's fine.
Yeah,
I'm
hit
pushing
tower,
off
hit tower, hit
Syndra.
tower.
Hit tower. I'm pushing Syndra. Like she can't play.
I'm playing for tower. I'm playing for tower.
Syndra no.
Yeah. I've shielded
Look at
too.
Sin. Look at Kai'Sa.
Kai'Sa's half HP.
In.
I'm basing. I'm
I
gonna
have
TP
no
on.
ult, guys. I have no
Look
ult.
at Vayne. Look at
Hey,
Vayne.
look at Vayne.
Just back,
Ali
just back.
flash, Ali flash.
No shockwave.
He dies.
I got it.
Okay.
Oh, no
Yeah,
flash.
yeah,
no
yeah.
flash.
I'm silencing.
Oh, flash! The fuck
I'm
is
knocking
this?
up.
Nice.
Let's look dragon.
I get mid tower too.
Hey, I'll bite your goddamn head off, boy. If you
He
fuck
flashed.
around like that.
Both carries flash.
Ori flashed. Ori flashed.
I can't
Yeah.
do that again. I have no flash.
Who's blink first?
I blew first.
Oh, yeah, you go.
Care.
Can you
they
blue? Can you
engage.
blue?
Blue
They're
now.
hitting. They're hitting. They just started. They
They
just
just
started.
started.
I have flash in 15.
I'm bluing again.
They're still on. It's fine.
I can steal it, by the way.
Oh, I use my E. Okay.
Okay.
I misplayed.
Now we look to
Wait,
fight.
I can get
I'm
in.
walking up.
Uh-huh.
Watch the Ori ball.
Just back, just back.
Ali
just back.
behind,
It's
Ali
good, it's
behind.
good,
Ali, hit Ali! No flash!
I'm peeling.
win,
I'm
we
peeling,
win.
I'm peeling.
Watch Ori ball. Ori, no, Ori.
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 I got away!
Nice,
Nice.
nice.
It's early
Yeah.
vein. It's early vein.
I'm
Can I go mid?
I'm not.
We have to go soul as well.
One more.
Hey,
good. Still kill, no?
I'm coming.
Look, Galio.
Is
No
he
flash,
Galio?
no flash,
Jinx
no flash.
Jinx no flash.
Kill them both.
Nice.
Got him.
Man,
I
those
need help
traps-
getting out.
Those traps
things
made me
late.
fucking
Play,
dizzy.
play for dragon, then reset. Play for dragon, reset. It's fine. It's fine.
Uh-huh.
It's fine.
Volley
Yeah,
from
look,
Alpha.
look.
I'm tipping on. I'm
Going.
tipping on. I'm here. I don't know what's happening, but I'm
Volley,
here.
volley.
I'm
I got volley.
running.
It's fine. It's not bad.
I'm
Wait,
coming.
look at
I'm
Galio.
coming, Jackson.
Galio,
Yeah,
look,
yeah.
I'm 5 seconds away. This is win. Look at Victor
Yeah, yeah,
Alpha.
Nice, nice. Here. There's two.
I'm
To
walking.
me,
I'm
to
walking.
me,
Victor,
to me,
Victor,
to me,
no.
Jackson, to me.
Victor, no ult. No ult.
I'm ulting him.
Nice, boys. Cracked.
Well played,
Wait,
boys.
Jinx
Mid
use
now.
cleanse. Jinx use cleanse.
Yeah.
Wait.
Okay. Good shit, boys.
They're looking.
All together. Hit front.
Down
JC,
river.
where are you?
I'm coming around.
River,
I'm coming
river.
around. I'm coming
I
around.
slept Victor, by the way. Victor
He
flash.
flashed,
Victor flash.
he flashed.
Start Drake.
Bully's
Don't
really
fight,
low. I
Do
got
Drake,
no
do
ulti.
Drake,
I got no
do
ulti. Bully's 1 HP, guys.
Yeah, we flip.
I'm low. I'm
We can
low.
look
I'm
now.
low,
Can
I'm
we
low.
get out?
Yeah,
Can we get out?
Get out.
We can fight, no?
Like, we should get
Yeah,
out. We should get out.
It's good, it's good, it's good.
Okay,
I'll throw it.
okay.
I ultied Jinx.
Yeah,
She's
it's
fine,
good,
she's
it's good, it's
fine,
good.
she's
I got.
Victor,
I can't
Victor,
move. I can't
flash.
move.
It's not bad, it's not bad.
Victor no
Just
flash,
hit
by the way.
Hit front. Victor no flash, Jinx no
I'm
flash.
going bot. I'm going bot.
I want
That's
a
fine,
base.
that's
I want a
fine, that's
base. I want a base.
I'm 1v9
Yeah,
here.
base.
Okay. Marky!
Okay, Mark.
Can we
Marky!
Baron?
Okay, Mark.
Let's go!
Baron.
Go, Marky!
The end. Or do we go Baron?
We can't go back.
I like
Smash,
Baron, I like
smash.
Baron.
Do you need me or no? Do you need me?
Yes.
I'm stepping up now,
Yeah.
Hit
This is
front.
Look it, look it. Go look it.
He's on.
We win very hard.
Go Galio.
Look at Jinx, one shot. Jinx, one shot.
I see. Win.
I'm really low.
Hit
Kill volley,
the...
kill volley.
Nice,
We can
boys.
end.
Yeah, man.
Let's go!
Go, boys!
Woo! Holy...
Even the coach couldn't fucking tell about it in the game. Yeah, for real. Let's go, man.
Holy shit,
job.
I ended this series.
Good job.
Cannot say
Good job.
that Pentanet were not made to work for it, but they will go through to the grand final as first seed. A 3-2 today, and certainly there's going to be some sighs of relief in the Pentanet camp this evening.
Cupcake is literally smurfing right now with these hooks. He knows them up right now, but they can arrest over the wall.
The counter engage for the Chiefs is way too good. There is nothing to be done for Gravitas here.
Themselves into a false hope. Final 3 minutes on the board.
Only player to lock in this way. There is just no damage for the Chiefs. Raiden gets the first picture kill of the LCO.
Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. And can you smell that? That smells like grand final day. Yes, the LCO. We're all the way at the end. One game remains. Now let's quickly have a look back at the road that both of these teams took to get here. It is time to finally bring League of Legends back to Oceania.
It's been a very long time coming.
Tell you what, it's good to be back.
Pentanet are putting themselves square peg #1. MMF sort of coming along into this one, a bunch of rookies. It would seem fair to say that Pentanet will have the edge in this one.
Watch for the flash play.
That's what we're looking for right now. They're biding their time. Decoy flashing in, takes two with him. Looking to try and pop as many summoners as possible. Ignite goes out. Heal already used. Damage connects, the snipe from afar, and Philios. First blood comes across, and the hook! That's going to be a double kill, surely! They're trying to do something miraculous here. They have to, but Shinky, he's just going to get solo killed here by Chaz. They take him out. R2 comes across the call of the Forge Gods, knock them up, take them down, bring them to the Janitors.
Are they going to do it?
Are we getting a dancing Shelly? We are indeed! Game one for 420 minutes. Welcome to the LCO. There's the face check. Decoy in so much trouble. Instantly goes for the Magnus. Not looking to place for 4 people. Bypem getting jumped as a result right now. Inconstant finds one. But Estravin falling on down. Chaz getting a reset. Looking to do whatever he can to try and find another kill as a result. Bypem fletching on out. Gets exhausted but disengaged. Now on a flanking angle.
Can never count Pentanet out, can you?
This may be the game. 44 minutes into this one. And finally, we are seeing what could be the conclusion of it.
I'm really looking forward to playing Peace. I think that's really the turning point of the split. We're going to see who's the top dog.
Violet is obviously the key to success for Peace. You know, every time Peace has looked dominant, it's through the back of this bot lane.
Life right now. 4 members put to sleep. Nocturne can't do anything right now. He can watch from the sidelines and bottom lane as Peace will macro, micro, and do everything and more.
Congratulations to Peace.
Happy does so much damage. Aladorix there as well. I don't know that Incursio gets out of this one alive. It is just the same story being told once again. Pentanet and Peace, both 5-0 right now.
Both teams being undefeated, definitely something that we should be seeing again in the finals.
The Infernal Soul on. Here's Pabu, and here is a carry left alone. Violet is forced to flash over the wall. Will just survive. Teleport from both the top laners to arrive in the fight. Happy will decoy out, but that puts Peace out of position. That might have been a runaway W. They take down the Nexus turrets. The Nexus soon to follow. One team goes forward.
Biopanther is every player's dream. Any player who plays any role wants Biopanther on their team.
Now, I am still really, really strong. But hold that for a second, because Nexus locked underneath that turret. Out goes the suppression. The ultimate destroys you. The bot lane power as they pick up a double kill for that one. Meanwhile, forget the turret. Pabu really is taking the words out of my mouth and trying to go for the 1d3. Stride breakers forward. Ignore the turret. Ignore everything. We just want kills. We want the ace. We'll find the ace. Double kill.
I think Pabu's the best jungler in the region.
He always looks like he's in the driving seat.
Pabu, 11 wins.
11 wins is pretty crazy. One more week and we've made it. The undefeated split. Biopanther wins lane every time. I don't know why these players opt into picking a pick that should give you priority if they just lose lane anyways. Like, if you're going to lose lane, might as well pick the tank and be useful.
Pentanet, they just know how to win. They're so damn good at it.
It's almost like a battle of two identities. Peace are just going to beat you in lane, beat you in the mid game, and it's over. Whereas Pentanet are going to play the map a little more. Both drafts are just heavy 5v5 compositions.
Looking for the 1v3 angle right now. He has the ultimate. He is 1v4. He doesn't seem to mind. Chaz is there on the retreat. He hits one with a haymaker, punches the second one to the head. Chaz is here running that Lisa with the ultimate. Biopanther literally winning the game on his own terms. The first turret soon to fall on down. The second is there. This is Pentanet playing to guarantee they take first in the regular splits.
The 14-0 title, it's like you don't get that opportunity again at times, right? Like, you know, even split 2, you can't be too confident that that's going to happen again. So I think Pentanet will be taking this one pretty seriously. Oh, and they've first picked the Amumu. So, I'll explain why Amumu is an S tier pick. You know, I never thought I'd say this, Skimmy. I do prefer the draft with the Amumu.
Sleepy Trouble Bubble, but the clone buys himself some time. Flashes on him, gets rooted. He's dead already. He's gone decoy. He's already popped the curse to Sad Mummy, but he's the saddest amongst them all. This may be the biggest upset of them all. You've hit them with the curveball. You've said, we'll take you on. We'll pick this champion, but we will take you down because they're going to look to end this game at 30 minutes.
Pentanet up there with now the blemish 13-1, but still that's a pretty good record. What a bloody road that was. And look, speaking of roads, we've all driven down to Sydney for this one. I am joined in the studio, in person, with Nat, Jubes, and Jordan, Elfish Boy, over on the far side. I put him over there because I didn't want him to hit me. I've given him a lot of smack all season. So, you know, how you doing over there? A little bit fumed?
I mean, all I'm going to say, Mac, is you better be careful because I have a pretty good throwing arm and you're not that far away. So just keep an eye out.
Try to do so. Jubes, you know, how was the flight up? You're coming up from Melbourne.
That was a good flight. I was flying in style, flying with a very good airline. They need to pay a bit extra for me to say the name on broadcast, but nevertheless, good flight. Good flight. Very good. Happy.
And what about you, Nat? You came down yesterday as well?
Yeah, it was. I actually had my flight cancelled on me at first. My first flight was cancelled, and so we had to rebook.
But you made it, right?
I did make it.
Yes.
I have
Okay,
made
that's
it.
good.
So luckily we can rebook, and I got on another flight.
That's good, you know. And you're here with us in studio. So, you know, it's going to be a bit of an issue, though, because, you know, you're supposed to be down on the side lanes. And did you bring the side lane with you?
I did. I made sure I also dragged it all the way from Brisbane with me.
You're amazing.
Yeah.
And you're probably going to be looking pretty jacked after that. Speaking of jacked, Rusty! Rusty, are you over there? Hey, there he is.
Hey.
Who's the silhouetted one? Oh, that's you. Oh, hey, how you guys doing? Skimmy, how you feeling?
Mate, I am so excited to be back in the studio. It's been a long, long time. At least a year now since me and Rusty have been this close to one another. Back in the studio for the inaugural LCO Grand Finals, and what a way to bring you all the excitement.
Yeah, closing it on 2 years, I think, at this point, actually. Kind of insane when you think about how long it's actually been.
Yeah.
And I'm actually so nervous just to be in a studio
You
for
and me
the first
both,
time
mate.
again.
I think we got a little bit too comfortable being at home, you know, locked in our own surroundings, back in the mix of things, back reintroduced into the world, I suppose you can say more than anything. But Mac, yeah, keen to get on with today.
Yeah, of course you are. And these, of course, are going to be your casters. That's why they're in a different room. I wasn't just yelling at them because they're far away. They are just round the corner. And because of that, Tubes, you said you might go visit them later, maybe?
I said if we might have some problems, we might have some disagreements, and then if we did, I'd go into their room and say good day.
Of course.
Come and get me. Come and get me right here.
Look, he's put the words out. There's some fighting words.
He goes to the gym too much. I was more talking I'd go for Skimmy, not him.
The weakling, bro.
Yeah.
He's certainly looking pretty good over there, over on the left side. Skimmy, yeah, you're a bit scary looking today. Rusty, you still got something to work on.
Yeah,
but look,
I know.
I guess we'll let you guys relax for a little while before we do get to game. Still got about 20, 30 minutes before we do jump in. So relax, kick back. I saw you throwing your legs up just before, so maybe get back to that again. All right, see ya. Bye, boys. And that brings us one step closer to the game. Speaking of games, there's been a lot of games up until this point. So let's have a quick look at the bracket and see the pathway both of these teams have taken through the playoffs. Peace, of course, in the upper bracket match to take Direwolves down to the lower bracket. Then facing off against Pentanet 3-2. The only game we've seen so far go all the way to 5 games. So that was a spectacle, and we get that rematch again. Pentanet obviously fast-tracking their way back up, and Peace down in the lower bracket beating Chiefs over on Wednesday 3-1. So Jubes, please tell me why this matters and why this is going to be such a banger of a grand final.
Well, they are the two best teams, right? I mean, when you make it to the grand final, it's hard to argue that they are the two best teams. But even in just terms of nameplates and how close their series have been, I mean, this 3-2 series that we saw, maybe one of the best of fives that we've seen in Oceanic history, where we've had esports, where we've had League of Legends. So I'm just excited to see a very similar game. One where we can see the prowess of these players, both mechanically and in terms of smarts, because I think it's very underrated, right, in terms of the decision-making of both of these teams.
Any thoughts on it as well, Jordan?
Well, I think during that cast, Rusty and I were sort of saying that this was the dream grand final. If we get that going all the way to 5 games between Pentanet and Peace in the grand final, we're going to be pretty happy. And obviously that being the upper bracket final makes you assume that hopefully we're going to get an even higher level of gameplay here in the grand final. That's not always how it turns out, but Peace have sort of been able to get through the lower bracket pretty comfortably. Pentanet really haven't had to do too much apart from scout what Peace have been doing in the lead up to today. So both teams should be coming into today pretty prepared and looking pretty good. So I'm crossing my fingers for that one.
And look, not only do you get to be the grand champion of the first season of the LCO, you get to go to bloody Reykjavik for MSI, and that's a big talking point as well, because you go on a mid-season invitational playing all the best teams in the world and being the representative from Oceania. That's a big step forward. Now, we'll talk a bit about that later. For now, I want to hear from you guys at home, all right? I heard someone has cooked something up in the kitchen, so let's have a quick look. And is it a shot at Chaz, or is it just about Chaz? Pain. Don't think we can handle another long 5-game series. So it looks like Pentanet really want this one to go a little bit faster.
Well, I'm not sure that they do, because at one point, Peace was actually up 2-1 in that series. So you sort of put 2 and 2 together, and you think maybe it would have been Peace that would have closed things out in 4 there, if nothing else. So we'll see what Pentanet's going to be able to do here. They seem to talk a big talk. Can they walk a big walk today?
Can I point out that this has been photoshopped? 420 retweets, not sure why they've chosen that number, and 69 quote tweets with 4.2 thousand likes. That's a lot of impressions. And look, I like Chaz as a person. as an influencer, but I don't think he's that big yet. But if he wins today, maybe he will be. So maybe they're just trying to look into the future.
I think if he like makes it to Iceland, there are going to be some real numbers on his pain tweets.
That's harsh.
Are we not doing well in Iceland? Is that what
no,
we're saying?
No,
that was
it
the
wasn't.
implication,
No,
by the way.
okay, that was not what I was trying to imply here. I've only been here
Off
for
to a
about
good start, Nat.
5 minutes. So early into a broadcast, and I'm already having fights with the other talent.
All right, well, I want none of that, so I'm going to move along. And if you guys want to banter with us, maybe start fights with the talent or with the players, feel free to use the @LCO, tag us on Twitter, and I want you to tag us on Facebook as well, because I really want to see how switched on the social media managers are, and see if they can find some memes on Facebook, because I don't know, who uses Facebook? Do you use Facebook?
Oh, yeah.
I do.
Yeah, because you got to keep up with the older relatives that use Facebook.
Of course.
And I'm sure they are just as invested as us as to see whether Peace or Pentanet win too. So
I might see if my mum can make a meme. That'd be golden. I don't know if she could even use Photoshop. But look, I guess we'll figure out once we get there. Now, we do have to talk about the giveaway. We mentioned it the other day, and it will be drawn later on today on social media. But look, you can get yourselves 500 more entries by using the code OS2Iceland. Please go on over to the socials. There's a gleam.io link. Click it. You can go and join the giveaway. And what you can win is here. My lovely Nat is going to pass me the things that you can win. So not only do you get these things...
What do you want to start with?
Oh, how about the bag? Let's go with the
We'll
bag
go with
first and the big ticket items afterwards. So
Alright.
you get this bag. It says League of Legends on it. It's pretty cool. It's got drawstrings. I
That's
think they
nice,
call it
dude.
a swag bag.
Gamer.
Oh, look at that. Yeah. And what's in here? Well, it could be anything. But look at these things here. See these? They're stress balls. There's one of these in here. You can get your selection because there's 4 there, but then there's another one as well. What are we going to call it? What's this called? A meep?
That's a meep from Bard.
A meep. So
Rusty
it's
has
Bard's,
the tattoo,
Bard's
actually.
meep. You get angry, you can give it a bit of a squish. You want to play with that one?
Yeah, why not?
There you go. Not only that, you get a lanyard holder. So we're starting with the smaller things first.
Mac, it's
a
just
lanyard.
It's just a lanyard.
You get a lanyard.
But you can
I'm
use it as a
learning.
lanyard holder.
You
if
could
have
put
multiple
lanyards on this, so
Yeah.
technically I'm not wrong. All right,
Yeah.
Jordan, you want this?
Yeah, I'd love that
Yeah,
one.
so Jordan's touched that one, so you get a. You probably do you want it? That's the question. Now we do have a jumper here as well. It is a Gnar jumper, or a Nar jumper for everyone in the know. It's got a nice little graphic on the front there, and then over on the back side as well.
I think Juves wants that one. It looks like his
No,
size.
actually, I think that one's my size.
Is
I
that
think
yours?
Juves, you
Juves,
can have
you
that
want
one.
you want the stress
Sorry,
ball?
mate.
Yeah, I get very stressed when I play Oceanic solo queue, so I'll take the
True.
Yeah.
So it's a good place to have it. Now, what else is in here? We've got a Fizz shirt. Got a Fizz shirt. Let's have a look at that.
I don't know if I
Crack
want to
it
put this
open.
on.
We love Fizz, and Fizz with his little Sharky boy is, of course, causing a bit of chaos there. So get yourself a Fizz shirt. And I think we've got a couple of extra things there as well, Nat, quickly. What is
So
it?
do.
It's a Rengar plushie.
This is definitely the best thing I think that you can win.
I think so
I
too.
think personally.
It looks
I think
pretty
it's
cool,
absolutely
actually.
adorable.
Is it just like plain old Rengar, or is it a certain skin? Jubes, you're the go-to man for this one. Is this a Rengar skin? Jungle main?
No, because I personally believe Rengar is against the rules.
Why?
Because it's just the way the champ pilots and plays. I refuse to play anything like that. So
Don't
I'm
acknowledge
actually
it.
not even sure if that's a skin or not.
That doesn't look like default Rengar. That's
It
all I'll
doesn't.
say.
Yeah, it doesn't look like default Rengar. But to make things cuter, sometimes you just do a little twist.
Yes,
Right?
just a little twist, maybe a
Like-
bit of lemon.
Like on
this.
Mac, we put the mustache to look cuter.
Yeah, it's true. Moustaches don't usually remind me of cute people, but maybe it's true. And we have one final big ticket item. This is what you all want your hands on. The Zed Unlocked statue. Now, I'm not going to open it because I'll probably drop it and break it. And I've been told by production it's too fragile, too precious to drop like that. So you could have yourself a big statue. Look, bigger than my head. Bigger than my head. Mike, how are you on this camera? You fast? Oh, he's good. Oh, he's really good. Look at him go. All right, well,
he's a
that's
professional.
all that is in the giveaway. So, Host to Iceland, use the code, and you can win all this, and I'd say more.
You want to pass back?
Maybe we can sign it. Maybe that can be the more, and you have to request that as well.
Yeah, I'm sure if they ask nicely enough, we're not too
Well,
mean to say
quickly,
no.
Give me that back. That's not
Oh, I
yours.
thought I could keep that. I was trying to
can
snag it.
Give it a kiss if you want to give it a kiss.
Oh, due to COVID regulations. I
True,
have to
true. Look, he's
refrain.
certainly on the money. Now, everyone. Oh, yeah. What about that? The lanyard holder, right?
Yep.
Anyway, moving forward, we do have a video for you guys at home. But before it, if you were to make a hashtag for yourself, what would it be? I think it's Mac Attack is a very simple one for me. Hashtag Mac Attack. What about, over on the end there?
Oh, well, Mac, you already know mine.
What
You've worked a few shows with me. Can you get your phone out for a sec?
I got told I shouldn't, but I will.
Well, Mac, it's good that you have that.
I think I know where this is going.
It's time for a selfie with Elfie.
Selfie with Elfie? Oh, beautiful. All right, get that one. We'll put it on socials. That's the hashtag selfie with Elfie. If you want to Elfie with your selfie.
I think my hair's too tall.
Use it as well. What about you, Jubes? You got a hashtag you want to use?
I do have a hashtag. It is hashtag GroovyJuvie. So feel free to tag me or use that hashtag. Hashtag GroovyJuvie. Because I am the grooviest, juviest person.
We've seen your warm-up moves. We've seen them.
He plays Groovy Zillion only.
Pretty groovy.
And what about you, Nat? What's your hashtag?
I think it would be hashtag NatStats. I think I really like it. It's something I got to do a little bit on broadcast.
Okay. Well, I got a voice in my ear saying that the casters also have some hashtags they want to throw at us. So, boys, what's your hashtag there, Skimmy?
Look, I've actually never been asked this question before, but I think in a sea of Australians, maybe I have to be the Solo Kiwi. Hashtag Solo Kiwi.
Ooh.
That's what we're going to go for.
Okay, what about you, Asti?
I'm thinking hashtag Goomba Omega Turbo Giga Ultra Pepe Rusty Hands.
That had to be said.
Well, off the back of that, that
Easy.
sounds like something Pabu might use. So let's have a look at what the pros would use as their hashtags.
If I had a hashtag, it'd probably be hashtag Azus Moose. Something that rhymes. Probably not Azus Moose, but Azus is too good for the choose. I don't know. Something that rhymes. I can't think of anything.
Okay, well I'm thinking, right? Because Mammoth is tusks up. I'm Jungle Man, so would mine be Man Up? Jungle Up? Jungle Man Up? Hashtag 29ers? That's so great.
Sometimes when you see the quality of the things that I say, it is definitely a hashtag cap for sure.
Hashtag MLG.
I think my friends like to spam ultraviolet in the chat sometimes, so yeah. Hashtag no more Ari probably, because just been spamming that pretty bad.
I don't know, bro. Hashtag be humble or something.
Double gap. Well, I see a lot of people saying only does only win. So I just have to go with that. Yeah, only does only win. That's me.
Oh, just be respect the neck, I think I've got a few fans in the chat that created that, so
This is sort of stolen from like old memes. It'd be hashtag Gunny's Playground. It would be hashtag XD.
I don't know, we'll do Ways Bay, I'm just everyone's Bay, everyone loves me, hopefully. So, that one, Ways Bay.
So, that's exactly what the pros think their hashtags would be. I don't know about Way Bay.
Way is Bay, I think.
Way is Bay?
I think that's good.
Bay
I actually
Way.
rate that.
Bay Way? Ways Bay.
Ways Bay.
Yeah,
I
Ways
reckon
Bay.
that's good.
I feel like Palboo's needs to be, Omega Cap or Giga Cap or something, It was just Cap.
Or Pepe Clap.
Pepe Clap. Is that something he does? Does he
Dude,
like a good Pepe Clap?
I need like an urban dictionary.
Yeah.
When I speak to Pabu, because I genuinely I think he's talking another language, and then I start to feel like, am I that old? And I know I'm not that old, but yeah, he's from another that language, another dimension.
It does feel. You feel left out.
Yeah.
When you listen to Pabu speak, you're like, wow, I have grown up a little bit in the last couple of years, which is debatable if you know who I am and know me personally. Well, that is enough of the yarn spinning. We need to talk about the teams. We need to get into the meat and potatoes. It's time to talk about Pentanet. And speaking of talking about Pentanet, we actually had a chat with them during the regular season in case they did get knocked out, which never happened. And it was never going to happen. But look, this is their perspective from the regular season coming into the playoffs.
It's just super fun to be playing with everyone on my team, and then on like a league-wide level, having so much fun on the broadcast. Like the LCO itself is super fun, and then a lot of the lower, like the teams that were expected to be lower, have had some pretty good performances.
I expected that we'll do really well, but like for us to be as consistent as we are, like that's my biggest shock. Like to see that we can like compete with nearly every team. They also really like shows the players off. You get to like know and like understand some players. It's really cool that like they're kind of getting their own branding, and I think that's really important to like keep the scene like really growing.
On this team, we have the opportunity to win, and relative to the scene, like this is the best position I've ever been in. So I want to make the most of this opportunity, and I don't want to like rest on my laurels. I want to be proactively improving. I want everyone on my team to be proactively improving and like win as much as we can, be the best players that we can be come the end of the split, and just be in the best position to go as far as we can. That's ideal.
I think we're just willing to take risks, and we're also willing to play to our strategy and like how we play as players. We can diverse, and like I can play carries or I can play tanks, but it's just like if the team needs me to be a facilitator and like it works best to do that, then I'll just play a facilitator, and we like really knuckle down on one strategy, and we like knuckle down on what's really good. The versatility between our team is really important, and like I think that's what makes us really strong and very scary as a team.
The Legacy game was the closest for us, but I definitely think we beat ourselves on that one. We kind of tripped over our own feet a couple times. Every team fight we went into, we just kind of griefed it for like 4 fights in a row, and then by the 5th one we were playing it well and we could bring it back.
Peace is expected to be like the top team that we feel most pressured by, but after versing them, especially in scrims, they feel very just lackluster, and they feel like they play too much for their lanes. Once they fall behind, they don't know how to get back in the game.
I definitely think that Praedyth is the most prone to dying, the most prone to feeding. He definitely has moments where he's a bit off the Fruit Loops, but then also when he's on the Fruit Loops, he drops 17 kills, so you just get behind Mark and you hope that he's on the Fruit Loops for sure.
In every scrim, he feeds so hard. Like he's very overconfident as a player, so it works out a lot.
For the fans, I've noticed a lot of the negative Twitch chat has kind of died off, and it's honestly a bit disappointing. I really enjoy proving people wrong, so I kind of want the haters back. They've disappeared for a bit. Whether that's they want me to lose or want me to win, it doesn't really bother me. I just want people to have fun and like, you know, have a good show. So I hope that you guys continue to enjoy my games, and I hope that it's fun, and I hope that you find my online presence fun, and I just hope that you enjoy the LCO.
I just want to win, and if you want to watch a winning team, then you better watch Pentanet.
Well, there you have it. You heard straight from the horse's mouth that Praedyth is a feeder. So that was really interesting, especially during the usual season. Pabu really throwing shots out there before he noticed that he made it to the grand final, and now it's looking like it could be a reality that they take it. And let's talk Pentanet first here. We're going to talk about the teams now. Pentanet, they've come a damn long way. We did tout them as one of the best teams from the start of the season, but Jubes, really take me through this lineup.
I mean, yeah, Biopanther, not much has changed, right? Biopanther, Pabu, Chaz, Praedyth, Decoy, still the same roster. Really making their name as the mid-game team, as the mid-game team fight team. Particularly, you know, whether they have a weaker early game or they don't win it in 18 minutes like we've seen from them, they're really able to stabilize and have a very good mid-game to bring, you know, any deficit back to an even playing ground. And it's more evident in what we've seen when we saw Pentanet versus Peace. You know, so many games they're playing from a deficit, and even in this replay in particular, they're a few thousand down before they ace them, take the Baron, and then transition that into a win. So as a team, they're just so scary because no matter what lead you get, you feel like you're always in trouble against them.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, they're certainly the team that's come back from a few deficits over the course of this season. And even in those games against Peace in the upper bracket final, there was definitely moments where Peace looked like they probably could run away with that series. Pentanet was slowly able to claw their way back into those games, and so there's always that sort of ever-present threat, regardless of whether the lanes go poorly or you're behind at 15 minutes or whatever that says. Stats-wise, I think there's a bit of an X factor when it comes to Pentanet that a lot of the other teams don't have, whether that is the ability to come and play from behind better than other teams are able to, or whether that's just the self-belief, whether there's an extra bit of pressure on other teams that maybe Pentanet doesn't feel. There's a lot of factors probably that go into that, but certainly they are a team comprised of winners, and that's been evidenced based on the matches that they've played so far this season. So I have to say, I think they're going into this grand final as the favorite, and if they do end up losing, then that's an upset as far as I'm concerned.
And I'd have to agree with you. You know, I feel like Peace, we've really liked what we've seen from them all season, except for maybe a couple of matches where it felt like they fell short. But going into the finals, going into the playoffs, they really knuckled down and they look like a completely beautiful team. Now, going up against Pentanet, Peace, they really need to, I don't know, you know, Jordan, do you want to tell me what the answer is? Because I can't quite figure it out. It looks like they can't either.
I mean, I think the thing for Peace is that they need to perform at their peak level consistently. And consistency has been something that Peace has struggled with this season, during regular season and even during playoffs as well. We saw a bit of a roller coaster during the mid stages of the season. They lost a couple of games that we thought that they probably shouldn't. They weren't actually able to beat Pentanet in any of those games during regular season either. But come playoffs, come that upper bracket final, we saw peak performance. We saw Violet going absolutely crazy. We saw Aladoric having great games on Rakan. Halo was stepping up in the mid lane when he was on the champions to do so. And across the board, really, we sort of got what we wanted finally from Peace. It felt like they finally got there, but it was only for a couple of games, at least against Pentanet. Yes, they were able to get through the Chiefs relatively comfortably and all those other games, whatever. That aside, we're obviously focusing on the important matchup. But as far as I'm concerned, peak performance 100% required, or maybe even 110% required here from Peace today, but also across all 5 games, because just 2 or 3, maybe 3 is enough, but 2 probably not enough, and that's all they were able to really provide us during that upper bracket final.
What about the player cam action? I feel like Halo's been, winning in that regard lately.
It's always
very active.
Pretty good, yeah, definitely. And even, to be fair, Violet was kind of popping off on the player cams as well. When they were winning games, he was going bananas. So I don't know if that tells you anything about the motivation or the momentum that can build within that Peace roster when things are going well.
Certainly could. Now let's have a look at the key picks between both of these teams. And we're going to be looking at key picks for this series in particular, rather than lane-specific ones, which we have for the rest of the season. So, Jubes, do you want to take a deep dive here and tell me why these 4 champs in particular are the ones we've chosen that could be the difference makers?
Well, first and foremost, they're probably their most picked in each particular role. We look at the Rakan and we think that's a very Aladoric champion paired with the Xayah. Obviously, Violet and Aladoric are Batman and Robin. But it's just something that every time they've picked it, they've had an extreme amount of success. And its teams have had to decide, do we take it away? Do we ban it? Do we pick it? Hecarim in the jungle, very Pabu Lisa type-esque champions. And whenever they get those champs, they transition that into a 15 to 20 minute snowball, potentially a game 1 that early into the game. And then, when we look at the Tristana and the Tristana in particular, it's a flex. Chaz has played it, Halo's played it, and then it's also a very good counter pick into the Kai'Sa, which both AD carries have picked so much. So it just makes so much sense. And then we look at the Gnar, and that's just like Appy Central. We look at, I mean, we're probably going to have to send Appy a Gnar jacket just because that's how much he's played that champion. And so in that sense, right, you look at Biopanther's champion pool, and Gnar is like the perfect kind of recipe for not countering it, but having a very big impact.
Impact is key in this matchup as well. So anything you want to touch on with these 4 champs as well before we do move along, Jordan?
I mean, nothing that Juves hasn't really touched on already. I think the Rakan, in my opinion, is probably the primary one that you actually want to be taking away from Peace. I feel like that's actually been not necessarily the Rakan itself, but what it facilitates, what it enables from the Peace roster. Feels like that's kind of been their win condition. You get the Prio in the bot lane, you get Violet really far ahead, you get him on Xayah, a champion that can carry in all facets of the game. And obviously you've got Aladoric there on one of his comfort champs. So to me, that has been really their most powerful bot lane, and it felt like their most powerful team composition as a whole. So I'd be surprised if Pentanet don't try to at least take it away, or potentially even pick it away from them. We know Decoy does play a little bit of Rakan here and there as well. So I think there'll be some shenanigans around that champion when we do get to Champ Select.
Well, speaking of shenanigans, you might have noticed that Nat did disappear. So, she's certainly left me a little bit of room here on the couch to certainly kick my legs up. And, we were talking about memes, we were talking about content. This is perfect. Look, take a screenshot, turn it into the whatever you want it to do. But no, there she is, Nat. Is that the side lane you brought down from Brizzy?
It is. I decided that even though I was going to be on the side, I didn't want to be too far from you guys. So I only put myself right here, not too far away.
Oh, so how's the temperature over there? You looking good?
It's good. It is a little bit chilly. It's why I got the jacket on, I've got to make sure that I'm staying warm. But to bring some heat, in this interview, I'm going to be talking to Violet and Praedyth. Now, these two have been very interesting to watch in the bot matchup. But thank you both so much for joining me. I really appreciate it. Praedyth, I want to start with you guys. We haven't seen you play for over a week now. So how is the momentum, the motivation, and the confidence going for Pentanet?
Yeah, very, very confident going into today. Just looking at our players compared to theirs. Just looking at our experience and just talking to my teammates every day of the week. Even though we haven't had practice, we're still talking to each other a lot. We're still have so much confidence that this series should be pretty easy.
I'm looking forward to it, and it's great to hear. Violet, what about you guys? You lost a game to Chiefs on Wednesday. So where is the confidence for you guys coming into this game?
I mean, we're just as confident as normal. Like, nothing really has changed. Like, we're always confident players whenever it comes to playing a series or not, because we all believe that each of us is going to perform well on the day. So,
what is going to be your main focus to make the results of the grand final different to the upper bracket grand final?
as I said on Wednesday, I'm gonna make sure I don't tumble in the Cho'Gath queues. You know, like I'm gonna make sure I don't int and throw the game away, because last year against PGG it was on me to carry, and I just inted. So.
Praetor, what about you guys? What are you hoping and focusing on to make sure that the game plays, well, the series plays out exactly like it did last time?
I definitely hope the series doesn't play out the same as last time, because that was kind of rough for me in the last 2 or 3 games. But I think our mistakes were a lot easier to fix than their mistakes. So I think coming into this, we had a lot easier time to prepare, and I'm super confident in our preparation, and I think we're going to look a lot better this week than we did last week.
Speaking of preparation, you know, we saw you play Kai'Sa a lot in the regular season. I think she was your most played champ, but we only saw you play her once when you came up against Peace, and you focused a lot on the Tristana. So how important is it for you to take the Kai'Sa this game, or are you looking at picking a lot of other champs?
As shown on my Twitter page last night, I got rank 1, by the way, playing some different champs a lot. I'm not trying to not play Kai'Sa as much, because I trust myself fully on Kai'Sa. So yeah, I've been just learning new champs, and it's been really fun and really successful. And some of the Peace players are struggling to get a Diamond 1, so it's gonna be pretty rough for them, I think.
Cheeky little flex. I'm glad to hear that you made the rank 1. But Violet, you're pretty similar boat. You know, Kai'Sa is one of your most played, up there with Xayah. So which one are you going to be focusing on getting more, or are you also looking to bring in a whole new range of champs?
I mean, I personally don't care what champion I play. Like, I'm confident on any AD carry that I pick on stage.
I want to ask one more last quick question to you guys. If you want to start, Violet, is what are your predictions for the grand final? How many games are we going to? And I guess whose favor is it going to be in?
I think it's going to be 1-0, because their bot lane's going to give up after the first game.
And Praetor, what about you? Do you think it's going to play out like that as well?
I don't trust our team to 3-0, so I'll say we're going to probably 3-1, and we'll fumble a game. But we'll fumble a game, and their AD carry will tumble and lose a game, so we're chilling.
We will be looking out for that. I actually do remember, I have one more question for you, Praetor. I haven't spoken to you in a little bit, and the last time I spoke to you, you were only waking up at about 5 p.m. Most days. So what time did you actually wake up for today's game?
I woke up at a bit before 4 p.m. so I could fit a solo queue game in, and I regret fitting that solo queue game in. It was a depressing game.
Well, look, I'm proud of you for making it a little bit earlier wake-up time. Maybe not so much for the solo queue game, but thank you both so much for joining me, and good luck in the series today.
Thank you very much.
Thank you, thank you, thank you.
Let's head back on down to Mac and the boys and continue on with the show.
We're back with the show. And look, you know what that takes us to? It's time to talk about the predictions. But before, did you guys want to mention anything about the interview? A little bit of spice there, thrown out both ways.
I thought that was a fantastic call by Praetor.
Yeah.
The fumble and tumble, I mean, you couldn't have put it off better. I don't know if he actually came up with that beforehand or if he came up with it on the spot, but either way, crisp, clean delivery. Loved it.
If it was a series, he's 1-0 up.
He's
1-0 up. Honestly, it should just be a head start at this point. We should start them off as 1-0 to Pentanet, because, you know, Violet did well. I thought Violet had a pretty strong early game in the interview.
Definitely.
He was definitely like, he had a big CS lead in lane, maybe took turret pretty early, but Praetor just got to late game, got his items, and just completely took over. So well done in that interview, Praetor.
Could be a prelude for what we might get to see in the actual game.
Yeah, similar into the Rift, you know, we do see PGG coming back from about the mid-game usually. But look, let's have a quick look at the predictions. We've got 2 pages of these, of course. We have myself, Jubes, and Elfish Guy, who's joined me in the Peace prediction. All right, you want to tell me why?
Yeah, look, I mean, I can't say I'm super confident with this one. I think this is probably not quite a 50-50 matchup. I would go ahead and still say I think actually that Pentanet are the favorites coming into this, but Peace showed us that at their peak level, they can dismantle Pentanet, and I'm kind of feeling like they're the kind of team that steps up to the occasion, right? We saw them in the upper bracket final. That was their best performance that we've seen from them so far this season. Going down into the lower bracket against the Chiefs, I felt like they took their foot off the pedal a little bit. So now the stakes are a little bit higher. I think stepping up here into this grand final is going to be something they're going to be able to do. And I think they bring their A game. I think they bring their A+ game. And I'm gunning for that 3-2, though it is, in my opinion, going to be a very close grand final here.
Now, Jubes has gone for Pentanet, but Nat, I think we have a second page with your predictions as well as the casters there. It's Pentanet clean sweep on this page, so it's myself and Jordan versus the world. Nat, you want to give us a breakdown of why you've gone for the 3-1?
Oh, sure. I mean, firstly, I'll say I went with Pentanet because Peace have played a large number of games in comparison, so I think it's going back to the whole, there is a lot of substance for Pentanet to pick apart in their gameplay. But the 3-1, I'm kind of in the same boat with what Praedith said. I think there is a chance for Pentanet to fumble, but I think they are really fast acting in correcting a lot of things that they might be lacking in, and so I think ultimately that's why it's going to go in their favor at a 3-1.
Well, there you go. So, Jude, do you want to break anything down before we move on from predictions, or?
Just quickly,
yeah,
I will say I think that Peace will win a couple games from laning phase in particular. You know, Pentanet have shown us they're a little bit sloppy in lane sometimes. And then I just think, you know, that Pentanet are just a better team, and that will get them over the line. Similar to the best of 5 we saw previously. I'm expecting very similar games.
Okay. Well, hopefully your prediction is correct for you. Hopefully my prediction is correct for me, because we can't all be correct. Now let's have a quick look at some extra stats here as well. Stats, of course, are going to be first dragons taken, first turrets taken, and first bloods taken. And they're heavily skewed in the favor of Peace here, Jordan.
Yeah, I mean, it's no surprise, really, is it? This is something that we've been talking about all season long. Peace is very good in the laning phase. They're very good in the first 15 minutes of the game. Where things do tend to fall down a little bit for Peace is post that stage, when they get into the mid-game team fights, when they get into the late-game team fights. Even despite having advantages, there might be 1 or 2 of these kind of inty team fights that they throw in or throw away in a sense, and it doesn't even necessarily have to be a team fight. It can be a player getting picked off before a dragon comes up, or at an inopportune time that maybe allows their opponent to grab a Baron, some key objective, a mid-tower, something like that. So yes, it's good to see Peace getting themselves in good positions early on in the piece, and that's part of the reason why I put them in my prediction here, Mac. I think they continually put themselves in winning positions. It's just that the consistency in terms of converting that into a game win isn't necessarily always there. So the stats on paper are good, but I want to see more than just the first dragon, the first turret, the first blood. I want to be seeing the 3rd turret, the 4th turret, the 5th turret, the Baron, that kind of thing. And then from there, obviously the conversion into things like first inhibitor and, more importantly, first Nexus.
Yeah, of course. That is the, you know, the pool size for this, of course, was all season. This isn't just playoff stats as well. Now, let's have a look at a head-to-head between 2 very important players here. Let's just bring that one up and have a quick look at who we're comparing to one another. It's going to be Violet and Praedith. So the 2 from the interview. Praedith, rank 1, by the way. You know, just in case anyone missed that in the interview, you know, he's very proud of that.
I think it's actually a good thing to talk about here between Praedith and Violet, given the fact that we've seen a fair bit of discussion surrounding this matchup and the bot lane matchup in general. There's a bit of discussion, you know, who gets the MVP this season? Is it Praedith? Is it Violet? Is it maybe someone else? Certainly these 2 are in the running for it, but I want to throw some stats your way, Mac, and I've just been having a bit of a look at some of the matchups here. Violet, this season, he's been ahead at 15 minutes every single game. Ooh, that includes regular season, that includes playoffs, that includes all the matches against Praedith. 100% ahead at 15 for him, which is a phenomenal ability, you know, to be able to kind of transition that across over the course of every single match that he's played. Not only that, but he's also got a 50% first blood participation rate for the playoffs. And a lot of those matches are, in theory, the games that are against the really important, the really high-tier teams. So I think for me, you know, looking at this matchup, I actually probably give it to Violet based on the stats that I've been looking at. I mean, I don't know if you can see. There's a lot of green here on the top. There's a lot of red there on the bottom. And Violet's the one that has all the green. Praedith is the one that has all the red. So that's not necessarily a call-out or anything like that to Praedith, but he did say himself in the interview that that had been a rough game for him, the one that they did play in the playoffs there, Mac, and he's going to have to step up.
Well, thanks for that, Jordan. What I got from that is green good, red bad.
I was also going to jump in and say another thing that goes to Violet's favor is when we look at those most picked champs, I've got, sorry, lost my place. So Violet has picked Xayah and Kai'Sa pretty much the same amount of time. So he's pretty even on that, whereas we have Praedith, who picked Kai'Sa 10 times, and then his next most picked is Tristana on 3. So there is a very clear difference to like who they favor a lot more, and I think Violet just has that, I guess, spread a lot more even than Praedyth does.
One thing to sort of touch on in that respect
more
as well.
stats.
Yeah, no, not necessarily stats, but it is something that's kind of facilitated by Peace. You know, I mean, obviously we talk about Praedyth and his ability head-to-head when it comes to this matchup, but I think Violet is facilitated a little bit more than Praedyth is. You'll often see Lisa coming down into the bot lane, dropping the Rift Herald, and that'll be all the plates going over to Violet. I don't feel like we get that same sense quite as often from Pentanet. It seems to be that they spread things around a little bit more, but it's almost always about Violet when it comes to Peace. And it's like, can we get him some more gold? If we can, then we do that. So maybe the stats are a little bit skewed because of that, but he does get a lot of work done. So can't really complain for Peace.
You know how you get those first bloods? Reaction time. Do you know how you get ahead at 15 minutes every single game?
How?
Cognitive ability, knowing what you're doing. And you can test that. Esports Assessment Labs. It's pretty good. You can go test yourself, make sure you assess yourself, and as you're doing it throughout time, you can then look back and see how much you've improved or, I guess, devolved as a human. So that's more for me, the post sort of side of things. I think Jordan's been doing it relatively quickly, relatively recently.
I'm speed.
I'm
all about it.
Lots of focus, lots of confidence. He's very... So, was that Rusty?
What do you want?
I heard that you were very focused, but you had no idea what I was talking about. So maybe you need to go back, test yourself with Esports Assessment Labs again, because you just weren't paying attention at all.
Are you talking about my stats on the results? Because I don't want to talk about them too much back. They're a little bit embarrassing, some of those.
They just keep getting brought up, don't they? I mean, we looked at our results. I remember doing my one, and I fell behind in a lot of different categories. And I looked at my attention and thought, maybe this is the reason I'm play-by-play. But, you know, enough about how, washed up we are as individuals. We don't want to talk about ourselves too much. We want to talk about these two teams that have made it here, Max. So carry on with the stat show that you've already put together.
Oh, mate, we've had enough of the stats. It's pretty close to Champ Select. So before we jump in, you know, any thoughts you want to share with us or anything you want to say to Jubes, Nat, or Jordan, or even myself?
Well, all I'm going to say to Jubes is, you might want to try and come across here to the start of the studio, mate, but I think you might get lost on the way here. So maybe just stay on the couch, eh?
I think that's pretty...
Is that an invitation?
I think it is.
Come and get him.
Is that an invitation?
Come and get him.
You're
Sounds
lucky.
like it.
Do you know the way, Jubes?
I haven't gotten approval from Mr. Witherby to go sort this one out. Now, don't know the rules and regulations around this vicinity yet, so I will not. Maybe next game I'll come pop my head in.
Yeah.
And we can talk mano a mano. And
okay.
And we'll see how that goes. Maybe I'll even do the play-by-play because rumor has it I'm arguably the best play-by-play in the world. In the world.
That's a really big call.
In the world.
I mean, I don't want to bring up the last performance you had.
Yeah.
So.
Oh, come on, look. I'm going to save you, Jubes. I'm going to do you a solid. Ladies and gentlemen, it is time for Champ Select. Casters, take us away.
So by the
Get
bell
him
there.
off screen.
Oh, how good is Back saving them. Everybody just trying to get blasted as we jump into the very first game here of the LCO Grand Finals. Wow, it has been an absolute dream to really be back in the studio. We're finally here. Unfortunately, the players themselves can't be here with us, but we can bring you all the hype, all the action, all the tension from what was an absolute blockbuster best of 5 last time. The question is if that'll happen again today.
Yeah, I mean, last time being 5 games, it was exciting. And the recipe that we saw in those 5 games as well is something that I wouldn't be surprised to see again today, right? We know from all of the stats that they were just chucking at everyone that Peace are very good in the early game. Yep. They always generate those leads. We know for a fact that Pentanet are better in the mid game and always bring back those deficits. And so we have to look at the draft now as it comes up for our first game of the best of 5 skimmy to see exactly how it pans out and if the recipe is set from draft.
We had to figure out because both teams, if it's worth noting from that last best of 5, anytime they won, they would always go for blue side. Every single time. First pick priority, so damn important. And we can really look at some of these picks and understand why they are a priority between the two of them. For the side of Peace, Seraphine, unanimously banned. Blue, red side, they don't care. They just don't want to play. Aladoric would much prefer hard, engaged support champions. That's the side of Pentanet. You know, remove the fact of Xayah. We see Violet always fall onto comfort with that champion. Play from behind, have that escape tool. How many times have we seen the Featherstorm into a Zillion Revival? The guy has 9 lives.
Yeah, 100%, right? Looking at it with the Tristana ban, the 80 carry pool starts to get limited. I think the first question here is, do Peace ever consider Rakan without Xayah?
Yeah.
I think given how good Aladoric has actually looked on the pick, might be worth considering. Looking past that, however, we'll see what happens with the bottom lane. Junglers are something that might be a high priority here as well, with both Lilia and Hecarim taken off the board. An early Udyr may be something that you would want to get in as soon as possible, which would throw the ball into Pabu's court, which, keep in mind, of course, Volibear is still a champion that you can play. I will always call it like a budget Hecarim, but I don't sincerely mean it's budget. I think just Hecarim's better. But Volibear definitely still an option here.
Yeah, Volibear is something that we've seen only played once here by Pabu. Definitely a pick on the side of Peace, but they flexed it between jungle and top. But what is worth noting here from Lisa's champion pool across the entire season, only 6 champions played. Lilia banned away, that's his most played. The Udyr and Hecarim have to be the go-to after that. And no surprise to Rusty, you're on the money. If Volibear's there, then Urgot might come alongside it.
Yeah, Urgot third is a very curious pick to me. You would expect that Peace will round out their bottom lane here. They do like Galio as a support with their Jinx. They could also go for the Alistar, which is just a free and good laning phase. It's something that scales nicely and can roam. But you can see that they're going to change their priority here simply because PGG first picked the Victor. Priority super high on that choice. And Peace say we don't want to get Halo completely banned out, make him go to like a Zilean comp where he is getting stretched. And, you know, the only thing being stretched right now is Halo's hairdo. As he's going to get that Orianna in third.
Yeah, he's definitely contemplating what he should be doing right now. Is it a champs league? Is it an angle of looking to try and find that new haircut to get himself clean, going overseas into the second rotation now of picks and bans? And we continue the trajectory, really, towards that AD carry champion pool. You mentioned from before with Praedyth that he is saying, well, I've been playing a lot more. I'm not going to be, you know, that one-dimensional player. We talk about Season 10, how he played so much Aphelios. But there's a lot of questions right now as to what we're seeing overseas, the likes of perhaps Kalista, maybe even Varus, for example, as to whether that'll come out.
Yeah, Kalista and Varus are 2 very big picks that we haven't seen much of, if any of, in Oceania. So definitely still options. You can see that Peace are going to be thinning out the AD carry champion pool, given that they've already got that Jinx. Praedyth, he has diversified his champions played. He got rank 1 and said it in the interview that he was doing it with different champions. Wouldn't be surprised to see something new from him here. You can see the Varus is now going to be taken away. So add that to the wheelhouse of his champions. Add another ban that Peace may want to consider if they're going to target him. Let's see where he chooses to go with his AD carry of choice, because they also haven't shown their support pick yet. Peace will have to show something here. I think a support pick's fine. Give Appy a bit more agency. Gnar being taken away, the pool is getting limited a little bit for him in top lane. But he does still have some choices.
There's a lot of choices, Rusty. He's played 14 unique champions this entire season, the most out of anybody in the LCO. So he is definitely a person that likes to say, I'll do anything you need. And if you date your mind back to that previous best of 5, he was actually getting Respect Nocturne bans as well, because they were that scared as to really what he could offer. So the Rakan taken away, you start to wonder, well, what are they going to pair with this one? We've seen Renekton time and time again be that really strong in the shader. And there's the Aphelios. I mean, sure, there were other options, right? Jhin, Sivir, if we were looking to try and go down that narrow choke point, but if Aphelios is still there, this is Praedyth to a T.
Yeah, and Jinx is one of those champions that can be quite good at outranging you with rockets if you are going to be low range. Varus is one of those exceptions where he can use spells to navigate the range difference. Aphelios is also a very similar thing, you know, with certain weapons, he actually can match the range, if not best it, of the Jinx, but with certain weapons, he's low range and maybe weak to attacks. We'll see again, Alistar is going to be a support option here. Also a takeaway from Alidoric, who is going to be our last pick, is going to be our counter pick potentially for the bottom lane. This Braum Hover is okay. You've got Udyr, who has Tiger. You've got Renekton with W as well, so stuns can hit. But it doesn't do a whole lot more other than just help protect the team. It's not like it's countering an Ornn or something like that on the other side.
Yeah, it definitely looks to me as if it's the case we're looking to try and tag up as many people as possible with that passive and just try and lock them down. You look at the side of Pentanet right now, a ton of just pushing forward, creating this massive, beefy front line then for the Aphelios in the back end to hit you from afar, give them all the uptime in the world. As for the side of Peace, it just looks like a case of finding picks, finding targets, and getting this Jinx online.
Yeah, the big thing for me with Peace is I think they're very reliant on having big flank plays to try and hit some kind of teamfight success here. You know, you've got an Udyr that'll run fast at you, but it's like you can flash away or you can counter that easily if he's running into the belly of the beast that is PGG's team composition. So Renekton flanks, teleports from Appy is going to be a major factor here, which means Appy can't fall behind. And he's against BioPanther, who has been notoriously strong in just surviving lane, not necessarily winning. Appy is the person who wins top lane. So this is a very exciting matchup to see if that plays out as you would expect on paper, where the Renekton may be able to run away with it.
We'll get to see it because we have seen this Urgot find a lot of success in the past when the ult comes out, fears everybody apart, looks to take you down in a situation where you might have 9 lives, you might have the Zillion, the Featherstorm, everything above and more. But we bait you into a situation where now, you know, he's gobbled up. Are you going to protect him? You're going to leave him to the wolves? You're going to do something about that? This is a chance really for Biopanther to flex that he is the only person out of all 10 players that's been to Worlds, been international before, back in 2018 with the Direwolves.
Yeah, exactly. I mean, the closest person is Halo in terms of who has won premierships and gone international, but he was a substitute, so we don't really count that. He did get some stage games, but not nearly enough for us to say anyone can keep up with Biopanther here. Looking at the full comps, we spoke a little bit about Peace already maybe being flank reliant. We do have to acknowledge that their laning phase can still be quite deadly. Lisa needs to be active, however. And a lot of people will come into this best of 5 skimmy and they'll say that the difference is going to be in AD carries, right? Like maybe the MVP will be decided in the bottom lane, but you cannot forget about mid lane. And I realistically think that Chaz v Halo may be the deciding factor in this entire best of 5, not just in this game. They can make a major influence.
Certainly can. We're going to load into the game, get ourselves underway with a best of 5. It's an LCO Grand Final. We couldn't be happier to share it with you guys as we figure out which team will be the Oceanic representative going to MSI. And as we load ourselves into this one, I do believe we have on standby the General Manager Frequency from Pentanet joining us. How are you? Well, we may not have it. We'll have to wait a few seconds to figure out the technical situation with that one there, Rusty. But in the meantime, let's see what we get in the very first few minutes here. Any crazy invade? Most likely, probably just a 5-man fan out.
Yeah, just having a quick look at the runes of choice, the keystones here. There's 2 phase rushes for Peace in their mid and jungle roles, where it is press the attack for Pabu as the one major point of difference. Having spoken to Pabu about Volibear before, he does believe that press the attack is just the best option. Other players can sometimes go for Predator, but at the end of the day, press the attack is just more reliable, more consistent damage. So that's the one big change up here that you'll see. And press the attack again for Biopanther, so a lot of early damage if he wants to path from bot to top and maybe look for a gank.
I mean, how important really is that for the narrative of what both these teams excel at? You talk about Pentanet being the team that really want to bring it to the mid-game, take as many of those dragons and fights as possible, whereas Peace want to be that really strong first 15-minute comp. Pete, are you there? Can you hear us this time?
Pete!
Pete! Don't leave me on scene, Pete.
Oh, no.
I don't think it's happening. I don't think it's happening, Rusty. We're going to have to crack on with this game as we see how the series does start off with. But yeah, as you say, press the attack. Could be very strong. We'll have to see how it finds those trades going in here. We talk about the top lane. That really, for me, has to be the rock on the top. If you look at some of their stats in terms of XP difference, gold difference by 15, they're at the bottom across regular season. That's because they're so keen to always invest their TPs to go elsewhere.
Yeah, and one major thing here, actually, we'll hold that thought as mid.
Could be in a lot of trouble right now. There's going to be Papa looking to try and take out Halo, who's getting low. Needs one more auto attack to try and turn things around. Lisa getting amongst all the chaos and the action. Looking to try and force out some summoners if he can find it. He's got flash. He doesn't need it. He finds first blood. Chaz now hits the side storm. And, well, the laser is going to find that kill, but everybody bleeding.
And Halo may have no flash, but he definitely has the current health advantage in mid lane, ticking over to 3. May save Chaz's laning phase just a little bit longer. Elidoric and Violet looking aggressively stanced in bottom lane here as well. Decoy
could be in a spot above her right now. Up goes the shield, the stun connects, looking to get a lot of damage across on towards him, but Violet has no money. He can't stay in rocket form for much longer. Out goes the zap in a trade. That just works wonderfully for Peace.
Yeah, so Peace controlling this bottom lane matchup as they are wont to do and have always done in the past, almost regardless of matchups. But they did choose this one. They countered the Braum into it. And a quick check-in back with mid lane. Remember that it was Pentanet.gg who initiated the gank. They flashed in mid with confidence, and Lisa just being there, reading the play, knowing where to be to protect his mid laner, has a major influence in that. And just like we said, maybe AD carries are a significant difference. They're fighting of their own accord, however. Mid lane, the pathway for junglers, the silk road that it creates to those side lanes is the place to be.
Yeah, I think the mid lane in particular for these two teams at times gets overlooked because we talk about how much of a case it is of Predator versus Violet, how these supports can do what they do best, how that's not going to get actually taken on down. And he's now completely ruined his tempo, but these mid laners opens up the ability to find yourself onto the map like what Lisa's doing. Bit of counter jungling. A creative little route down to bot sides.
Yeah, also good vision control, Skimmy, that he's been able to place now. 2 good wards inside the red quadrant of PGG's jungle. You can see that Pabu is going to go towards the other side of the map as well. They are vertical jungling, however, there's no camps there. So perhaps just going to take a stab at mid lane one more time. Remember, Halo, no flash. Phase rush is there, though.
Pabu looking to try and drive it through again. They're going to layer that stun together so beautifully. Lock him in place. Halo going to hit himself with the shield, the mitigation. It's just not going to be enough. The kill goes across to Chaz, and mid lane is evened. But bot side again, both junglers getting aggressive. Decoy in trouble. He's got no sustain left. The stun connects again. Maybe an all-in as the exhaust connects. But they have been locked under their turret for the first 5 minutes.
Yeah, I mean, Violet running out of mana definitely wasn't something they were going to overcommit to. That exhaust was definitely just a little bit too far here from the side of Peace. But at the end of the day, they are still winning these trades. Lisa with a nice little move down towards the bot side of the map. Pabu is at the tribe bush, so Peace will probably have to leave that area. We will see once again the play in mid lane. Really easy combo when Volibear can hit the initial stun and Victor's able to get the channel and charge up stun on top of it, as we do once again get an earlier look in what happens bottom lane. Kratos just tries a little bit too hard, I think, to make plays there and steps onto some Jinx traps, so deservedly does lose that one.
Both plays came from the fact that neither had vision. None really found here for Penta towards that bottom half of the map. Lisa does have that free ticket, that free entry. You can now see that the ward is there to scout out where he may be hovering, because they are still locked underneath this turret. The same could be said for Halo, where his vision was towards the top half of the map to protect out Appy. But when the dust settles, the priority is found. That's what you're talking about before, Rusty. The fact is you can get yourself that first neutral objective.
Yeah, 100% bot priority. Mid seemingly pushing pretty favorably here for Halo right now. Also, so free Drake going to be secured. Just a quick check in here as well with top lane. There hasn't been any Appy solo kills, which is something we're used to seeing, honestly, at this point. So, yeah. You know, Biopanther's not someone who should get solo killed. He never really does fall prey to that. Speaking of praise, Prey Death in trouble.
That's a TP commit. It's a 4v1 dive underneath the turret. There's nothing you can do about this one. Run, stun, bear slaps, and it's all just done. And that's another kill found in the bot lane.
Yeah, picture perfect from Alidoric in terms of tanking the turret. Hits the Q to engage it for his team and survives with just a sliver of health left. And no one takes damage. Halo's going to cop a bit himself in mid, and Decoy in the area.
He's in trouble. He needs to try and get out of this wind up. The stun connects! And Decoy, well, he's going to take that kill for himself. But that's another moment for Chaz to execute and outperform.
Yeah, I mean, looking at mid right now, it is a 1-0-1 Victor, even though the kill goes to Decoy. I believe if he wanted to get involved in that kill at all, he would have had to have taken it just because of the health value of Halo. But a nice stun from Chaz, able to set that one up. And now we're 0-2 Orianna on the opposing side. So overall, I think PGG will be pretty happy with how this early game has gone. You know, a lot of chaos in bottom, yes. A couple of really strong moves from Lisa, yes. But they are not thousands and thousands of gold ahead, which is always the concern if you're a PGG fan. And so they are going to get to that mid game with a little bit more success than we've perhaps seen from them in the previous best of 5.
It is worth noting, though, it's still early days where turret plates are available, where we got the ability to now rotate with that Herald spawning in just about 20 to 15 seconds. That's when these big margins can soon start to balloon. Are you going to look to try and invest your resources topside, guarantee their Herald, or are you going to leave your lanes as they are and free turret plates and free solo XP?
One thing we didn't mention here as well, just quickly, is that it is the choice of Phase Rush for Decoy. Aftershock is the other option, but usually when you go Phase Rush, it's because you want to be able to follow up and hit that E-stun. Just to continue to enable your team doing damage. It does mean that you'll be far more squishy. So even at level 6, you know, not having that extra resistances from the Aftershock, you can still die. It has to be much more particular as Chaz and Pabu are making their way down here.
Standard lanes were kept in place. Biopanther does have TP advantage.
They haven't cleared that bush at all, though. There's 2 controllers that are just sitting there. So Peace with a lot more confidence to play however they would like, just knowing, you know, the exact whereabouts of Chaz and Pabu. The blue buff is going to go, but that's something that could also be traded by Lisa on the opposing side of the map. However, it's not something that I would say is guaranteed to go to the Orianna just yet. There's a lot of time between that blue spawning and PGG rotating.
Well, the zoning that PGG curated in this bot lane has merited them at least 2 turret plates. It's so low for that second one, Rusty, from Konami on down, but yeah, I think the emotes tell us it all. You know, he wants that gold injection.
Abu did have flash, did have ultimate available there. A chilling smite makes it very easy to close the distance onto the Orianna. Halo not wanting to go 0 and 3 right now with a corrupting pot Dark Seal tier build. Definitely wants to try and steady stream of income and try and maintain that for as long as you can. You don't want to fall behind, or you just stay there with this build.
You can see how aggressive Pentanet are playing right now because they know they got double TP advantage. They can make a play anywhere on the map at any given moment. This is a turret dive for sure. This could be an 0-3 Halo right now. He needs to be in trouble. He needs to be careful. Out goes the Shockwave, but his health bar falls on down. He's flashed out to safety, but here comes the bear. Decoy picks up the kill again. He's now huge. He's going to flash away here from the Udyr. 1v3, looking to try and be a menace in the jungle. But it's just not good enough. Mid lane is targeted.
Yeah, the collapse was coming from Abby, but it was going to be far too late. Remember, no teleport there to assist his team. BioPanther still with it available after the play ends. And they'll get the summoner spells out of PGG, but they're the ones who are going to get away with the kill and their lives. And once again, just trying to put Halo in the bin is the game plan here. And so far, so good. The tragedy is that they keep going to Decoy.
So they do keep going to Decoy. He's got himself those boots of lucidity. No doubt going to have himself a very low summoner cooldown. Putting that flash on repeat to make sure that he finds all the angles in the world to connect and collaborate with Pabu's Volibear here. The first pick, Victor, finding its success so far.
Yeah, absolutely. Of course, the early priority on the Volibear, something that has and is pretty successful around the world, just not as much in the LCO. Probably a big proponent of the champion, however, so no surprises. He knows what he's doing. It's kind of looking at the game now as it slows down. We can acknowledge, Skimmy, that gold is dead even. We've spoken about how this could favor one particular side, but with the Drake spawning and with Peace already with priority in the river, they could be face checking some damage here.
It's Peace that find themselves into the river first. They're going to be able to use the zone to clear out, deploy their own wards, and buy themselves some crucial time onto this dragon. Look to leash it out. Everybody here, this might be our first 5v5.
I don't even think it will be, though. Looking at PGG, they have no sense of urgency behind this. Their composition scales perfectly fine. They want 2 items on both of their carries before they start to go insane. Victor can be very strong with just the one, however. As both mid laners have gone for Tier and Dark Seal, that slows them down as Decoy.
Decoy in a whole bunch of trouble right now. Lisa looking to try and lay down that CC trap. 1 and 2, looking for the Chompers, looking for the damage to Moonlight Vigil. Praetor has all the damage in the world right now. Close quarter combat damage is what he's doing. Moonlight Vigil for the Chakram's like he just would not believe it. He finds himself a kill, takes out Lisa, who so desperately wanted to drop the Herald afterwards. And the play from Peace goes sideways.
Yeah, and I mean, it is Peace who are face-checking the bush, right? It's still Pentanet who take the engage themselves. They initiate the play, and that is because they have a distinct teleport advantage. Appy just about to have his up. So you can see the play goes favorably for them, even though it was quite close. The teleport comes in fairly early here from BioPanther, and Praetor definitely on one of the widest flanks of his career. Just from the way that you can see him move and gets exhausted and doesn't do a whole lot. And Lisa is able to actually take out one member here in Pabu. But Praetor's able to collect the kill, BioPanther able to just walk mid, and Chaz able to teleport top, so they don't actually lose anything in any lanes from the teleport play.
Appy didn't actually have his TP available at that given moment. It was channeling up, it was soon to come back, but does now give them the opportunity to try and bounce back and find their own play. As the Herald has to be summoned for base before it expires. Out goes Adonis. He's looking for an all-in onto Chaz right now. Chaz has flash. He's been stunned. The trap has been laid down. Aladoric there needing to flash if he can. Lisa looking for a flank as well, but he has no flash, and Chaz has just got himself through the belly of the beast.
Yeah, Chaz really trying to force that wave in. Did have a Herald coming towards the wave, so it was going to be easier said than done, and just perhaps steps a little bit too far forward there. And, you know, it was good patience from Appy more than anything else to sit in the bush, pops the ultimate to actually start the engage, to try and get that rage bar up and maximize his damage output. End of the day, they may not get the kill, but they'll get the summoner spells, and they know that Chaz doesn't have that teleport to come and help and influence anything at the current moment.
Predator trying to get all the gold in the world before those plates fall on down. He might just die right now. He's just dead. He's just gone. The rocket connects too greedy for the turret execution. Decoy in a whole bunch of trouble right now. Just outranges the zap. Otherwise, they may have just run him down for an easy second.
Yeah, look at the timing of this fight as well, right? You've actually got the Berserker Greaves chosen and rushed here by Praedyth. On the other side of the coin, the Kraken Slayer was complete at the time of the fight. So really good timing here by the side of Peace. Turret basically going to drop here in the meanwhile also. And so against the curve, what seems like, you know, the just ticking over to 14 minute, we get one more plate maybe if I'm Praedyth, is ultimately going to be his downfall here. Zaladoric on the money with these skill shots early on.
Certainly has been putting in work here with this R5 Brom pick. Showcasing that, look, you can try and remove some of my key champions. You can try and remove our identity as this insanely strong bot duo. But we still have options to play around with. And that's really worth noting, right? You know, item spikes were there. Now you can see another one. The Turbo Chem Tank is available for the side of Lisa. Pentanet looking to try and go for their very first objective of the game.
Yeah, exactly right. The first one of the game, 15 minutes in, they decide to make the decision to actually get it done. You could see, of course, on the other side of the map. Down in bot lane, there was a lot of emphasis from Peace, and the respawns of PGG means they could pass through mid or through top lane. The fact that they were missing does make it hard for Peace to want to go and contest that one. Nevertheless, you can see where Praedyth is right now, about to hit that recall. Probably has got his Kraken Slayer. And with all these mythics now starting to be completed, Skimmy, and with 1 minute until the third Drake of the game, it is a Cloud Soul, but it is the third of the game in Soul Point for Peace. Maybe we start to see a point where, you know, PGG get a little bit more frisky with the situation. Maybe they start saying we actually look for these fights right now. Maybe they don't, because they've got Herald. They could actually try and play with some agency on the other side of the map. Cloud Soul's not the be-all, end-all, yes. And you've got one more Drake worth of time to try and get some money on your side.
Yeah, I mean, I suppose it goes back to your original point. If you're feeling quite content that you can just scale up into this game, that you've got no major fear in the world to really worry about, then why give them an opportunity to try and flip the game into a very uneven state? We talked about how early, how close the gold lead was early into this one. Sure, there's a small lead in favor of Peace, but that's just been about timings. And another timing favors them again as they look to try and dive Biopan. For 1v3, he will survive. He has to burn his flash. But that opens up the floodgates to try and take this turret down. Penta had the same idea, topside, mind you. And it's all about asserting themselves as much map dominance for this third Drake.
Yeah, Pabu summons the Herald, immediately disengages. They're going to prioritize giving all of the gold in the farm to Praedyth. The charge, unfortunately, Herald dies from that last turret shot, so the inhibitor is not going to get a charge off on that turret. That was an Urgot ult.
There's an Urgot ult, this is an execution. They're pumping all their damage into the world right now. It's just a bait. Peace have left him to the wolves and said, we'll pick up this dragon, we'll put ourselves on a 21-minute soul point.
They will, unfortunately, for the side of PGG, yes, have to concede that one, but they're getting money. They are still looking, they are still hunting for the potential of fights. They are choosing, as we noted, gold over objectives. But they have got the clock on now. You can all see it on the top right of your screen. That's the moment that PGG may feel like they have no choice but to fight. They can steal a Drake once again, they'll buy more time. They have confidence, no doubt in my mind they have confidence that the later the game goes, the more confident they will be to win those team fights. The clock is on.
But that passage of play worked so beautifully there for Pentanet. Sure, you've sacrificed the dragon, but a kill, a turret, and map dominance really displayed here by just completely eradicating the top half of the map has stabilized what was a 3k gold lead going away from them.
Definitely has. Pretty much back to even, you're right. Pabu is pretty tragically far behind, though, in comparison to Lisa. Remember that he was the one engaging a lot of the early plays. Does just now complete the gauntlet, however, so a little bit more utility there in his build. And for those skirmishes, that can prolong those trades out. A little bit easier to continue to chase people down, which works nicely with his PTA build. That's there, but he is quite notably behind the mark on his team.
Side lane's being looked at. The rest of the team getting a little bit angsty, deciding, oh, just poke our head in, see what happens. Top lane buffering back and forth as Appy now is able to finally take down that top tier. While another turret goes in the way of Peace. Both teams now sitting at 3 apiece. Ganking angles becoming that much easier to find.
And you know, so far, 19 minutes into this game, I can't say I felt nerves from Violet. I can't say I felt nerves from Appy or Lisa. Halo has been pretty heavily targeted. Overall, I think he's been mechanically sound still. There's been no major mistakes. And the reason that I bring this up is, again, remember that they're all pretty new to the stage. They know that this best of 5 leads to Reykjavik, leads to MSI and to Iceland. But the nerves haven't actually affected their gameplay just yet. I think once the game slows down, and we do hit that natural point, right, where, like, say, PGG do get the next Drake, and they've got another 5 minutes to brew on it. Maybe it starts to play on their minds where those small mistakes can get exacerbated, right? A game can be decided on a small mistake. Maybe we start to see them then, but so far, very hopeful for having a good series here on Peace's side.
As you say, rock solid. Feels a little bit back to how Peace introduced themselves into the LCO, where it was Halo that was getting targeted on repeat. The rest of the lanes, apparently, they just said, you're ungankable. We just don't want to put our head in there. You are the weak link.
So this is actually, yeah, we're about to see him recall. Praedyth, I was just looking at that, bought an entire Runans. He has been sitting on so much gold, and you get that vibe, right? They're not looking to fight. They've been planting him in side lanes. They've been really heavily prioritizing trying to keep Praedyth up with Violet, who usually has a whole team protecting him and surrounding him. PGG did the opposite. They said, go to the island, isolate yourself, quarantine up in top lane, get some turrets. Still getting some gold on their carry, and once again, the identity difference between these players and these teams, very noted.
Fantastic champion at doing so, especially when the chakrams are up and available, can shred through them. And if you date your mind back to when Aphelios first came out, this would be that traditional 2-item power spike with the Moonlight Vigil ramps on through. You're able to literally annihilate anybody from afar. And if we look at these competitions once again from the champion select to now, you know, we clearly see that identity of get those 2 items, get that power spike, will create that front line, and you've just got to work some magic.
You can see right now he's prioritizing the blue and the red weapons here, Praedyth. Did cycle through the Gravitum, so not looking for engage for his team. And not looking to hold on to that one, just to throw out the ultimate and cycle then. Red and blue, I don't know if he'll necessarily still have both of these. He may cycle the blue, but if you hit a team fight with this build, you actually heal an insane amount. So your close range, close quarters team fighting is ridiculous with this item build now being completed with a Runans there as well. So there's something worth pointing out. Now you can see because he's actively swapping between those weapons that it may be his intent to try and keep them, or just may cycle the blue one now.
Now, one of the skills of an Aphelios player is knowing what weapons to have at any given moment. Definitely can be abused and targeted by the opposition. That turret's going to eventually fall on down, being crippled for a fair bit of time, but it is fitting for what we're playing for now. 15 seconds at a soul point.
Yeah, let's take stake of this. The soul point is clearly being contested by Pensinet. This could be one of the big game-deciding moments in game number 1 here. Peace working their way into the river. Big items are on the board. Teams have all summoner spells ready to go. PGG are going to kick this one off, but there's a big flank from the Renekton right now. Exactly what they need.
Looking for it right now. The Dragon down to 50%.
Nice
Aladoric already down. He's already low. I don't think this is a fight that Peace are looking for, especially when the Moonlight Vigil goes out. Tickles them. Doesn't really do too much. And the zonal threat, especially when Praedyth has these two, is enough for Peace to say, we'll fight this battle another day.
Yeah, they get there first. They push them away, and they keep them at bay. Peace.
Oh no, this is Peace looking to try and turn things around. Forget about the Dragon. We just want to try and win this fight right now. Appy tanking up the world and more. Aladoric forcing it the flash. Probably jumping into the red buff. Praedyth uncontested, untouched. He might just win the game right here. He's just sniping them all down from afar. They can't do much about it. It's going to be a 1-for-1 trade. Top laner for jungle. But that's our first little inkling as to the power spikes at 22 minutes.
And that fight takes place without Chaz really there. He gets to the fight so late, but Praedyth does so much work by himself that it makes the difference. Basically wins the team fight on his own, has the tank standing in front of him, but they're in the bounce house, right? They're copping the shockwaves, they're copping the full combos from the Orianna and the Jinx. End of the day, that is a very promising fight from PGG. We'll see this again. Peace engage. Lisa, Appy, they go forward. Shockwave, you can see it's going to hit Decoy and Pabu. Nothing doing. Praedyth, while there is a Braum Door in front of him and an Exhaust used, those two spells get coupled, and the second it ends, Praedyth steps forward. His positioning and his distancing from the opponents, spot on. And Chaz gets to the fight just to really corral them away as Peace make the play, and twice in a row now are deterred.
Certainly are. They're looking for the face check. They're looking for finding more than just that one kill. They want a decisive trade. They want a decisive moment in this game where respawn timers are that long that they can target a side lane, that they can try and open up the space and make more options and avenues for finding opportunities like that again.
My man's got the most efficient pathing in Summoner's Rift. Just sitting there having a dance break while he waits for the wolves to spawn.
He's not feeling those then.
I mean, Praetor's been dancing before as well. What can you say about this team with one of the most solid mentals you've ever seen? They have all become BioPanther. Just steadily through osmosis, they're just melding into one BioPanther that will never tilt.
Must be nice. As is the state of the game, 24 minutes. It's fitting for a game one that it is a little bit more cool, calm, collected, that it isn't too risk taking, I suppose, for lack of a better word. The fact is, once again, we find ourselves in a dead even state where Baron, forget about it. If anything, a Baron dance. Both teams very much honed in on who can go for that soul point in the fight afterwards.
Yeah, absolutely. It's not that they're risk averse, it's that they're not being adventurous. You know, they're not being risky in general. They are just playing pretty standard classic League of Legends in what they're after. Objectives versus gold values, recognizing when they're strong, recognizing when they're weak, and playing accordingly. We are going to hit that point very shortly, however, where you have to play against your opponents. You can't just ignore your opponents. There isn't a split pushing comp here. There isn't a crazy 1-4 style of comp. There isn't a 1-3-1 where you're drawing your opponents back and forth across the rift. It is just BioPanther and Appy that will be sitting in those side lanes. The rest of the team will just be grouping up, just looking for engages. The vision dances, the vision battles will be the key factor in this one around those objectives.
And if it's anything to go off so far, it has been Peace that have been the ones driving home that narrative of looking to try and claim that vision first. They've been the ones that have been getting into the jungle, finding fights, scouting out opportunities, and not afraid to be the proactive team in this series. This is the mid game. This is where Pentanet have shown that they can shine before. See if that Baron play is the turning point.
Just as a brief highlight here as well, no Merc Treads on the side of PGG against the Braum and the Udyr Renekton with the stuns there as well. Jinx traps. A lot of CC can be layered, which I think is the most important feature there, is it can be layered. So if they're able to find a carry, lock him down, for example, a Praetor who doesn't have a QSS or a cleanse and currently doesn't have flash, they can kill him very easily in one rotation. Also, that is all about, like we said, vision setup, vision control, being able to actually make the plays, because you talk about the team fighting of Peace, the engage of Peace. I mean, you've got your Braum ults, but primarily you have either a flash slap from an Udyr or you have a flank from Appy. Teleport is there, but he's constantly grouping with the team. He's constantly standing in front of them, just being another tank. And I do worry that that just opens the door to a front to back that PGG may want to happily take.
Get the side waves. Organically, they are building up against them. There are pings on towards that Baron because that has been started. Pentanet are feigning that we're not doing anything crazy. It's already down to 60%. Peace have to face check. The wards have to come out.
Really well sniffed out by Peace, realistically. You know, you say the jungler's missing, that makes sense. Praetor's off the map. You know, he could be anywhere.
Back on it.
Have once again started this one up. I mean, if nothing else, they're not really taking any damage. They are cycling those weapons as they would like. There's a teleport Peace. They're making the play now.
That's a flanking TP angle. Appy pops the ultimate straight away. Looking to try and run into 1v4. Buffers the shield, takes up the world and more. Halo's Oriana. The shockwave is big enough. Violet unprotected, but Praetor unprotected as well. They don't need any protection because they are sniping from afar. They are doing God's work. But remember, falls on down and Halo finally finds revenge for the camping in mid lane.
And the Cloud Soul is up, is present, and there is no way that PGG get to the pit. If you're lucky, you'll have a miracle snipe from Praetor, but he's not even going to consider it. It's far too risky. And while not many people do go down, once again, small trades on big skirmishes, it's enough to secure the objective. The Soul goes the way of Peace. And now we have an Elder Dragon that is going to spawn. Two major objectives worth fighting over. You can see already how willing Pentanet are to just start the objectives, see if their opponents can respond. When they've got a split vision, it's even harder to know where they are.
And how good was that teleport flank there from Appy more than anything? You continue to point about vision. The fact that there was a ward there to even make that play a possibility. He jumps in, he soaks up the world and more, hits the Sterix, buffers all his HP, even gets to hang onto his flash because the slice and dice, a double charge of that is enough and his job is done.
Yeah, and ultimately the fact that he had a Sterak's and survived for as long as he did from that item, which buys enough time for the Shockwave, you know, even though it was a 0-4 Orianna, it's enough, right? As long as you're hitting a carry, it's enough. We spoke about the layering of crowd control. You saw it just there. It's one person going. The second person follows. No Merc Treads, no cleanse. No way to get out alive. Praetor does have flash now, but Pabu and Chaz do not. So the cycle continues.
He's continued to group up as 5. They themselves now looking to try and clear out as much vision as possible. There is still one. Gone unnoticed. No sweeper to clear that. TP's available for Biopanther, but he forgets the bottom lane and continues to group up.
There's no way that they do this Baron without having swept or got a control ward on the pit itself. It feels like Peace are just posturing, but they have to wait for the cycling of their sweepers before they would ever consider it, so rightly so. You know, PGG, they've got the information. Peace have said, okay, what's going on here? The last control ward they have goes in the pit. Still doesn't spot as Decoy.
Decoy's just face checking. He needs to pop his ultimate straight away. I just don't know if it'll be enough. Decoy's dead. It's a shot down, and it's Violet that picks up the kill. A huge component of their initiation. And that's what happens when you walk into the fog of war. Punished big time.
Yeah, I mean, that's the phase rush. Alistar not being tanky enough. Pabu going to walk the long way into Appy.
Appy dashing on through, hits the blast cone, it's beautiful. Now the Stormbringer burn here from Pabu. The shockwave, it's huge. It's enough again. Chaz is deleted. Violet's excited. And Lisa, he's Turbo Giga running it down.
It's the fastest Udyr you've ever seen on Summoner's Rift. He's got the Cloud Soul on the Cloud Rift. He's got his Dead Man's Plate, but right now these shockwaves coupling with the team are the MVP. They're the hero. That time it was threatening both carries, and it is still Chaz with no flash. There's unfortunately the one that cops that one. Appy, brilliant escape to survive. The shockwave connects straight into Jinx traps, just dead. Biopanther has to use every spell available to him to get out, even with his life, and just barely scrapes away. Peace are running away with this. They have consistently now back-to-back won these skirmishes, and they're proving to be so threatening because they're always in the area first that PGG are base checking.
Their positioning has been sublime. The fact is that that first pick onto Decoy then translates into the fact that Appy on the side, able to zone out the members, able to bait out an ultimate, and able just to disengage with his life intact again, really playing this one to a fine art. The Baron is theirs for another 90 seconds, and they've got plenty of time before their Elder is even a possibility. Scout out, find picks, look for Decoy again. What are you doing?
Oh, they cancelled him.
They cancelled the blast. God, he's just dead again. Oh, add insult to injury, Rusty. It's the pick they're after, and the mechanics, they were flawless.
And Decoy currently a bit of a Murphy's Law player right now. Anything that can go wrong will. Has the flash, just tries to use the blast cone, but gets cancelled from a great Braum ultimate by Aladoric. Now it is a 4v5. Both carries still there, but the shockwave up and ready, while Halo is not in the area, does have the teleport, and they're threatening 2 lanes at once.
They're getting their values worth here with this Baron buff. They find that pick, it opens up the floodgates. They hit that 4-1 split. And with cannons inspired, they want to try and take an inhibitor within the next 50 seconds.
Yeah, I mean, this one's just going to fall right now. Maybe not the full inhibitor, the tower will go down first. The reinforcements get here just in time. Praetor trying to hold the mid wave, trying to clear it, does so successfully before they can get the Baron buff applied to those minions, so a lot easier to take down. Nice little sneak there by the AD carry of PGG, and the reset is just going to come across as a result. Lots of towers, lots of gold, and influx going the way of Peace. And this momentum, I feel like it may just never slow down unless it's a mistake perhaps from Peace or something special now from PGG.
And look what Peace have just purchased. That's 4 stopwatches in one shot. It's a case of we know what's on the line. This is our game to lose. We've got all the buffs, all the power, all the control of this map. We just can't die. We just can't fall behind. We just can't lose it at a late game moment like this.
The buff timing's perfect. There's no Baron to consider. There's just an Elder Dragon. They've got control of the map right now. You have to face check them if you want to fight for that Elder Dragon. You have to walk into the shockwaves, into the Braum combos. Very difficult to do and get away unscathed. So it will be a bloody affair.
They're going hunting again, looking to catch somebody on one of these side waves. Decoy seems to be the focus. Appy on the flank, Dominus activated, deterring any flank that Pentanet themselves may now be considering. Just trying to test the waters, see if they can bait out any summoners, any cooldowns. 5 seconds.
I mean, look at them. They have to run through bottom lane to even get to the river. They have been completely zoned. There's no way in for them. They're basically becoming the other side of the map. They're swapped sides of the rift.
The Orb is dropped. Pentanet know that this is not going down right now. Shockwave gone 3 times in a row, and Chaz just can't play the game. They all pile drive on through. CC layering. It's so clean. It's so beautiful to see. It's an opportunity here for Praetor to try and 1v3, but he looks to fall on down, but he takes out Jinx in the process. Halo running and gunning. They've got the movement speed. They've got the Cloud, so they've got the Ori ball. They force out the flash. And the tank duo left running to the fountain.
The wave is about 30 seconds away, so I think they're just going to look for the inhibitor. They're going to back to the Elder Dragon, so end is not something even in sight. They're actually going to even forego the inhibitor. They are prioritizing the Elder Dragon. Baron in a minute 20, so they can go from coast to coast after they get this Elder in a reset. And that is 3 times in a row, like you highlight, Skimmy, that Chaz has just been hit by a shockwave and dies. You can see how difficult it is for Pentanet to even get in. Pabu, the miracle steal with no flash or ult.
Oh, the shockwave connects again. Pabu's dead before the fight even starts. One more to attack or two, and he flushes out, survives. Then the rest of the piece come climbing on through. A stopwatch onto Chaz, but he's soon to fall down again. The Elder's still activated. The rest of Pentanet stuck in the Tribosh chokeholds. And this is Peace, fight after fight, displaying dominance.
Yeah, massively. They now accelerate the game out of control for PGG to deal with it all. The gold lead's going to go up to 6k. And with combat stats in hand, again, you get the Elder, you catch them, you get kills for it. It means that it's a free Baron sitting there on the other side of the map for them as well. They'll take everything that belongs to PGG and they'll make a statement in game number 1. It is not an easy best of 5 for you to win. Going to Iceland does not come cheap if you're the favorites of Pentanet. Peace, they hit a win. Shockwave one-hitting Chaz right there. Unfortunately for Chaz, really not having the best game right now. We spoke about this, the potential of a mid-diff. They're just going to end. All right.
Yeah, forget about the Baron spawn. We're looking to try and end this game right now. That's the first Nexus turret, soon to be a second. Decoy cycling through his entire rotation, but they're just going to wait it out. That is a very squishy Alistar, especially with Phase Rush, and that's 2 inhibitors falling on down with your Nexus now exposed. 1 turret to protect all the super minions that are soon to flood it.
Yeah, it just basically secures the deal, right? Worst case scenario here for Peace, they'll wait an extra 30 seconds, the supers will start to push in. The Nexus will be threatened if Pentanet.gg choose to leave their base. Don't have any stopwatches here for the side of PGG. Nothing to keep them safe. The QSS for Praetor is going to have to rely on that to try and win a team fight, but it'll be a miracle team fight. Baron completely free. And once again, run down lanes with how strong you are now. Use the ball. The Orianna Shockwave is so commanding right now, a presence. They can't fight you if that's in the right spot.
It's a 10k gold lead. It's 37 minutes in. We knew it'd be a blockbuster. And we knew this would be Peace saying, you might not think we're the favorites, but we can show you a thing or two. Every inhibitor is now gone. This might be the last dance.
All that's left for Peace is to put a bow on it. You can see the desperate attempts now perhaps from PGG start to show. You can't afford to wait till 3 lots of super minions, the double waves start to crash. They'll just sit here and annoy you, they'll pester you. But a Dragon won't be too far away from dropping off, I believe, but for now it is still there. For now they can still threaten to end, and they are.
Aladoro looking to try and jump on through. Decoy jumps in himself, just gets executed by the Elder. Just too damn squishy. Exhaust onto Biopanther. He can't do much about that one. Shockwave connects. Big damage from Praetor. It's just not big enough because watch Lisa backdooring the Nexus. I take backdoor, but the rest of the team are here. So quite honestly, 2 fights, win KDA, and execute the game. That's Peace taking game number 1.
And you may have missed it, but Halo sitting there stirring the pot as the game ends. You can see head in his hands. Messy hair, but not a messy performance. You could say that much from the side of Peace in game number 1. Great cohesive unit once they hit their mid-game stride. And that's the exact thing that we thought may not happen. right? They were okay in the early game. It wasn't a 4,000 gold lead. They were great in mid game, and they transitioned beautifully to late game, and they never looked like losing team fights. The recipe seems to have changed.
They basically said, you know, as Halo, gank me more, because quite honestly, you target me so much, you still managed to hit those massive shockwaves, and your mid laner who got all that gold, he himself actually couldn't play the game. It's a situation where we were thinking, how will these top laners influence it? I don't really get to see the Urgot ult more than once in that game. It was a case of Appy really just finding flanking angles, showcasing that his TP advantage was enough. In the end, it's a best of 5. It's game 1 that goes the way of Peace. And from there, we'll throw it back to the analyst desk.
Look, guys, that was a very interesting game because we had rank 1, by the way, in the bot lane there. So
Oh, no.
I want to bring everyone's attention to that one.
Yes, I did see a lot of people referencing that during the game, but of course, it wasn't just his fault. There was a lot of things going a lot of ways. You know, even in mid lane, it seemed like Pentanet were up for the majority of the game. Gold lead wasn't huge, all things considered, but Jubes, do you want to add anything there?
I just think that you invest so many resources into a game to put Halo behind. Starts 0-4.
Yeah.
Now, at that point, an Orianna should never win a game at a 0-4 deficit. Now, Peace, as a team, did a very good job to bridge the gap of having that mid laner who's been heavily focused. And to Pentanet's credit, they did execute extremely well. And that was obviously their game plan, right? Like, we're going to put all of our eggs in the mid lane basket. Now, you have to put your eyes on Chaz and Papu because they weren't able to, you know, transition the lead they generated into other lanes or to be able to, you know, really put the foot on the pedal and turn that into some objectives, whether that be the Dragon, the Baron, or anything like that. Now, you have to give credit to Halo because he stayed resilient, and ultimately, he's, you know, there was a few,
crazy.
Yeah, a few shockwaves that one-pieced the game.
Well, how is he a 1 and 4 Ori, and he's just walking in here and one-shotting the enemy mid? That is insane. We were watching this game, Juice. We were just having a bit of a chat while we were taking a look here, and we were sort of saying, oh, you know, it feels like the same thing's going to happen again, right? Peace is going to get a 2 or 3k gold lead, but then you come into the mid game, and eventually Pentanet's going to walk away with the win just by virtue of the fact that they're a better team. And I honestly thought Halo was having a rough time, and I think he was having a rough time. But all of a sudden, he just turns it around. He gets to 20-30 minutes, and he's one-shotting your mid laner. He's doing heaps of damage to the Volibear, these kinds of champions. So I don't know what happened there for Halo, but he just really stepped up, and obviously across the board, Peace. For me, this is a really, really good result for Peace. Not so much. I would say I actually think I would prefer to see this kind of a game from Peace as the first game in this grand final than a complete nutter stop. You know, you imagine them getting up 10k, you know, 20 minutes in, you think, okay, well, they're going to win that game regardless. But this time, they were pushed. It looked like the same situation, the same storyline was going to occur again with Pentanet coming back in the mid-late game and just running away with things. But Peace, to their credit, have enough resilience and tenacity to stay in that one and turn that back again. It really did feel like a bit of a roller coaster, but good early signs from Peace.
Look, you're just hanging on to what we heard from Violet, you know? It's like, it's just, if we int, that's Pentanet's way back into the game. You're just waiting for that moment, waiting for them to maybe make a wrong step, but it just didn't seem to happen. Pentanet caught out a few times. And look, I guess, you know, have a quick chat about the draft. What do you think's going to change going towards next game? What worked, what didn't, Juice?
It's hard to say because you can't really afford an Orianna ban, right? In terms of what was taken away, you take away the Orianna, you're just going to give Peace one of their other strengths. And, you know, you were able to put the Orianna at a 0-4 deficit, but it still had arguably the biggest impact in that entire game. Now, we have to say there was a little bit of a bot diff early on, and I think, you know, it's no sugarcoating it. Aladoric and Violet really did, you know, cement the early game lead for their team. So, you know, maybe it's just a matter of, like, back to the drawing board for Pentanet. There's a few things we could tweak here and there because, you know, the Alistar, we know you're a man of percentages and you're a woman of stats. Again, loses another game in the playoffs.
It was 10%
win rate
before this game.
Yeah. So what is
out
it?
of like 11 games or something, or 10 games it might have been.
What is it now? I'm not really good at math.
I mean, it'd be like 8% now
yeah,
or something
okay.
like that.
So, you know, Decoy had a bit of a roughie. Let's put him on something that he's much more comfortable on because you're not going to win this game being, you know, aggression with aggression against Peace's bot lane. I think you need to pick something, drop the ego, stabilize, and let other sides of the map win the game because then we'll have far more success.
Well, look, that's all well and good. That's all the serious stuff. Let's take it back towards the light-hearted stuff. Nat, do you like memes?
I love memes.
I love memes too. Now let's have a look at what you guys have been working on, cooking up in the kitchen and sending in on Twitter, oh, looks like we've got, what's this? Oh, I can actually check
Oh, it's
behind me.
us.
I fear no man. But that thing, it scares me, and it's Violet in the middle, as you guys can see
He
there.
tagged the wrong Violet. I think he accidentally did tag the wrong Violet.
Yeah, Kyle _OS. It
That
might
guy-
be his brother.
That random guy's just getting a tag and he has no idea what's going on. But might have a new LCO fan if he likes that meme.
Very true, very true. Thank you, JB, for that one. Now we do have one more meme to show you guys at home. Let's have a look at what we have here. It is going to be Blosuchu. The grind never stops, not even for dinner. So watching
That's a good
on
setup.
the phone
Yeah.
while cutting onions.
That's literally me.
Dedication.
That's literally me.
But she's cutting onions.
That is my chopping board. I have that chopping board.
Is this person just in your house?
How do
Jordan?
you do that without
Wait.
crying? How do you see the screen?
I don't have that knife lock.
I mean, even
I-
if you weren't chopping onions, you might have been crying if you're a Pentanet fan after that game.
That's it. I have that chopping board. And
That's the one thing you take away
no,
from that.
I also
this guy.
I also watch on my phone. Like when I'm making dinner, I don't know about you guys, but I always have my phone sitting there on the kitchen
I do
table.
the same.
I
Yeah.
have my servants make me dinner so I can watch the LCO. That'll be some grapes, please.
I don't have any grapes, unfortunately.
If
I'm
I
not
did,
I forgot to
Seven.
bring my grapes.
I'll get Rusty to feed me some grapes during the
During the break?
during the break.
During the break?
Or is there? There's no break. Octane.
Witherby has just heard your calls.
Oh,
He
well-
knows that you have somewhere to be. So we are going to go to a break
Oh.
before game 2.
Grapes.
Ladies and gentlemen, don't go too far.
Love
We'll be
grapes.
back with the second game right after this. Pentanet and Peace. Who's going to take the second?
Basically becoming the other side of the map. They swap sides of the rift.
The Orbis drop. Pentanet know that this is not going down right now. Shockwave gone! 3 times in a row, and Chad just can't play the game. They all pile drive on through. CC layering. It's so clean. It's so beautiful to see. It's an opportunity here for Brave to try and 1v3, but he looks to fall on down, but he takes out Jinx in the process.
The souls of the nights we stole. If there's any hope left at all, we go back to where it matters. That's all that matters. Play it over and over and over and over again. We're getting closer and closer and closer to the end. Maybe we are just the same. Don't you feel the same? Maybe we are just the same. Don't you feel the same? Just the same. We are 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 just the same. Hold on, ain't you speaking too fast for what you know about? We should take the time to check and figure out. Maybe all these thoughts are from imagination, but you don't doubt it's not too late.
upset may just be on the cards after Peace took map 1, game 1 of the series. It's looking exciting. You know, things could get interesting here, Jordan.
Yeah, I actually heard that this prediction was worth more than the regular season ones as well.
I heard that too.
Yeah, whoever wins this, or whichever multiple people win this, they get actually double points.
I thought it was just winner takes all.
The entire season. Yeah, that's what I'm saying. So I'm on, like, I don't know, 50 points or something. I'll go up to 100. Mac probably go up to, you know, about 80 points or something like that. Definitely enough to overtake Juves here. So
I'd probably still win.
well, you better be hoping that Pentinet's going to pick up the win here, mate.
I mean, look, the way I look at it is like a win-win for me.
Okay.
If I lose, I never talk to them again, ever. And if I win, I win.
What do you say, though, when you win? Like, what's your favorite voice line? What would you say? Was it be something like Slam, welcome to the jam? Or
Oh, no, my favorite one, and this is going to be for a select few in Twitch chat.
Okay.
Because, you know, I am pretty much getting on, like, as a grandpa in esports now, is if I win, I just say, Riff Rivals, what about you?
That's your favorite voice
That's
line?
my favorite voice line.
If you had a voice line.
If I had one, it'd just say, Riff Rivals, what about you?
Jordan, what would your favorite voice line be if you had one?
Probably something not safe for broadcast.
What about...
I mean, Mac,
isn't
you
it-
probably can take a better guess at that than me
I
after
have a
playing so many
feeling
games.
It's probably never mind. Never mind.
Never mind.
My
Yeah.
favorite line I've ever heard.
I've probably gone 0 and 10 in mid lane on Yone or something, and I'm like, never mind, boys. We just won the final fight because I got carried by my bot lane. But hey, what's new?
Beautiful. And Nat, what's your voice line?
Mine would definitely have to be, let's go! With so many O's.
Yes.
Poggers.
A lot of O's. Some LCOs in there too.
That's Poggers.
What would mine be?
I don't know, something about horse's mouth. You say that a lot. I think I wish I had a tally for how many times you've... That's it, guys. We've heard it from the horse's mouth. Thank you. Now let's hear it from the horse's mouth.
Maybe Mac's just one of those horse guys, you know?
I'm not a horse guy. Don't even take me near horses. I actually cried.
You don't like playing Hecarim?
I'll tell you a quick story. You know, this is very important. I think it was
Listening.
like my 16th birthday, maybe 15th birthday. Mum
You
thought it
fell
was a
off a
great
horse.
decision to take my brother and I horseback riding as our birthday present.
no.
I hate horses, so I cried.
Why did you
And
cry?
I was like, why have you done this? And
You
I
would've-
started
it's okay,
tearing up.
Mac.
Oh, no.
It ended up being quite fun, but it was a little bit scary. Just
You
the
just
thought of
cried the
it.
whole time.
Yeah.
I didn't cry the whole time.
Oh, okay.
You can
sorry.
imagine I was crying the whole time, but I wasn't crying.
I
the
did
whole
ride
time.
a
I
horse
just
once.
teared
It
up
was scary.
like a little boy does. Now, let's hear from the pros what their favorite voice lines are.
You got it.
My favorite champion voice line would probably have to be Alistair with his you can't milk those.
Back then when I was playing Korea server, and there's only one champions I can run by is Gragas. I can just say in Korea what he said. With blocking him is 이가 차량남은 나두개지 is what he says. It's pretty much the same meaning in English. Like if you show I'll come, something like that.
So my favorite voice line is probably like the one where Corky goes, "Consider yourself spanked, Nugget." I really like that voice line. Corky's got a lot of good voice lines. He's underrated in the voice line department.
It's one from Malphite, which is, "You will lose."
Every Ivern voice line is iconic. He just has so many different ones. He's like, spring, or like 2 thumbs and a shield. He just says so many strange things, and they're all just kind of quotable, but they're also really weird.
If for support, it would have to be Yumi.
Me and you, we got this.
There we go. That was the best one I could do.
Jarvan the Fourth. I think it's just like a movement quote, so like whenever you move around or whatever, it sometimes says it. It is a good day to die. Something like that.
Shaker's death noise. Oh.
Pretty much anything that Kiana says, I'm a big fan of. I'm not arrogant. I'm right.
It'll definitely be a Zoe one for sure, though.
So many readers here. It's awesome. Woo.
This was Sion pre-rework, and he's like, "Get to the chopper!" And like that voice line, I just loved when I started playing League, and it was the most memey type like voice line.
I'd say my favorite champion voice line is Twitch, where he goes, "I was hiding," and then he does a weird laugh. So probably that one.
Nasus. It's like when you lock him in. The cycle of life and death continues. We will live. They will die.
No, it's gotta be Vigar. No, Vigar has the best voice lines in the game by far. You want me to act them out?
No, but if the tables were turned, I would show you no mercy.
That was terrible, but...
Jungle Man.
That was good.
Extraordinaire. That was real close to the actual voice line. So
Yeah.
you heard it straight from the horse's mouth.
There you go. Can I just say, by the way, one of the best voice lines that isn't in the game anymore was the old Warwick Hyena laugh. They took that out when they reworked Hyena Warwick as well.
Oh.
Yeah, that was definitely a banger.
That's real sad. I never actually got to figure out my voice line. Hopefully throughout the day we can work on it.
Yeah, I
Maybe.
think it's definitely still a mystery for all of us.
What about a Ramos one? You like the Ramos ones?
Okay.
Off the top of my head, I
Okay.
You can't remember any?
Yeah, I remember that one.
Yeah, that's the only one.
I don't really listen. I listen to music when I play League a lot of the time.
Really?
Yeah.
Maybe you should play like Seraphine or Sona or something then.
Why?
Well, you can
They
listen
play
to music
music.
while you
Yeah,
play
Seraphine
music.
literally
really?
Yeah,
sings
you
when
buy the
she's
arcade Sona skin and then it like legit you just jam out, dude. You're just vibing.
It's
and
so
shit.
good.
trying
Sold
to get
me.
his
I'm
commission.
sold. Look,
Yeah.
I'm a support main now. Let's go Sona.
Yeah, join the gang.
Well, guess what?
What?
You've heard from us. We want to hear from the casters as well. We'll bring them in quickly and have a good old chat. So, Rusty, look, you're a man. You've played a lot of League of Legends. What's your favourite voice line?
Oh God. I think it's the old Gragas one where he says, "Don't get pushy."
Okay.
Because it's the drunken slurs. I think like the Australian in me was like, "Yes, King,
Yeah,
go
at least-
off."
Yeah.
Oi, Rusty, at least try and do it with the Gragas accent.
Don't get pushy.
Hey, he takes it personally because he's like, "Do you remember my Gragas performance? Like, you can't berate his champion, so you gotta give it. It's just worth." I think for me, Alistair. I think just anything with the cowbell. You can't milk those. I think that
You
for
can't
me.
milk those.
I mean, that was basically an exact
I think that
replication.
for me is just S tier. It
That
just
could've been in
wins.
the game.
That
Just on
sounds
multiple levels.
absolutely perfect. And you know what? How about you bang that cowbell straight into the game? Because, ladies and gentlemen, it's time for Game 2. Pentanet and Peas, who's going to take it?
Well, that's the question we're going to be finding out here, Rusty, as if anything was to go from game number 1, it was a case of Peace finding dominance in the early game. Maybe not the biggest leads that they've had in the past, but definitely a case of stern, steady, guiding themselves into the night and basically saying that fight after fight, small little victories build into a bigger picture.
Yeah, very different dynamic to what we've seen from them in the past. The ability to actually slow grind out a victory, you know, slow and steady multiple team fights in a row, right? They didn't rely on that one team fight to just end the game or anything like that at all. But we're already accelerating through this draft scheme. No time to mess around. 6 bans, about to be 3 picks in.
Yep.
One thing that is going to be worth pointing out, we've swapped sides of the Rift. We've gone for the Ahri ban, Seraphine, Thresh bans on blue side here for Peace, and a Lilia first pick. So Lilia was banned in game number 1, is going to be available in this second game. It is immediately taken away. Should be an Udyr in response, you would imagine, but Pabu is a unique snowflake sometimes.
Yeah, he definitely likes to play a bunch of different champions, like the Nocturne. There it is, finally coming on out here for the side of Pentanet, looking to try and dive and find success when the light switch gets turned off. I really like, actually, worth noting, the Ahri ban from the side of Peace, because we've seen that Chaz, like a lot of players, maybe it started as a bit of a meme, but slowly as the season wrapped on through, it became a case of, hey, the champion actually offers a whole bunch of pick potential. And if you date your mind back to when Chaz played it, he was finding charms on cooldown.
This is an interesting hover. I personally am not a fan of the Ezreal in general. I think that you have to be the reason is you have to be a very good Ezreal to make it work.
Okay.
So not everyone in the world is a very good Ezreal. Not everyone gets a whole pass to just pick the champion whenever they would like. Violet has made a statement in some of his last games and looked pretty solid, but we'll have to see it again now against Praedyth. Jinx is the response from Praedyth, so something that he's going to be taking away from Peace. With that Nocturne as well, remember that it can be flexed. Could be a solo laner.
Could be.
Echo immediately into Orianna. Most likely mid lane. Chaz has played it before.
This is Chaz to a T. I mean, this is his identity from what I remember, even going back to last year. When the champion was insane, he was just playing it on cooldown. So no surprises there that we see an old champion come back into the forefront of things. But for Halo, sure, the early game didn't go his way, but the Orianna shockwaves afterwards, they were sublime.
Absolutely. The team fight monster that was Halo 04 doesn't matter apparently. And realistically, you know, looking at that last game, Chaz is the person that you have to look at now to improve coming into the second one for team fight execution, right? For using those summoner spells to not actually get hit by these shockwaves and instantly die. Nocturne, one champion that can navigate it. Echo can also survive quite well with the Chrono Shift.
Yep.
Get himself to safety with the ultimate. As we're about to get some second ban rotations here.
So yeah, Yalister's going to be removed away now, so this is a case of Peace looking to try and remove as much tanky and survivability input as possible. Obviously, you want to try and put as many people as possible to sleep, and Alistair can definitely cancel that with his ultimate. On the side, however, of Pentanet, big target towards Appy. This is actually a notable takeaway, is the fact that Appy's only played one game off this Aatrox, but that one game was enough for it to be consistently banned in the last series.
I think they're trying to force the Renekton for top lane. Remember that you're looking at a potential Nocturne top. They're going to get rid of Gnar, which, you know, Nocturne actually is okay into, but they're getting rid of a lot of physical damage, which is an absolute requirement for the top side of the map for Peace right now. Having Lilia and Orianna as your first 3 picks as a mid and jungle duo. I mean, Ornn, very easy lock in here in response. You'd expect, I guess, the Renekton, particularly after last game. We know that he's recently played that one and seemed to be pretty confident on the pick. And you know that the Nocturne's not being flexed now. Interesting choice.
Certainly would be. It's going to be the Sion locked in and guaranteed here from the side of Peace, as they're now going to look to round out their entire composition. The support champion pool has been pinched. What will Alidoric decide to go for here, combining that with the Ezreal? Is it going to be a case of looking to try and go for the Rakan for the engage angles, or something that can definitely roam a fair bit as well? But Rakan basically does it both.
Yeah, definitely can. Again, Xayah going to be taken off the cards. We're not going to see Xayah Rakan. We raised the question in the first draft of will he pick the Rakan without the Xayah? And in PGG's first rotation, they ban the Xayah. In the second rotation of bans, they actually get rid of the Rakan. So a lot of respect is getting shown to Alidoric and one of his best champions, as he has actually just won games for Peace through this pick alone. But the response here from PGG, I'm a big fan of this one right now. You've got an Ezreal Rakan bottom lane, which feels like a bit of a jumble of a lane in general. It's not just operating with perfect synergy. It isn't the Xayah Rakan. Lulu navigates really well against Rakan. So if he goes into engage, particularly pre-6, you just keep him there. You can do some good damage to him, or you render the Ezreal useless. You also prevent a Rakan from doing any damage. A lot of this now comes down to how well they can play their laning phase. Individually, mechanically, to be fine. And even if it goes even, you've now got a Jinx Lulu comp. So you're laughing come team fights.
Yeah, you're just finding picks beyond belief, right? The fact is that once the Nocturne goes in, you hit the identifying of, oh, you're going to go and be polymorphed, you're going to fall on down straight away, and there's the reset potential for the likes of an Echo and Jinx to pop off from. And it's worth noting here, Rusty, that there are 3 unique champions, 3 brand new champions on the side of Pentanet. That's the first time they've ever played Nocturne, Jinx, or the Lulu. Champion pools have been pinched, and it's a time now for Pentanet to showcase what it actually means to have a big week break off between the last series and this one here in the grand finals.
And you know, they don't get to play a lot of games in that week off. When you're in the finals, you've got 2 teams that are going up against each other. Who are you going to practice against? Right? Your only opponents that are there are your opponents in the finals. So this could be something they've been cooking up for a while. You do watch a lot of other regions. You start to get influence from those. You may see your opponents playing things in solo queue, which could be factors. So maybe these aren't surprise picks for Peace, seeing what PGG have locked in. But end of the day, I like their composition quite a lot here personally, because they have engaged, they have scaling, they have mixed damage, but a lot of the reliance there on that mixed damage belongs to Chaz. So once again, you can look at Violet, you can look at Praedyth. I'm looking at mid lane to see how this game pans out.
100%. Whether or not he is going to be the focus again to try and get himself that individual advantage, but in the ability to roam the map, much like this Nocturne, to cause chaos all over that show. The ultimate also is going to be crucial, giving himself those very deep diving engage angles to combine with. And who can forget the fact, the rock on the top, big man Bio playing Ornn is going to give them all the power spikes in the world. But you see, for side of Peace, they get to choose the side. They went for blue, and they've decided to go for a composition very much built around the fact of how many people can fall asleep to the Lilia and what can we find afterwards.
Yeah, I mean, looking at the engage on the side of Peace, there is a pretty big reliance here on Rakan more than anyone else to get things going. When you've got the Flash and Azonias there, Felice 100% can look. When you've got a Sion who can maybe flank or, you know, can actually hit the ultimate, sure. Like, there are engaged sources across the board, but if you want a team fight, if you want a 5v5, if you want to lock down the Jinx, probably going to have to do something a little bit extra, and that's where Alidoric comes into the mix. Peace have had pretty good vision control so far in this series, particularly when ahead. So if they can get ahead here, then Rakan could do it all.
Certainly could do it all, and there's a lot of champions that can definitely offer a fair bit to this one. It's interesting to see that Violet does go down the angle of deciding to play the Ezreal in the end. He's only played it once before. Definitely an outlier, like the sake of the Sivir, as well as the Vayne as well, but definitely a champion that can offer a fair bit. You talked about he has to be a very good player to pull it off with, and this gives him a ton of mobility to try and dive around from pretty much every threat that Pentanet are putting his way.
Yeah, the one key point here that I think separates these teams in game number 2 is I believe that overall it is harder to execute on the side of Peace, which is always a risk that you may not be willing to take come a best of 5. But you are 1 game up, you're looking confident, you're playing confident, you're feeling good about yourselves. You can 100% make those executions happen. And the advantage of their comp is the amount of space that they control in a team fight. If it's in the river, for example, you've got an Orianna Shockwave, you've got Sion who zones constantly, Lilia with threat everywhere, and Ezreal pushing you, zoning you back with those Mystic shots. They can create insane space and prolong team fights till it goes their way.
We'll get to see if those fights do go their way as we load ourselves into game number 2 with Peace currently leading the series. And to try and coach us through some of those understandings, we've actually got Midlord Peace's coach on standby. Welcome back, man. How are you?
Hi, fine, thank you, and you?
Yeah, very well, very well. I'm sure you're feeling pretty elated with that game 1. It seemed to be a case of not really much nerves to see. It looked like the team were playing with a whole bunch of confidence.
Yeah, all of us is confidence over this game. I mean, the second game is pretty well for us to... This team combo is pretty well for us.
Yeah, talk to me a little bit about composition, right? Because we're definitely seeing some signature champions from a lot of these players, the likes of the Rakan and Lilia. Tell me a little bit more about this Ezreal, right? We've seen season upon season, or all season this one in particular, the fact of it being Xayah and Kaiser and so on. But the fact is, we're starting to really push Violet's champion pool.
We're complete all AD champions in fact, and his Ezreal has some different builds, like Korean style. It's very good.
Okay, okay. Well, I'm excited to see what it actually brings because, you know, coming into this one, it looked to be much the case that a lot of people were giving Pentanet the favoritism, saying that they should be, you know, the ones to take out this series. Do you think that's played into your hands, right? Maybe a little bit less pressure on your team?
Maybe I just it's better than last game because we have less pressure in this game because we win the last game, right? So we just locate at BO3, we can just win 2 games and we won, right?
Yeah, and then obviously the fact is that you had to make that massive journey from the upper bracket all the way through the lower bracket to get yourself here. Do you think there's a degree of being a little bit more match ready, the fact that you've played a whole bunch more games here than Pentanet?
Sorry, what do you mean? I can't understand what you talk about.
Yeah, no worries. I'll rephrase it. You've played a lot more matches in the playoffs compared to Pentanet. Do you think that's a big advantage?
Maybe not, because we didn't watch Panet's game, so we just have this information.
So going into this one, Dark, to try and figure out what they can do. Well, I'll leave the floor to you. If there's anything you want to say, Midlord, whilst the audience at home is cheering you guys on, go for it.
Yeah. Just stay good luck for our guys, I think.
Short and sweet. Well, I wish you the best of luck, Midlord, and no doubt we'll be catching up soon. Take care.
Thank you. Take care.
All right, Rusty. What have we been seeing in the first 3 minutes? We've seen a little bit of action, but nothing too crazy.
Yeah, mostly standard across the board here. Lisa does look for a little invade into Pabu's topside jungle, just trying to steal that Raptor camp away. At the end of the day, you can see that they are just going to be trading Scuttle Crabs. Lisa is, however, the first active mover in mid lane, just trying to help Halo out. Nothing doing so far, and that doesn't surprise me. You know, both junglers, pretty good at farming. We'll be pretty content going for their level 6 pushes if necessary. You know, Lisa can perhaps look for ganks here and there. At the end of the day, has no pressure on him to do anything just yet. Same thing can be said for Pabu. When he hits level 6, though, the pressure starts to build. You want to have a very successful first ultimate if possible. So at the end of the day, you're just going to see these players start to posture, start to really present opportunities for Pabu hitting level 6, or on the side of Peace, kind of doing the opposite. You know, tracking his experience, tracking his levels, getting some vision to see where he is, trying to just stifle him. And if that's successful, then you're in very good stead in the early game.
It's good when you get a strong early game, because we know what these teams can do when it goes in one of their favors. We'll get to see really where the focus is this time for the junglers. We saw a big emphasis on looking to try and get Pabu at least into the mid lane to guarantee that that Victor found its purpose. As for Lisa, he found a massive lead as a result of all that free information. Counter jungling, ganks elsewhere. Definitive targeting on which member they wanted that gold to go towards. But it's a staple of Chaz's arsenal. You said it's one of the people that you wanted to see really step up here, so bring it back with comfort.
At the moment, of course, you can see a little bit of an aggressive attempt in bottom lane. Nothing crazy from it, just a nice little trade for Peace. Wave pushing their way, and they've got Lisa, who could be on the bottom side of the map. There's no camps there for him, though. So if you do see this Lilia path bot side, he's either looking for a gank mid or bottom. There's really nothing else until that Scuttle Crab's up. Overall, what I was going to say here is you're just watching Chaz hard push mid. You know, no real need to do anything. He's forced the flash out of Halo just quietly as well. And hasn't had to use his teleport. So far, very good.
Here they come. This might be the first gank of the game so far as Lisa's cut off from that one. Has to flash over the Chompers. Oh, a nice little dash away as BioPanther commits his TP, and the headbutt does not connect, but that does guarantee that Pentanet will get themselves enough priority to get themselves onto the board here for the very first Drake. As for Appy, held his nerve, held his TP, and crashed a big wave top.
And once again, really well done here, though, from PGG. So not only do they secure the objective, they moved their Ezreal out of vision from mid to top. So there's actually no information from Peace as to where Chaz has gone, but he's actually going up top to try and catch the wave. Does also get the cannon in that wave as well. So overall, we're pretty happy with that one. And then you've got BioPanther, who is protecting mid. So teleports down at the 6-minute mark, is able to swap that teleport to Ignite, and will be able to go back to his lane and have that standard kill threat time window for him. Where, of course, you would like a teleport. That is something that will be an advantage of Appy, but it's matched by Chaz right now. So overall, just a nice little move.
It's a nice little move. The fact is, as you say, TP's burnt on either end of the map. Appy will have the liberty and the luxury, more than anything, to swap out that summoner once he's used the TP as well. So lanes flip, TP's used, and now they're going to respond and rotate backwards, as it seems that now Chaz, having shopped, is actually going to take the match up top.
Yeah, once again, it's about that priority on the teleport. In saying that, we don't have a dragon worth considering just yet. You've got 4 minutes for that one. You've got Rift Herald that spawns at 8 minutes. So there's no real concern with just having an Ornn go top. They're going to actually reassess those lanes anyway, and they are going to put the Echo mid. Lisa is once again on the other side of the map to Pabu. 6 on this Nocturne does mean he has opportunities to make plays, but when you've got red buff spawning for Lilia, when you've got a lot of agency to actually try and move on this side of the map, that's what they're going to do. Teleports come in.
Yeah, it's a full 5-man dive. Actually, no, a 4-man dive at this stage. Praetor's in so much trouble. One swing of the staff, and that guarantees first blood. Just like that, Pentanet make that move in mid-side. Halo survives! They had 100 HP. The combination between the mid-jungle duo, just not enough.
Pabu does still have flash up, and I feel like if he really wanted to commit to that kill, he would have flashed. You know, there was no flash there for Halo. Shockwave could have been avoided. That could have been a kill. See if they take that. I believe he just got all the mana back. Nevertheless, we look at the dive that happened in bot lane. We've got the Sork Shoes with Predator there for Lilia. The teleport from Appy was fantastic. Great execution as well, as the engage was started by Aladoric hitting the W without the need of the flash on this Rakan as well. So very easy for him to get out, get to safety. They kick the game off right down in that bottom lane.
Lisa needs to be careful right now because people are hungry in the area waiting for him. The sweeper reveals the blue buff has been stolen. Not much that Halo can offer in this situation, but they're running him down. The spell shield has been burned, and that just means it's an easy lullaby. Flashing out of vision. Here comes the call of the Forge God. It's a 3-man knock-up into a 3-man knock-up by a Pepper! What was that? That was something special. The Jinx ultimate from downtown, just too little too late. But Bio really trying to showcase that wherever I go, an objective will follow.
Bio says no teleport, no problem. Gets into the fight, finds the 3-man knock-up after the 3-man knock-up from the ultimate. Fantastic play here from the top laner of Pentanet.gg, and really setting up his team nicely because it starts against the grain for them, right? Pabu gets put to sleep here with the Lilting Lullaby. Forces the flash away, but you've got Chaz, you've got the flanks. Knock up number 1, flash, knock up number 2. Ignite ready to go, and they just pick apart Halo. They've shown their proficiency. That Jinx ultimate just missing as well. Maybe lethal. Really well responded here by PGG.
Literally grazed them based on the positioning of Aladoric as he was looking to try and get out of harm's way. Really strong early game from the side of Pentanet, despite them not finding that kill in mid lane moments prior. They will eventually take down Halo, and doesn't look like the game plan really has changed too much here, Rusty, from game 1 to 2. Pentanet targeting mid lane. Peace going towards bot side. And blue buffs may just be traded.
Game state's pretty consistently staying even here overall as well. Our red side teams do seem to be the ones prioritizing and securing a lot more objectives though. A nice little blue steal, I will say there, from the side of Peace, knowing the Nocturne are going back to base with the Scryer's Bloom. So Good little steal, and make sure it goes to Halo. Halo about to also have that flash available as we speak. Teleport not too far from being there. Right now, Lisa's someone who may want to catch up on a little bit of experience. Ticks over to 8 Pabu compared to the 6 of Lisa.
Yeah, Pabu's been keeping his jungle on cooldown right now, as you can see from the CS discrepancies. That alone should tell the story really as to why he's where he is. He's up a fair portion of XP. Sure, the goal differences don't really mean too much because the trade-off has been ganks for farm. But it's a really strong start here, and it's a case of basically him hovering wherever he wants when that jungler's on cooldown with the looming threat that I can hit that ultimate at any given moment.
Yeah, overall, there's a goal difference in mid for PGG. There is a goal difference in bot lane for Peace. Violet with the Essence Reaver build. Definitely going to be doing some serious work once those items come across. Looking at Pabu, they're still having the light switch ready to go. Looking at the next objective of the game here as well. This could be the fight.
Could be it. Aladora caught the switch right now, looking to hit the charm, try and put everybody to sleep. Back up to the corner of the full squad once again. The lights go off, they can't see anything. Can Petsnet find their kill? They actually lose it. Pabu's dead. The Super Mega Death Rocket connects. It's a 1-for-1 so far. It's a fight that works so beautifully. Soon to be a 2-for-1 as Praetor finds him from the afterlife. The Chronosphere back, or the Chrono Break, I should clarify, as Chaz zones away any other members of Peace. And the second Drake goes Pentanet's way.
Yeah, and it was fought for very early this time by the side of Peace, right? They've got their Essence Reaver, yes, but they don't have any other mythics to speak of just yet. We'll watch this fight one more time. Aladoric sees that there wasn't a spell shield usable by Pabu. Very lucky Pabu somehow ults through the Scion ultimate without getting the knock-up. Almost takes Lisa with him, which means that Praetor is able to snatch that one with the Super Mega Death Rocket. And Chaz, of course, having his ult ready, is just playing the game here. Basically can handle the 1v1 fine. Nice reaction time there, and Aladoric hovering, so no reason to chase beyond the point of no return. And at the end of the day, another dragon means that still, red side versus blue side, we're consistent from game to game.
So far, so good. Ult for ult trade there, so Chaz does not get caught out, and they both burn. Both don't suffer a killing blow as an end result. Small margins, still very early days into this one. Not a big priority on looking to try and take down these turrets just yet, as we've seen in the past where heralds have been dropped and big investments have been put forward. Your eyes as to when that Nocturne ultimate is up and available once again, because that herald is soon to expire. Going to have to drop it sooner rather than later. With a minute left before those plates fall on down, that is a lot of gold that could swing the balance of this early game.
And that really was a curious last fight, right? Because if you take stock of the summoner spells, pretty much everything is still available. There was Aladoric and Lisa that had to use their sums in the last one. Charge is going to go off. A bit of gold, I believe, going into the pockets of just Pabu there as he summons that one. So nothing really doing at this point. I feel like there's no reason to play too aggressively if you're playing 4 dragons, right? If you're PGG. Play it slow. Get your mythics online.
Yep.
You're pretty close to a couple of them now. Praetor.
He has to be careful. The chompers go out, the light switch comes off. They don't know where he is. They think they've hit him, but they actually have not. The Lullaby gets spell shielded by Nocturne. The TP committed here by Appy. One ultimate spells disaster here for Peace, and when Praetor looked like he was caught, it's now Peace that are on the back foot.
Oh, he's caught again.
But he's just been caught again. The CC chain knock up like you would not believe in. It's Violet that gets donated the kill. A second TP, all that flash away from what would have been a beautiful shockwave. And it's a back and forth from the bot lane, but it is still Peace that come out ahead.
Yeah, Biopanther top lane, no teleport, no ability to help his team. Is just going to push the turret instead. And so it wasn't really a fight that PGG wanted to overexert themselves and commit to. It was the follow-up. It was the secondary fight, right? That things actually started to go awry for them. Because Appy gets a rotation of that Q off, actually hits the knock-up, and then the fight is on. They did so well to disengage in the first instance of that fight. And it just came back, unfortunately, for a second round, and that was their undoing.
Shows you really the power of the Nocturne ult there when it looks like he's caught out of position with the warders there in the brush to guarantee that they know exactly where you are, even if you're trying to feign a juke. That is the emergency switch in the situation. And they'll be looking back on and hoping it had continued to go their way. Despite it though, Rusty, it is still the Gold lead in their favor. Very small margins, however, as we jump into a pause, and we'll get word as to what it's all about in just a second. But definitely feels to be much the same as game number 1, where there was nothing too explosive in the early game, maybe a few little moments of magic here and there. Both teams really trying to figure out what could be done, but it's a case of, let's just try and get to that 20, 25-minute mark. Two items under our belt, and then we'll decide. Maybe now's the time to fight.
Yeah, for me, the biggest difference so far has been more like micro, right? More mechanics in general. Looking at the decisions for these fights, the teleports have been pretty quick. They've been pretty clean overall. And most times when the teleports happen, the disengage from the other team has actually just been really good. So there's been very few issues navigating those skirmishes, and it's just those mechanical outplays where the kills have really come across.
That's been a big difference, though, on the TP timers of at least these top laners who have said, well, if you're going to guarantee bot side, we feel that we're strong enough to disengage away from this one, and we can win on 2 different fronts. You invest time bot side, and we get pressure top side in the process. Speaking of, there's a fair bit of pressure right now as Appy finds himself looking to try and run away from harm's way. As that one doesn't connect, but the second well. And it was all just a master plan there, Rusty. The ultimate in the end does connect and secure it.
Appy did have flash, I believe, or that might just be... No, I'm pretty sure he had flash in that situation. I can't speak towards his ultimate being there, but if it was, I expected him to use that one. But hey, Ornn ultimate combo with the Jinx ultimate. That's the rare mistake that we've seen from Appy come the playoffs of the LCO. They're able to get the kill, they're able to get the turret. Definitely had no right being there defending. Absolutely no right. Now, I don't know if he expected BioPanther to still be there, protecting the bottom lane of his team, but gets caught out for it and is made to pay.
Had to run a very long way there from the opposition's turret all the way back to his own. Unfortunately, the marathon ends in defeat. BioPanther now has subbed out that TP and picked himself up an exhaust, so definitely to be combat ready if another fight were to break out. Might be seeing that with the third dragon of the game, which would put Pentanet on a potential soul point. It's a Mountain Soul.
There's Chaz on a big flank here as well. They have not spotted him yet. He's actually inside the pit, so I don't know how committed he is to this cause. Is actually now a little bit up creek without a paddle if they were to find him. But remember that Nocturne can turn the lights out. The flanks can be very realistically doable. No Jinx ultimate, no Ornn ultimate. Easier said than done to engage the fights, but it's definitely possible. Whoa!
There's the flash charm. Look to lock him in place. Probably flashing away right now. Can he hit the ultimate? Yes, he can. Lethal tempo procs, but he can't do much about that one because the rest of his team are leading the damage so far. That's going to be Praetor pumping in towards the Scion and dropping him down to 50%. As Chaz can now regather with the rest of his team. They'll be Pentanet and find themselves grouped up in the river.
Put him to sleep.
That's going to be the two-man sleep. The spell shield actually expires. There's the knock-up, the shockwave, the Chaz deletion. Kronos break back. He survives. This might be the fight that actually favors Pentanet in the end as multiple flashes have to be burned. And a flash forward here from Appy hits the two-man knock-up. The call of the Forge got that stun. Chaz, what are you doing from game 1 to 2? This is what we want to see. A stopwatch comes out. The dragon aggroed. The bomb expires. And Praetor with a double kill. Showing that I can play more than the Kaiser. I can play Jinx, and this is what it looks like.
And Praetor does not miss those super mega death rockets. They find their mark, they stay true, and time after time, he gets the kills. Now 5-2 on his Jinx, but it was Chaz that puts in the work early with BioPanther, hitting the stun, locking them all down. Very nicely played from the mid laner of PGG. You mentioned it, Skimmy, but his game-on-game turnaround has been very good so far. Remember, this fight starts with a Lulu ultimate. You want to talk about clutch. Lulu keeping Chaz alive. Exactly what the doctor ordered to actually have a chance in this one. You can see the ultimate there for extra health, so he survives. Because he survives, suddenly the fight's winnable. Lisa pushed away from the area. You can see the parallel convergence comes down now. Easy stuns on 2 members. Free kill onto Halo. Shu on the other foot in this game. The Orianna actually going down. Super Mega Death Rocket hits the target. Violet unfortunately walking away from that one, not knowing it was coming.
Fortunate for Peace. By the time they'd invested all those summoners to try and guarantee themselves that entry, that kill just on the lip towards the Dragon Pit, that was to be their undoing. A big expense on either side here with the amount of summoners that had to be burnt to try and make that play in eventuality, but definitely a much earlier skirmish to showcase that, these teams are definitely filling themselves and showcasing that different comps, different ideas. Still, no nerves.
Absolutely not. Still staying strong. Both teams quite resilient at the moment. Still waiting for something that goes the way of Peace in this second game. They've had some pretty solid engages from Alidor. The Rakan's definitely finding its mark. It's just that the follow-up isn't there to actually get those kills. And, you know, one of my gripes in draft was how slow the Sion could actually be to follow up, or how slow the Lilia could be to follow up. There's no flash or Zonias.
Probably looking to try and Solomon out straight away before this fight even starts. He's being put to CC chain forever. Now into a polymorph, just gets away! Oh, he just sidesteps the hammer, just out of range. And 2 members, critical, lethal, managed to live.
Just hunting for those opportunities, looking for the chances. Pabu so close, not able to find it. And then the same thing on the other direction here. The damage from Peace is still undeniably large right now. 2 items completed for that Ezreal. Commanding respect is Violet, as he is one to do. Of course, very good mechanical player. When he goes Ultra Instinct, Ultra Violet mode, you have to really respect. This could be one of those series where you get to see that from him.
He's got himself that cheap 2-item power spike, but it looks like nothing. Completely dwarfed here by what Praetov's put together. Cracker Slayer into the Lord Dominic's regard. East is going to shred through anybody that steps up against him right now.
They're close to getting those Berserker Greaves. I'd really like those actually to try and navigate the team fights.
Aladoric continuing to find the knockups onto Praetov. Most importantly, what happens? He flashes away. There's the true shot barrage. An all-important shutdown goes the way here for Israel. And that could try and even the power discrepancy between these two. The Baron has just spawned. It's been up for a minute. And without their key AD carry, this might be Peace going for the Baron play.
A nice little ward in a very cheeky position there from Peace. It grants them the opportunity to kill Praetov. They're massively successful. Baron, as you can see, is being committed to right now. They're killing the control wards in the pit. Appy doesn't really take damage from the objective. Or the attempted turn was there. Shockwave wasted, so PGG may have a chance to fight here.
Shockwave for buffer there by the Bell's Breath. Here comes the uptime, looking to try and go for that Paranoia. And it's stolen the Baron! We now look at Praetov. If it wasn't even there, he hits the rocket. That was an insurance policy if they ever needed it. They don't. Cheese or not, Pabu sacrifices his life. And Chaz the hero.
Yeah, Pabu ulting in, using the Stride Breaker, going to the Baron, synchronizing his damage with Chaz, basically cementing a true 50-50. And it is PGG that come out on top after they lost their AD carry, after they lost the 5-2 Jinx, who is definitely the most fed on the team. Just doesn't matter. It's moments like this that can make or break series. And this is the door being left open, just slightly ajar. And 50 HP after the smite is all it took for Chaz to snatch it up.
Slim margins, very slim margins there, but that's what it takes. And that is the ultimate cost there. And that means that Pentanet have built themselves a second ticket. They've got themselves a Baron buff. It's going to really come into such a beautiful transition because 30 seconds they've now got a Mountain Soul to play for as well. And that's every single member, apart from Pabu actually, that has themselves that all-important buff.
Australia's used there from Alador, just really trying to catch Chaz. He's got Baron-powered recall, but he does cancel it. They could get him here.
Flash knock up. Waiting for him to hit that ultimate switch to try and juke away. The Chronosphere comes on down.
He's making a break for it.
He's just trying to run and gun and buy as much time as he can as the rest of his team are looking to try and hit 2 waves at once. True Shot Barrage will not connect.
He's going to live.
He's managed to regroup where the rest of his team has supported. Lulu is there. Here's the shield. And here's a get out jail free cards. And the Great Escape, it's complete.
And Peace hit the dragon. They say this is the play. Teleports are coming in. This could be the fight.
Hold your nerve. Can you get the smite still this time? The Baron is still there. The dragon has been taken. It's been picked up by Peace, but the members of them have already fallen on down. The recall back. The damage onto Appy. Surrounded by the Wildermore. He can't do much than watch the rest of his team fall to the floor. It's a double kill for Chaz. Bear in mind, that fight starts with him. He loops all the way back round from a villain to the hero.
And it starts and ends with Chaz 100%. Yes, the dragon goes the way of Peace. But there is a Baron-empowered enemy team that wins the fight easily. 4 members dead. So they will start to push. We're looking at Chaz pushing the bottom inner. But if you look at the minimap, you look at mid, they're actually pushing the inhibitor there as well. So massive victory overall here from the side of PGG. And this could be the nail in the coffin that they needed to bring this series back to 1-1.
24 minutes in, and they are inside your base, destroying it. Far quicker power spike this time around. We're looking at a 37-minute game. From game to game we go, and this is Pentanet given opportunities to play, opportunities to execute. And sure, you know, they take away the Baron, but the fights afterwards have just been so beautiful.
I mean, Lisa's not involved in this fight as well, right? He's committed himself to the Dragon. Everyone just kind of goes past him. Jinx ultimates, Ornn ultimates, Nocturne just flies by, and Lisa says, thank you very much for the Dragon. Where is my team? Because when the lights went out, they turned back on, everyone was dead. Good team fighting here from the side of Pentanet.gg.
Remember, Pentanet just running you down, swarming you with the numbers advantage. You can see that Violet, despite being nimble, is no match here for the power of the Echo, especially accelerated as he is 3-0-4 with the Hextech and as well as the Zhonya's. Just in case things get a little bit hairy, I'm sure they won't be too upset by the fact they had to lose that Dragon Soul. Because they've claimed so much more on the map right now, and they're just looking to target another lane.
Yeah, pushing top lane right now. I don't think it's something they'll overcommit to just yet. Chaz is visible in mid lane with no teleport available, so they want to back off, be safe, let Chaz do some work with the supers, and then he can come for a flank angle. Blue buff may be secured here, but it's unlikely. Halo would have to steal that one away from a smite. Control belonging to PGG. The game belonging to PGG. The jungle is theirs. All that's left is for Peace to try and find and engage on the mistake of their opponents.
Violet's not here right now. He has to deal with the super minions pushing through mid lane. Chaz is there to respond. Halo already dropped to 20%. He's out the fight. That's another lane that will have to be sacrificed. Peace biding their time, hoping for an overextension, and hoping they can live. Try and claim one of these next major objectives.
Looking for a third item here for Violet. It's going to be a pretty big point for them to be able to successfully win these team fights. Ornn is unbelievably tanky. Pretty much impossible to take down right now. Abyssal Mask as the second completed item here also. So his damage is surprisingly high while he's also unkillable. Zerilda's Grudge for Violet may be a point that can help tip it. You know, gives himself a bit of extra kiting potential. Really unlocks the blue build Ezreal that we used to know. Of course, it is completely different now, but still has enough of the same identity that it can be overwhelmingly strong. Maybe the point that we're after. And remember that you've got the shockwaves, you know, you've got the Lilia combos. If they can hit the combo, very hard to hit, but if they do, they've got the potential to take out someone like Chaz before the fight actually even starts.
So they do. There's the power spike that you were mentioning. That might be enough to try and control the tempo of this fight between the slows that the Orianna as well as the Lilia offer. Ability to try and make it that much easier for the likes of Aladoric to initiate, to start things off with. He's been fantastic finding these angles, but it's the fact that when that light switch goes off, there's not much they can do about that one. And they have to bide their time and hope that Pentanet aren't able to wipe the floor with them as a result. 27 minutes in, and it is a 7k gold leads. Baron is available, Soul Point and 40.
Now, when the darkness returns, it's very hard to face check, but even looking at vision control before the Nocturne ultimate, it's basically darkness for Peace. It is so hard to get to that P. You can see 0 wards, Nocturne presses R, but he's dead.
Okay. We're going to replay that one to see exactly how that fight went about, because Halo's not even there with the rest of this team. It's going to be Violet that picks up that kill. He's grateful of an easy picking and removing a solid component as to what has been a major problem for Peace.
Paibu was clearly separate from his team. Violet just gets absolutely smacked by that rocket, but not going to die here. We're looking at the Dragon Soul. Attempt number 2, available in 4 seconds. Violet would start this fight with basically 0 health to his name. Lisa pretty chunked. If the red buff is secure before the Drake, could be on.
Oh, big parallel convergence. 2 people locked in place, and that's all she wrote. The knock-up afterwards, it doesn't even matter. Appy on the flank can't do anything to protect. He thought that his team would live to tell the tale. It's another double kill, and it's that man again in Praedyth.
And again, credit to Praedyth and Decoy. I think they're playing fantastic League of Legends, but this game is Chaz and Biopanther diff through and through. They're engaged that they're constantly sourcing for their team, is winning team fights out and out. And Peace are just left trying to respond, just completely despondent with no way actually to win these team fights every single time.
They're just locking portions of the map down and saying, you shall not pass. It's just impossible at this stage of the game. Light switch or not, they find themselves another beautiful situation, 4v5, playing with confidence. From Soul Point, back to Baron again.
And this Baron should just be uncontested. Ezreal ultimate is something that could have been used, but the full base is going to be completed here from Violet, so not even considering it. And again, if we want to quickly take stock of this game, Mountain Soul makes it almost impossible to kill the Ornn, first of all. He is impossibly tanky at this stage. We have a big Ezreal. That is all we have, is a big Ezreal. He also has that Lost Chapter, so definitely going for some AP tech in his build. Serious?
Hasn't got himself a Mythic, so potentially a Liandry's.
Yep.
Was a build we saw many moons ago. Got a poke and harass, but then it will give you a triple Liandry's composition,
Yes,
which
it really
definitely
will
doesn't
give
look
you
too nice.
a lot of Liandry's. Some would say 2 Liandry's is too many Liandry's.
It certainly is.
One might say that 3 is just beating a dead horse. Given that we're using horse analogies today.
Just trying to think what else it could be. Already thinking Ludens, Everfrost. We'll have to wait and see. No doubt he knows.
Ludens is another option, I think, given the changes to Ludens. If I was to just spitball reasons for it, you'd have Ludens proc all the time.
Sure. Yeah, the burst portion, you'd be able to definitely cycle through that passive damage quite quickly, quite frequently. See now. What it means here, as Peace pretty much locked inside their base, as the inhibitors have respawned. It's a case of them actually getting a lot of free farm here with those waves being donated towards them. Aladora going to look to try and jump on in, holds his nerf with the ultimate, so still got that for a potential fight afterwards. Internet still crashing these waves, and all 3 waves, Rusty.
Yeah, I mean, ultimately, Aladoric did use everything if he wanted to try and find the engage. They got the flash from Decoy, yes, but it's not a kill. So it means that the Baron minions will continue to push. It means that the pressure will continue to mount. It means that there's really no way in anymore.
Oh. Finally, he got 1 shot. He might still nearly get 1 shot. Chaz did 50. Probably gets the kill. Can they turn things around afterwards? Though it's a 1-for-1 trade. It's going to be happy that picks up that kill. The Shockwave finds nothing. It just doesn't matter. Pentanet are far too strong in this game. Game 2 will go their way. It's a triple kill from Arky. He says, I can play other champions. The team at Pentanet say we can play other champions. Practice or not, they made it look easy.
Definitely had his Fruit Loops on this Jinx today, Skibby. Definitely a good performance here from the AD carry of PGG. But at the same time, that was a whole team victory. Pabu, maybe the worst performer on the team, but did his job. Did exactly what was expected of this Nocturne. At the end of the day, brings us to a 1-1 series, brings us to an even ball game, and brings us to a best of 3 to determine who goes to Iceland.
Certainly does. It's pretty much boiling up to be what we wanted to see. Running it back from week to week. Could we have another full 5-game best of 5 series to look at? And well, I suppose based on what we've seen here, very different situations from game 1 to 2. You talk about champion pools, you talk about player identities and what they bring. You talk about mid lane in particular, how you said that could be a big source of strength.
Massive difference.
Chaz, for me, really nailing it there on the Echo, and I'll be keen to hear what the guys back at the analyst desk thought about game 2.
It's a very comfortable analyst desk here. Probably the most comfortable desk I've ever worked on. Honestly, my button is very, very comfortable. I was my bomb.
Can I say one thing?
You can say one thing because we're here to talk about the game. Break that one down.
I just want to say.
You can say 2 if you want.
I just want to say 1.
Don't let him run away.
I just want to say rank 1, by the way.
Again.
Oof. Wait, who?
Yeah,
rank
but who was the
Which
rank
one?
1?
Praetor.
Oh, I thought you were going to talk about Bio.
No, yeah, but thank you for bringing that up. The one thing I wanted to touch on in this game, and I feel like he's going to get no credit. And I mean, I did hear Rusty give him credit, so fair enough, like Rusty's the big brain. But that was genuinely a 1v9 BioPanther Ornn game. He had, like, in the early game, 100% kill participation. And the skirmish, this skirmish in particular, is just double knock up, right? And
He's chatting.
If that's not good enough, okay? If that isn't good enough, you know, on no health, doesn't get the Ornn Horn, but he's just doing so much in the front line. And Bio, well done, champion. Well done.
Yeah. Chaz really stepped it up in the later game as well. You know, once he started to get rolling on the Echo, you could kind of see him flexing his muscles on one of the comfort picks that he likes to pull out here and there. And there was some really good moments from him. But I tend to agree with you, Jubes. I think BioPanther got them through that early game. You know, and then we saw Praetor and Chaz really sort of stepping things up as well in the late game for Pentanet. Overall, great game played by Pent. But I do sort of look at the composition that was brought through by Peace, and I feel like they're not necessarily playing to their strength with this one as much as some of the other things that we've seen from them. I mean, Violet on Ezreal definitely looks good, but would he get more value on something else? I know Xayah was banned away from him, but in this kind of a matchup, I don't know that the Ezreal really felt like it had as much of an impact as something that you know, Violet might otherwise pick up here and there. So it's difficult, obviously. Granted, they get behind early. Halo had a rough game there on Orianna as well, and it didn't really feel like Lisa had much of an impact on the Lilia, nor did top lane go particularly well. So it's kind of picking at straws in a way to look for something that went well actually for Peace here. But I do think that was a draft that felt like it wasn't a Peace draft, if that makes sense.
Well, look, you've broken down many things, but you didn't break down how entertaining that was. Look, the Baron steal from Chaz, chazzing it up, and then getting caught in bot lane with the great escape all the way towards his enemy's base to then just run into the jungle and turn it into a team fight.
That's Echo. I mean, we've all been there. You chase the Echo, you know that as long as he gets to that next creep wave, he's going to get away. He's just one of those champions that just don't chase Echo.
Yeah, well, let's see if that one gets slipped through into the next draft, because it certainly did here. And we have seen Chaz play that earlier in the season. It is one of his preferred champions in terms of comfort. But I cannot believe we saw the Nocturne coming in from Pabu. I thought that, maybe had some influence, and then we watched the game. It's those ults perfectly at the right time, every single time.
Or, well, not every single time.
Almost every single time.
There was one that didn't go too well for him. But overall, yeah, pretty good stuff from Pabu, just flexing the champion pool a little bit, which is nice to see. Nocturne's one of those champions that you really don't like to play against, especially when it's had a degree of impact. So I actually wouldn't be too surprised to see that one getting banned away here by Peace. It's just horrible to deal with.
But in that game, it's not a great Nocturne game.
Yeah,
there's a
but
lot
it's
of
still
mobility,
annoying.
and then there's a front line, and the only target is Orianna. And the Orianna really wasn't even that punished. So it did give Echo like that little lead in the mid lane, but the Nocturne itself, it's not a game where I would draft that in this specific scenario. I think if he had his time again, he would have, or if he got to choose champions, it wouldn't have been an Ezreal, it wouldn't have been a Rakan. But to echo his sentiment, the Nocturne pick probably forced the Ezreal, and then therefore when you play Ezreal into Jinx, like the Jinx is going to win every day of the week, and the Jinx just goes uninterrupted, free lane, free scaling, and he's going to win almost at all points.
I was just about to say, like, you talk about the new champs that we've seen coming out of Pentanet, but the Jinx on Praedyth, we only saw him play 4 different champs throughout all of regular season, and then we saw 3 different ones in the other best of 5. So there's not a wide pool of champs that we've seen coming out of Praedyth, so I think it was actually really worked in their favor for us to see what he was talking about in that interview of bringing in these new champs that he's potentially been trying out.
And he looked extremely comfortable in doing so, and I think you guys are looking pretty uptight. We might need to get a little bit comfortable across the break. Speaking of, it's time for another break. Game 3 coming up just after this. Who's going to take the lead in this 1-to-1 draw so far?
That's going to be the 2-man sleep. The spell should actually expire. There's the knock up, the shockwave, the Chaz deletion. Chronos break back. He survives. This might be the fight that actually favours Pentanet in the end, as multiple flashes have to be burned. And a flash forward here from Appy hits the 2-man knock up, the call of the Forge God. That's stun! Chaz, what are you doing from game 1 to 2? This is what we want to see. A stopwatch comes out, the Dragon aggroed, the bomb expires. Finally, he got one shot. He might still nearly get one shot. Chaz did 50, Pabu gets the kill. Can they turn things around afterwards, though? It's a 1-for-1 trade. It's going to be Appy that picks up that kill. The shockwave finds nothing.
that it's cool that you are who you wanna be. You get all them oohs and them eyes almost every week. Must be something new, something fresh, something I don't see. If this was a show, man, I know you would be the lead. Keep me on my toes, just in case I slip away. Even if I did, I'd be back another day. I never play around with you. If I was on your team, I'd never lose. If I was in your dreams, you'd never snooze. Nah. Cause I love the way that you do what you do, what you do. I love the way that you do what you do. I love the way that you do what you do, what you do. I love the way that you do what you do. I love the way you wake up in the morning. We can take a shower, take a couple hours. Now we on into the money, we just let it blow. Still in that simple life, we take it slow, we take it slow. You always get to take it fast, you always get to crash. Got me feeling gas, looking at that. Yeah. Girl, you know you're sexy and you know it's true. And that's just you being you. Cause I love the way that you do.
Thought we'd kick it back, get a bit more comfortable, change things up. You know, everyone has asked in chat for the pineapple shirts back. So I went to my supplier and I hooked up the whole gang with some quality material, some sick threads. How do you like them, Nat? You're looking snazzy there in your floral piece.
Yeah, I'm glad we all decided to wear our Hawaiian Maxkins for the finals. You know, show off that we all have our own version.
I mean, it's not fair, actually. You said pineapple shirts. Nat did get a pineapple shirt.
I
I
did
got
actually.
a flamingo shirt. You know, I feel like maybe, is that gypped or is this even better than a pineapple shirt? It's
party, man.
That's what the Twitch chat has to decide. And by the way, before you do start voting, it's actually not a real flamingo. It's an inflatable pool toy flamingo. So I feel like that actually tops the lot.
Floating on the water, that's the blue.
I didn't even know that this was part of the seg. I actually, I'm just dressed for a meeting at 7 and I've got a flight to Bali at 9.
Okay.
So I'm just trying to dress for both occasions.
Dress for
I'm going to be on an
success.
island sipping on some coconuts soon.
I think you're
but
pulling it
also,
off.
But also I got the meeting.
Yeah.
So I thought I'll meet halfway.
I'm really loving this style you're going for as well, with just the single button at the top.
I saw
Mine
it in the
doesn't
movie.
have a button at the top. I felt so
Look,
ripped
we're on the
off.
cool couch, so we
Yeah.
just keep the top one undone and then everything else is fine, right? Now, I think we got some casters as well, which may also have similar material, have they?
Hey guys, Mac here.
They certainly are. Oh, is that Mac and Mac?
Hey Mac.
Double Mac, I'm seeing two.
Yeah, kia ora, bro. How are we?
This is the most Kiwi I've ever seen him look in his entire life.
Oh, bro, this is...
like Superman.
Look, all heroes
Yeah,
wear capes.
how are ya? Yep. Cheers, mate.
Kiwi man over there.
This is what
Looking-
happens. I swear, as soon as I put on a crazy shot, I just get a little bit of the Mac.
Yeah.
Feel that energy.
No, you just get in there, you know. And look, I can come in and hype you up if necessary. I might do that a little bit after though, because you guys look pretty comfortable for the moment. So I'll let you stay there.
Thank you.
But for now, look, we'll say goodbye to them and we'll bring them back in just a moment. But I heard that we have had some memes cooking up in the kitchen. So let's have a quick look at what there has been. Bring that up in just a moment. Looks like, does it say Isles? Is that famous? C9 Isles tweeting in at LCO. What an absolute champion. Hashtag LCO, only one more series for 100% accuracy. There you go. So he called that. That was at the start of the season,
Yeah,
February
Feb
23.
23rd. That's insane.
He's done well.
He actually put Chiefs third. I'm going to say that's the most surprised I am. that
That's the big brain
someone
one.
put Chiefs at third. That's insane. Not saying that they don't.
Are you saying they're bad?
No, I'm
Oh.
just saying that they're
Thought
fresh.
that's what you meant.
No, I think
kinda
that
sounded
they
like that,
came
yeah.
in
Open to
not
interpretation.
expecting, I think, to place so highly in a lot of people's eyes.
Because they aren't that good?
No,
or-
because they were a new roster. That's
Oh,
what I'm
okay.
saying.
Oh, yeah.
You know, you need to develop as a new roster. And
That's
that-
all right. I was just making sure.
I'm not always attacking people. I would like to defend myself there.
Your honor has
Guilty
been defended,
conscience.
I think.
Look, Nat, I think you built with the perfect amount of banter, and you know sometimes you need to go to Gamer Bars to release that banter. Speaking of Gamer Bars, GG Easy has been tweeting at us as well. We got another one from the fans, and it looks like watching the LCO final sipping on Zonya's sour glass.
Ooh, very nice, very nice.
Looking fancy.
Actually, I saw that they released a new menu the other
Yeah.
day.
Yes, saw that as well.
So yeah, if you want to.
This one's part of it, isn't it? This
Yeah,
is
it
new
is.
one?
It
Yeah,
is.
I love the word pun for it. I think it's pretty ingenious.
I haven't been there for a while because I haven't been down to get, been able to get to Melbourne in a little while. But I do want to try the butterbeer. Actually, that's another one.
Okay.
How about we go down? We'll have like a dude date.
A dude date
with you and me.
Yeah.
We'll go down one weekend and we'll just go through the whole menu. What do you reckon?
Maybe we'll have a dude date and we'll dress as dude.
Jibs, I'll come visit you, man, and we can hang out and we can go through the menu too.
I was there last week, and let's just say I know some people. I know some people
I'm going with
that
the
may
hookup.
or may not own that bar.
Oh,
okay.
this guy,
Watch
he's
out.
famous.
Okay.
This guy.
So I can pull a few strings. I'll get us a Zonya sour glass as well as a Slam Jam Space Jam glass.
The Wow Wow Wee Wah.
That's not even on the menu, and we can get that. It's called
The
the Wow Wow
Jude
We Were
special.
King of the Castle glass. That's what it's called.
Wow. What kind
I
of glass is
cannot
that?
wait.
I
It's in a
got-
King's Cup.
I gotta call him first. I don't know.
Really big one.
Yeah.
All I'm saying is it's all about who you know, and Juice knows everyone. I actually saw someone say that Juice would eat mac for breakfast
Yeah, we're
in
gonna do
chat
push-ups.
as well, which
Oh,
I
yeah.
don't
That's
know,
what they
so-
want. They want us to do push-ups.
Oh, all of us.
No,
Yeah,
just
wasn't
me and
that-
you.
Oh,
I'm not tensing, but I'm gonna be careful because
Wait, when did we get Draco in the studio?
no, because I gotta be. The reason, the reason I've got to be careful is because I didn't bring another shirt. And if this one rips,
Oh, drag cute. Look, I know you're probably in Twitch chat. Ah, how you doing, brother? Oh.
Just warming up for the segment over here, Mac.
Yeah, just getting ready to watch another game. Speaking of, are we getting towards that time, Witherby? We are indeed getting very close to the time. So let's bring the boys back in. Let's have a quick chat with them. You know, we've had a big chat over here about how great GG Easy is, how many people Jubes knows. Jubes, do you know these two guys as well?
I know the one on the right.
Yeah.
The one on the left. I need to be introduced.
What's that?
You could go in there and introduce yourself.
I'll do it maybe next thing, but
you don't
I
know it
think-
now?
No, is his name Skimmy?
Just come in here, bro. Let's do a play-by-play together.
Let's go.
Yep.
Go on.
Get it.
Go on. Go
Get
on,
some.
Jubes.
Go.
Go get him. Go get him.
I'll give him my
Finally.
headset. I will.
Get him, Tiger.
We've
Saves
lost
me
him.
work. Give me a
We're-
second.
Did you plan this?
Is he
I don't
coming?
think
Is he
anyone
coming?
knows. He's coming, he's
production?
coming, he's coming, he's coming, he's coming. He's running
Is he in?
Amazing.
He found the door.
Amazing. mate,
You want the headset? Yeah, it's all right.
do your thing, mate. Do your thing. Let me just
He's
put
not.
this. Let me just put this over here. Let's,
Closer, closer,
One
boys.
Let's get
One
close.
mic, one
Let's get
mic.
close. Oh, one mic. We need to get close.
Photo.
What's happening?
It's a video, Jubes.
Classic.
There we go.
There's always
Thanks,
one,
man.
isn't there?
That was what was that?
That's just organic comedy.
I don't know. I think Jubes, he was supposed to send the message that it's time for Champ
Took a
Select.
photo.
Did he not tell you guys?
His mic was off, Mac. I guess we missed the memo.
Oh, well, there you go. Well, anyway, it's time for
Classic.
bloody Champ Select. Game 3 coming at you guys now. Let's see who takes it.
Very good question. Who will take it? I mean, we've seen very different stories from game 1 to 2. We talk about top lane influence, the fact that BioPanther found the Urgot, didn't really find much success on it. Game number 2 says, this is how you play on. I will literally win the game on my own. And we go into game number 2. And sorry, we look at game 2 as well for Chaz.
Yeah.
And he's like, hey, look, you know, you can camp my lane. You can get me really, really strong. I can't do much about it because I get shockwaved on repeat. How about I just play an Echo and show you why mid lane is so important for us?
Yeah, we also had a consistently good performance from the bottom lane, right, of Praetor and Decoy. The Lulu was clutch. I think in terms of picks as well, they were red side. They got the last pick, the Lulu, so very intentional for the composition. And overall, that was just a good game from PGG, right? And I feel like that's the type of game that'll have Peace reeling. But keep in mind, they won the first game. They looked clean. Yeah. At the end of the day, we are kind of, I want to say, at this full reset, right? Where I believe PGG have chosen red side on the Rift for the third game. And maybe we're trending towards that being the advantageous side of the Rift.
It's interesting to see how things have flipped so differently from these previous series where first pick priority was just so damn important. Locking in one of those S-tier junglers, really getting the fact that Lisa or Pabu could then do as much as they want. Hecarim, first and foremost, was so highly contested. It really unlocked the ability to try and go for that Zilean angle. You talk about enchanters or supportive champions to facilitate that. They said, you know what, forget about Karma. We'll just play Zilean because that offers that much and more. And there have been a few times where maybe you could ask, maybe Peace have put a little bit too many resources towards the Violet carry train, and he has had a lot of emphasis on him to try and outperform. But, you know, we've seen that in that previous game. The fact is, Prater says, well, I can do that just as much as well. We have a Lulu composition which can then lock everybody in place. And I think every single rocket, apart from maybe one, always got a kill.
And the thing is, right, like, the original point that you make there being maybe they put too much emphasis on Violet, I think is the key feature here. If you want to beat PGG, you want to beat what are known as the favorites in this best of, you need to have angry gaming from players like Halo. You need to actually have big performances from your solo laners. Appy's solo kills was a big feature in the massive smashing of Direwolves, right?
Yeah.
That form didn't actually drop off for Appy, but he's dropped off a little bit in this series. We haven't really seen anything from him yet. It feels like BioPanthers had the run of it. Last game, big example of that.
I mean, game one, sure, you can maybe make an argument about some of his creative angles as the Renekton, the fact that he can jump in, try and bait out a few cooldowns, but maybe not so big to compare to the likes of what BioPanther did there, where consistently zoning out chunks of the map and saying this ultimate would lock off that portion, and we had the parallel convergence locking off another portion, and it was just a teamfight kingdom, really, from that point onwards. So you start to look at this one and say, game 3, a clean slate for the most part. What are we going to get to see from these two teams? Are we going to see more Wild and Wacky? We see that a lot of these players have these very deep champion reserves from years and years worth of experience playing at this level, but they've never had the ability to contest to go international.
Yeah, absolutely. And I mean, that will be a consideration that they'll have, particularly as we get further into this series, right? The winner of the next game is at match point. Pressure's suddenly on for your opponent. So those types of things will add up very quickly as the best of 5 progresses. But in the meanwhile, if we have to look at the next steps, you know, the short-term progress, which is exactly what you'd want to see from Peace, how will they improve game on game? If let's say BioPanther and Chaz continue the form they had in that last game, you now need to rise to match them. And I think having a composition like their last one, the Sion felt out of place the most. It wasn't like it was a front line for like a Jinx carry or anything. It was the Ezreal who was doing what he could, but Nocturne completely shut that down. So maybe it's a Nocturne ban that's actually the biggest issue that they could fix to let them play front to back. But I think changing the Sion maybe to something that feels more appy would be my next
more agency, more ability to try and find those solo kills, you know, maybe not be so absent-minded where a TP is happening from the order and you're saying, well, I would much rather just soak up the wave, get stronger individually, get some turret plates, get a better positioning on the map for us to then, you know, lane flip later on. We've seen that he's got these big champion reserves. We've seen the likes of Kennen, for instance, Gnar be a staple, Aatrox if it's available.
Play Lulu.
You know, he will play pretty much anything, and it kind of drafts back to the idea that that was what BioPanther's identity was in Season 10, right? He was playing Janna, Soraka, pretty much anything, even Singed in the top lane. He just didn't care.
Yeah, I heard that. I'm glad that BioPanther didn't exist through the seasons, I will say, Skibby, just as an aside. But ultimately, we've got the refined BioPanther in 2021, and Appy's making his steps towards trying to match what we have said is out and out the best top laner in our league. And it's been very impressive from Appy recently, but we need to see that come back again.
Well, what we do need to see come back again is the analyst test, because we have a bit of a delay getting ourselves into Champions Select here for game number 3. So those guys are...
We're seeing them get ready.
They're getting pumping up the jam, and I think old mate Mag is really taking the Draku mentality a step too far.
Guys, for bringing it back here, because we have a very important thing that everyone in chat needs to see. We are going to be having this push-up competition, the push-up battle-off, okay? In the pink corner over here on my side, we've got Mac Mate. That's right, I know he's going to take down Juves. It's just not even a competition at this point.
And in the blue corner, we have the man, the myth, the legend, Juves. All right, I think it's time to get this one started.
Are you ready to rumble?
Let's get ready to rumble.
Drop it. Oh, wait, hold on. He's taking the shoes off. All right, you guys ready? You're going to drop and you're going to give me as many as you can. Ready? 3, 2, 1, go! That's 1, 2, 3,
I can't
4,
count, they're doing
5,
different times.
6,
4, 5,
7,
6, 7, 8, 9. They are absolute machines. Look at these boys go. I can't even count this fast. I don't even know what they're doing that.
Mac just hit 20.
Juice just hit about 50. I've been watching him myself. I can count that high. I've got that many fingers on my hands. He's absolutely insane.
He's not even struggling. Juice is just out of it. And Mac is in it for the pride at this point. He is just doing it to show off. Look, fellas.
Can I say? I've been a professional gamer for too long that my wrists have been compromised.
Of course.
Have they? All the
Too many
mouth
international tournaments. Too
Did you
much.
have your binds wrong as well?
I did.
Yeah.
gets them all the time. Look, it started off strong and steady. I wasn't really sure who was gonna win that one. You looked strong, Jubes, but you just, I guess you just fell off late game there. You just couldn't close it out of the mid game.
You tried your hardest, Nat. You really tried your hardest. Thank you for being on my side of
Always.
the arena. Speaking of arenas,
it was a good
the
try,
Rift,
mate. It was a good try.
It's ready. The players, they're pumped. Probably not as exhausted as I am, but it's time for Champ Select in Game 3.
Is that a shoe?
Well, that's probably one of the weirdest segues I've ever had to get ourselves back into Champ Select, Rusty. I think maybe even you were just like, look, lads, I'll show you a thing or two about push-ups.
I find it funny they were competing for second place, because I wasn't there to beat anyone.
It's true. I had already defaulted out because these guns are nothing in comparison to your ones, but there's a lot of big guns on the Rift as we finally get ourselves into game number 3, and the big talking point has to be the fact that finally, Fresh is allowed through.
Yeah, and it's going to be locked in immediately by Peace. This raises questions to me. Why is Thresh allowed for the first time in the entirety of the LCO playoffs?
Yeah.
Do you have an answer? Because PGG just won the last game, right? Yes, it was blue side chosen by Peace, and yes, the bans have changed a little bit on their end. But leaving the Thresh open, in priority of Azaya, Tristana, and Hecarim bans is like, I don't hate it, right? PGG had to ban a lot of these champions, but you have to have an answer.
Well, they've definitely thrown the gauntlet here and said that, well, we're going to get ourselves blue side. You've actually given us blue side as Pentanet can choose the side that they want, having won the previous game. Fresh goes in. We talked about at the start of the show, would we get to see a Varus? I think we've only seen one Varus. I think it was from Guncrab.
Yeah.
And he played a lethal tempo, but a poke, like piercing arrow build. So get to see what comes out here today, as they're going to lock themselves in here with the Nocturne.
Yeah, so that Nocturne takeaway, in a sense, from the side of PGG is nice, but you've already got the Udi locked in, right? So realistically, we're looking at a Nocturne that could be jungle, could be top. We've seen Appy play this in top lane already.
Yeah.
So we cannot forget that fact. PGG on the other side, they've gone for the Scion with the Udi, right? So the front line has been established. They've locked in the tanks in their comp, but it's the Jinx comp, right? So you actually still have the availability of a support enchanter perhaps to work with it, to have Jinx be the main carry. All you need is for Chaz now to play some kind of scaling magic damage in mid lane. We saw a fantastic performance from him on the Echo into the Orianna. This time around, maybe he should be the Orianna.
It'd be interesting to see what direction he does decide to go here, because I think if we try to read into the Scion pick, it's almost basically saying, hey, I don't think you really want this to be a top Nocturne. We're going to continue our bans towards you as well, removing out the Aatrox once again, this time taking away the Cho'Gath too. Looking to prevent as much of this protection, peels, CC interruption, and above all else, I mean, who can forget the fact that the feast from Cho'Gath is insane for guaranteeing Barons do go the way of peace when they are the ones to start them.
It's also a free matchup into the Scion, right? You have the Silence to stop his Q, you have the Knock Up to stop his Q. You farm easily in that wave as well, and you just start to outscale that Scion when it comes to killing carries. You can be unbelievably tanky as a Cho'Gath and a Scion, so they both could kind of have this symbiotic relationship of scaling up there. But it's a little bit free. AP Cho'Gath mid lane is the other reason why we see this banned. It's one of Halo's champions that he's been playing in solo queue.
Certainly has been, and he will be showcasing that he can play pretty much anything if given the opportunity. AD, AP, you name it, he'll probably flex it. Tahm Kench removed. Very clear game plan here from Peace. If they hit a hook, if they hit any form of CC, they are going in and they are not stopping for no one.
And with this final pick, should be Halo. It does mean that we are going to be seeing the Nocturne top lane into the Scion matchup. Again, you've got a spell shield, very difficult to actually try and get kill threat onto a Nocturne. And he can also build Stride Breaker to survive, or he could build maybe to even have a bit more control in that laning phase. Either way, Nocturne will be a factor in team fights, as will the Scion. But we've gone for the Olaf, champion of choice here for the side of Peace. Very easily kited champion, but it's a Rakan on the other side, so the engage. It's not about kiting and pure front to back. There's just more engage needed.
Well, he is, and talk about engage, talk about execution after the fact that the engage. You need some way to get the ball rolling here. If you've got all these frontliners looking to soak up the damage, looking to lay down the punishment, you need some way of getting, first of all, the Jinx excited, but removing these major threats. Varus has no mobility. Could be an easy picking here for the Akali. The second time Chaz has played it, last time I believe actually was into this team, and he was going into Halo's Zilean. So different matchup this time around. but this is true to Chaz's nature. Run it back with Assassins.
Yeah, I mean, in essence, Chaz has just said to us already in this best of that he wants to play the Assassins in mid lane. Magic damage, obviously, a necessity in their comp. Akali is the champion of choice. Victor is the matchup that Chaz likes, because Victor always runs out of mana and has lacking damage if he builds mana through laning phase. So you actually have a pretty decent time in your one-on-one trades, and then you start to get to those team fights, start to get to those one-item completions, and suddenly you've had a free reign to be an assassin. If that works, you're insane.
Yeah, I mean, I'm really curious to see how he sort of looks to try and navigate that map. I mean, we saw what happened with the Echo. The initial early game pressure went his way, a few ganks. Maybe you can nitpick and say that that flash from Pabu could have secured that early first blood. But apart from that, the fact is, from the 15-minute mark onwards, they are able to find their skirmishes, able to bully themselves into the jungle, and able to lay down the punishment because they were just that much scarier when the light switch went off. Peace going to be looking to try and do the same here. They've called their bluff. They locked in Nocturne early. They said it could be a flex, but they're going to be taking it into the Sion.
Yeah, so Nocturne into Sion, like mentioned, they probably will both just be scaling options. Praedyth on his Jinx was nasty in the last game as well, and getting to see that one again is exciting. You mentioned what type of Varus build we will see. I wouldn't be shocked to see some kind of lethality build, especially when you've gone for such limited carry options on the team. Yes, there's a lot of tanks. Lethality could suck into those tanks, and you could consider going the lethal tempo build, right? I just think the lethality Varus right now is a little bit too powerful, and is definitely something that may be worth building.
But he could offer a fair bit to the toolkit of this composition. Wanted to go on through. If they can look to get them squishy, maybe it's an easy picking afterwards. We're loading ourselves into game number 3, and as we do, we're going to try it once again as we welcome back into the conversation the general manager of Pentanet in Frequency.
Hey guys, how are you?
Good, Pete. You can hear us this time around.
I can hear you perfectly well. I switched over to the Pentanet connection, so we're good.
You got to get that plug out there nice and early, mate. How's the heart rate after this one? Already one apiece.
Look, I'm not going to lie to you guys. I'm quietly freaking out, and my heart is beating out of my chest at 1,000,000 miles an hour. The one thing that I will say, though, is that if you're a fan of Oceanic League of Legends right now, you've got to be bloody happy, because this is the championship game that you want. And look, don't get me wrong, as the general manager of Pentanet.gg, I'd love to see us just clear the way the next 2 games and then get our tickets to Iceland. But if you are a fan, this is professional League of Legends at its best in Oceania.
Feels like we're running it back from the last series back to this next one here. Tell me, Pete, I've seen in the past you've had watch parties. Have you managed to curate something along those lines once again for tonight?
We've certainly got watch parties happening around the place. The Pentanet.gg Discord is popping off, as it always is, and Murdoch University Esports, where the Vikings play as well, a very close group of friends of ours as well, are going to be hosting their various things too. So over here in WA, in the mining town in Perth, there's a lot of professional League of Legends being watched tonight around the place, and a lot of Pentanet.gg jerseys being worn, I can tell you that much.
You just love to see that, especially now that we're getting back into the studio and normality seems to resume. Tell me, almost dating back to Season 10, when you made that inception into the league and you got a lot of these players, and you mentioned, I think the quote was something along the lines, I'd love to build another team around Pabu. Did you ever think it would come to a situation like this where you guys, within a year's turnaround, would be fighting for a championship?
Look, that was always the hope. I'm not going to lie. We've come into this putting as much support around these guys as possible. And when we initially started talking to the guys early on, before Split 1 even came about, and even throughout the time where we didn't even know whether or not we were going to have what we now know as the LCO into this year, that was certainly always going to be the goal. So we as an organisation have done everything that we can to put the support around these guys. But we know they're incredibly talented players. They've said to us that they are the best, and they've certainly shown that throughout the split. But I can honestly say we had high hopes for the guys, but to go 13-1 in the regular season and then dominate the way that they have since then has certainly been not really necessarily a surprise, but certainly a happy byproduct of the early conversations that we were having before we signed the team.
Yeah, no doubt. I mean, for me, it definitely looks like one of the teams that have shown that, hey, we can justify our words through our actions. As you say, that record of 13-1, a beautiful situation, a beautiful story. On a final note, Pete, before we jump ourselves into the action, is there anything you want to say to the fans watching at home?
I just want to say thanks to everybody who has supported the LCO throughout this split, and of course Pentanet.gg, and to a degree the other teams as well. I mean, you know, it wasn't that long ago that we were all wondering whether or not we were going to have this level of competition in Oceania. So on a personal level, thank you so much to all of the fans that have been watching, have been supporting, and go pentanet.gg. Let's hope we can book those tickets to Iceland. 2 more games, boys. 2 more games.
Love your work there, Pete. We'll catch up soon, yeah?
Thanks, guys. Looking forward to it.
Right, Rusty, there's been a lot that's happened during our conversation.
How am I meant to recap this?
I mean, this is what the biggest nuisance is, right, of us having these coaching interviews, is a lot of action can or sometimes cannot happen.
Let's give the shorthand, basically, of what happens here. It'll all end in the fight that you're seeing on your screen, right? This is a replay, I believe, of that one. Champions being traded left, right, and center, right. It was just a 1-for-1, I believe, in the end, or did Pabu went for the second one? We don't have time to talk about it.
There's no time for recap because we're doing it live, baby. 1-for-1. Everybody getting rowdy from bot side to top side. Full stack flash. Die after the flash. And Pabu, he's already 3-0. 5 minutes into this game.
Okay, I'm going to give a TLDR of what has happened up until the kills.
Do your best.
Right? PGG lane swap, they late invade the enemy blue buff with 3 members, including Praedyth and Decoy. They swap them both to top side, while Sion actually does the bot side blue buff, jungle camps and dies to them, which starves Lisa. They then ruin Lisa's life by swapping the lanes back again after pushing a couple of waves out. Appy resets late, suddenly Lisa's dead. He's now 2-2, so he's getting kills at least. That was it.
There's just too much to talk about.
Yeah.
And quite honestly, this seems to be the curse, especially when myself and Juves cast, where the action is just that far forward. He's unable to ever recap because we're just going upon going upon going. 5 minutes into this one, it has been a case of showcasing that if we get these weird quirky picks from game 2 to game 3, we're going to up the tempo a little bit. We're not going to go with that game 1 slow down pace. We know that we're in a situation where, sure, it's a clean slate, 1-for-1 in this best of 5, but we want to really put the pressure on our opposition right now and say, you've now got to deal with us potentially being on match point.
Pabu does have smite here, so just looking at this 1-for-1 trade, he did. They didn't see Lisa get in there, but the Lantern's going to get him out to safety regardless. It's just going to be a reset here from the Rakan, and it is a 3-0 Udyr that gets that first Drake of the game. Rehearse strategy. Non-conventional, very much an unconventional decision here from PGG, but they're old enough, experienced enough players to have understood the lane swap metas and to be able to concoct strategies like this that perhaps Peace were never expecting.
And it's definitely caught them off guard a fair bit. As you can say, it's going to be the fact that the Dragon goes against them, but it is going to be a new Udyr that will... well, they certainly are. How broken, once again, is the inspiration tree. Can't wait for that to get nerfed in subsequent patches, as it's been murmured online. But yeah, Pabu, the fact that he's got this many kills, I mean, that's going to be the easiest case of him getting all the movement speed in the world and just being unstoppable.
Oh, he's going to be a ridiculously fed Udyr from this point onwards, and it does mean that, you know, Olaf's life becomes quite difficult. There is a level 6 spike, you know, the ability to stay alive for sure, but right now he's at a level deficit and he's giving the blue buff over to a Halo, so that doesn't get any better. Scuttle Crab, no smite for Pabu nor Lisa, so he's just going to be able to body him off. And we're going to start a point now where it just gets more ramped up.
Going to be an all-in. Out goes the ultimate first of all. Gets clipped by the knock-up at the end, followed up by a second stun. Here comes Lisa. There's protection. It's a 2v2. Chaz was on the rotation. Both mid laners did not have the TP. Further assistance found.
Cute strategy. Of course, the mastery of Sion does allow him to understand that there is still an engaged potential even when there is a spell shield there from the Nocturne. They commit to the play. No flash there for Appy, of course, but the ultimate was used, and they were aware that Lisa was around the corner, but they also know that they just want to kill Appy. You know, Lisa isn't going to provide too much.
That's a really good hook. He was on vision. Synchronized recalls or not, 2 separate bushes, and that may have just really disrupted their wave timings.
Yeah, I mean, it does hurt their tempo a little bit. This is one of those bases that would feel terrible to actually commit to now if you were Praedyth. So he is going to stay around for sure. Decoy is going to go to base. So 1v2 in bottom lane with a soft half reset there. And overall, we haven't really spoken about mid lane too much here, Skimmy, but kind of as expected, nothing doing. Victor's not got kill threat onto the Akali. We've seen him use ult to clear waves.
Yeah.
They're just scaling up to their first big purchases. Lost Chapter is one of those. Halo needing 100 CS or evolving the E is another big breakpoint for his lane control. And then the Mythics. At the Mythics, Akali has dangerous, constant kill threat.
Definitely has the ability just to one-shot you and Throw up the rest of the map for a rotation to come on through. Pabu very tanky, as we've already seen from his early initiations. No doubt he's going to be a menace if he were to look at some very early turret dives. Peace having had to forgive and forget about the first dragon, have turned their attention towards the top side of the map as the lanes have been flipped, and having deployed here first, will get themselves the Herald, it would seem.
It is going to be contested. The Herald does get secure, but the fight's on.
Fight certainly looks to be on right now. Out goes the Ragnarok. That's Sion locked inside the pit. But two fights are going off on two separate occasions. Out goes the piercing arrow. It gets knocked up. It gets cancelled. Violet can't play the game right now. He's running, but a Chakra will do it just in the end. It's Chaz deploying himself, making his presence known, and he gets himself a double.
Big double kill there for Chaz. Not just a Fed Udi now running around on Summoner's Rift. It's Zia Kali as well. 2-0 scoreline. Everyone really getting involved in this. And Biopanther, while he continues to die, absolutely doing his job here for the squad of PGG. You can see how much time he buys here. Violet, Hail of Blades, Varus not going to do a lot of work on the Sion. So he takes a Lantern into an Udir's stun and then flashes away. So it's just free picking for Chaz to get an easy double kill, honestly, in the end. That Lantern take from Violet, I think he'll be regretting that one big time.
Certainly will be, because you see the after effect of that fight. Pretty much managed to land a couple of auto attacks, and that was his contribution. We had a damage shot to show you. Was quite honestly night and day to his contribution into this one. 100% kill participation here for Pabu. Big turnaround from the games gone by to showcase that, hey, don't forget about what my contribution to this team has been. Many times we've said, you know, is he the best jungler in this region? Many times that question has been answered with a resounding yes. But they found the threats, they found the CC, and two very scary champions in the Udyr and Akali, so early on, already have major power.
Yeah, they're strong where they need to be strong. Their win conditions as a composition don't necessarily have to be group 5v5s. They've got a strong 4, but they can also plant Chaz in side lanes. If he continues to get fed, then Nocturne may be able to survive with the Stride Breaker build. He's a little bit more healthy, but doesn't have any magic resistance, so not exactly the easiest lane to stay in. They also have a really hard time engaging on Chaz with their champions. You know, what's a Victor and an Olaf and a Nocturne going to do when he just pressures the Shroud? He's just gone. You cannot target that person. Teleport away.
Yeah, Sion actually TP's away. That means the Paranoia can come on through. The Dragon's still secured here for Pentanet, the second of their game. He might just pay the ultimate price. The kill goes across the Halo. He gets the shutdown gold. And the Rift spawns flowers. It's an Ocean Soul this time around. A massive power spike for either team to acquire.
I mean, maybe just not expecting Peace to contest that one. Biopanther is going to get some plates up here, but remember that that was a 600 gold shutdown that they just gave over to Halo. They also now summon the Herald in bot lane and break the entire structure. And this influx of gold that they've just got all at once has put Peace well in the lead.
Completely undone anything that Pentanet had worked so hard to really achieve in those first 12 minutes. As you can see from the comparison, just like that. That shutdown gold is enough to make Halo just slightly ahead of the double kill Chaz.
Yeah.
Happy though, lagging behind, and for the most part really utilizing the utility not only of the engage potential, but the fact that the light switch will go off as those mythics, Rusty, start to come on through.
Yeah, it's the Duskblade first and foremost here for Violet that has just been completed. Luden's Tempest and Stride Breaker from Lisa and Halo respectively have also been completed in the last 30 seconds. The side of Peace hitting major item spikes. Looking at the opposing side here of PGG, nothing yet. They're on the way, but they've prioritized those boots rushes and those boots upgrades, the movement speed over the completion of early mythics. Now we find ourselves in this moment. It's not going to be a long moment, but it will linger for now, where you would say Peace is stronger. They've got the gold lead. They've utilized it to have item spikes. Now is a good opportunity to try and make something. Don't overforce, but make something happen. You can see Lisa hovering around Elidor.
All coming together topside river right now, definitely playing to opposite sides of the map. Both junglers either end. Scouting out potential opportunities to gank the vulnerable side lanes.
Eyes are on Alidoric for me for the hooks, and we've spoken about the fact that he got the Thresh as something that was unexpected, but also keep in mind, nice red buff still, that Alidoric is a hook champion at heart. Thresh is one of his best champions. It has been for years. Rakan definitely high on that list, but he's a very good Thresh, very aggressive Thresh. And when he starts hitting those hooks, they do not stop.
Flashy flash forward plays to guarantee hooks and prevent those all great escapes. We've seen it happen before in the LCO, whether or not we can see it in a game-changing play like here today. The significance of which could be monumental in determining not only momentum, but series outcome. Junglers definitely protecting their duo. We've seen Lisa spend a fair bit of time, either topside and bot, just hanging around, making sure that a gank weren't to happen. You can see now Pabu, having cleared the top side of his own jungle, is willing to do the same. First of many power spikes to come here. The Chem Tank, he had the Dark Seal, had purchased that before his death, assuming that the snowballing effect would have continued. Definitely still a valid option here, and gives you that shredded mixed damage that you highlight.
30 seconds to the Herald, and you can see that both top laners are obviously now on the other side of the map. We're watching them fight as we speak. So a lot of the priority from both of these teams is going to be situated up towards that Herald as it spawns. But keep in mind that Ocean Soul, Ocean Drake up in a minute 20, and it's the third Drake of the game for Pentanet.gg. It is something that Peace may start to feel like it's worth contesting sooner rather than later. You know, yes, you can afford to give away one Drake, but then you're giving them Soul Point 4 times. So I would argue that it is better to look to contest now. You've got all of your mythics complete. You are strong. Yes, your opponents have them done as well, but you are strong. Good opportunity, perhaps, to prioritize that area, but it seems like Herald's going to be the fight first.
Get Chaz's positioning right now, just waiting for Halo to overstep. He's going to go for that overstep. He might just go for the all-in, gets knocked up, can't play the game. Just gone before the fight can even start. The hook connects, but that's all that will happen as the piercing arrow from the safety of their own blue buff merely tickles Praetus Jinx.
Yeah, and now they've managed to take down Halo. No teleport on this Victor. Flash was there, but he chose not to use it, I believe, just because Chaz could have followed him easily. And also gotten himself out to safety. It was a nice hook, but end of the day, a Herald's going to get summoned, it's going to charge, and they're also going to look to contest and take this Dragon down for themselves. PGG in a very good stead.
Really strong to turn things around here. Out goes the hook. Once again, Chem Tank is being popped. A massive jump here from the side of the Rakan. As ultimates are burnt to guarantee that they can zone Peace away, and that the first turret in their favor will fall on down.
Yeah, just pushing him back, just pushing him away. Will be a free turret in the end. Looking at the health trade from that one, there was a Sion ultimate, yes. You know, there's really no ultimates there besides decoys, so if they can get here in time, Peace are in with a chance.
Goes to the Ragnarok right now. Once again, a massive knock up the charm. This is so fantastic here from Decoy. Gets in, gets out, looks to try and start the fight in their favor. Biped for putting on down, been sent to the afterlife as the storm rages on through the Dragon Pit. It's just not enough damage for them to find that fight, find that moment to say, we can contest this Drake.
Yeah, I mean, if you're going to start the fight by basically everyone copying a Sion Q, then it is not going to go exactly the way that you were planning, unfortunately, for the side of Peace. Still, it was a 1-for-0. You could take that as a win, but the Drake going the way of PGG, they'll take that trade any day of the week. And now the clock starts. 4 minutes, 25 seconds until Ocean Soul is a factor that a Sion and an Udyr could have in their back pocket.
And this is your major concern, right? The fact that if you do sacrifice this, you're constantly playing in an anxious state of, we have to sacrifice this one, we've got to contest, we have to contest, we can't afford to give it up.
You have to look at the way that this starts, right? They walk in to the Dragon being done. They're pressured in time because the Dragon was already at 3,000 health by the time they get to the river. So they do what they can. They do have to walk into a Sion Q and they do cop the knock-up. But at the same time, as they get hit, a hook connects. They do take down the Sion. It's just that he buys and creates so much space and time that you can't get into the pit in time.
Lots of mobility here from the frontline bruisers off the side of Peace. Double stride breaking first and foremost. Out goes the ultimate here from Violet. Goes a bit of a swing and a miss. They flash out, but the fear still connects, but he still survives. Praetive lives. They invested a fair bit into that one, but they're unable to take down Jinx and slow down his tempo and buy Violet that all-important gold.
Yeah, the Varus ultimate just going wide there. Violet did have flash, so there was a world where he flash ults to make sure that it does connect. You have a Nocturne that was going to back you up anyway. Halo has to respect. Really respect, but he'll be okay now.
Got the evolution now in his laser, so it's just going to shred through these waves and make it very difficult for the likes of Pentanet to try and collapse on towards him. He doesn't have any vision here to protect him apart from the lower side of this river. And his turret is quite crippled as well, so not much protection to be offered there, but that opportunity with the engage potential from Bio as well as the ultimate from the Jinx isn't going to be enough. Out goes the 1v2. Appy in trouble right now, but got backup. Aladoric coming on through. Here comes Zeno now. Exhausted straight away as the combo comes out from him. The stun does connect. That could be enough for him to fall on. Down it is. Decoy dead. Cross-map plays. Working in Peace's favor.
I think Chaz and Decoy might have been on different pages there. Decoy wants to make the pick, make the play happen. And at the same time, I think Chaz was just throwing pot shots, looking for perhaps the disengage. If it was a miscommunication, if it wasn't, it doesn't matter. The end result is that Decoy dies and Chaz uses his ultimate just to get himself out alive. Appy continues to pressure bottom with the hover and the support of his helicopter parent and Lisa.
Still dead even here as we fast approach the 20-minute mark, as the gold economy shared between both teams is just that, but it's where that gold can be found. You can see some serious CS discrepancies between these players. CS, and it's the kills themselves which are soon really resulting in these bounties, which we saw was a huge one on Pabu's head only moments prior. It's really the biggest turning point that allowed Peace to get back in at the 12-minute mark, but coming into this one, as I said before, the constant fear is that every single time this Dragon is available, that is a soul point. And a quick stock check here, if you look at the side of Peace. Now, in terms of tank shredding ability, it's not the strongest, nothing to really rival that of the Kraken Slayer.
Yeah, I mean, not a lot of tank killing at all. Again, Varus being that lethality build. And we kind of highlight this. The tanks are fine, like they're always going to be strong. And they got fed, so it's even worse. But your job is not necessarily to kill those tanks. It is to try and kill the carries past them and then work your way from back to front. That's why you've got a Nocturne diving. That's why Varus is your AD carry of choice. Yeah. Because his range is so long, he's actually a bit safer. In saying that, it is an Udi with a chem tank who will find and catch you. It is Liam Neeson. Very difficult. Speaking of,
there he is, and maybe he's just caught himself out of position right there.
He's taken his own life.
As he's just fallen on down. Out come the T-Piece. This is Peace looking to run the map rampant in their favor. 5v4, they'll find you. Out comes the Fear, on towards the side, dropping him down to 50. The hook connects, flinging him back inside the box. The prison is set, the afterlife is found. And that's 2 kills. Too easy.
No idea what Liam Neeson was doing at the start of that one. Pabu with no flash walks in, slaps someone with his bear and just realizes it's a 1v5 and dies. We've got Ocean in 15 seconds. Pabu probably not even going to be in the area in time, let alone Biopanther, who is still dead for 15 more. Chaz does have ult. Praedyth does have ult. You want to talk about abilities that can steal objectives? Super Mega Death Rocket is super mega broken for its damage to objectives.
Let's see how Peace play this one out right now. Where are they going to posture to try and zone out what this ultimate could do? They need somebody to stand in front of this one. The ultimate goes out, it doesn't kill, but it still gets stolen. Cheese or not, it just doesn't matter. Parbo 0 to hero, ints to win, and gives his team the Ocean Soul.
Pabu has literally entered to win. 2 deaths in a row, he's barely been alive, has a sip of his drink after that one, well deserved. Now, Peace are looking to pressure the Baron. It is something that they could do. It's not going to be the fastest Baron in the world, but they have a decent amount of damage. And again, no jungler this time.
What do Pentanet have? They don't have that rocket, they don't have a jungler. Will he be up here in time? The ultimate from Biopanther goes sideways. The trap's already been laid down. The rest of Peace are looking to try and group up and stay together. They've taken out Decoy. The Baron forget about it, win this team fight. Praedyth goes gold and the trap couples with it. He's locked in place. Flash forward on his head. The kill goes again. What's the favor of Halo? He's got himself a double kill, but Chaz finds the execution and takes Nocturne to the grave with him. That's a double for him. This mid lane really is starting to decide this series.
And Pabu's back to say, good job, team. You've done all of the work. Chaz now 5-0 on this Akali. Definitely having the game of his life right now, and it's just having a wonderful time with an Ocean Soul to back him up. We'll see this fight again. It is Sion that engages this at the same time as a Nocturne ultimate. So the lights are turned off. Victor stun works on Decoy, so there is no follow-up engage there, and ultimately Decoy just dies. Nocturne ultimate is just stupidly powerful. Biopanther hits a fully charged Q onto Violet. And you would talk about players who are having a bit of an off game. I think this is a Violet one right now. Took the Lantern to that exact same bush and died before. This time just walks into a fully charged Sion Q and dies. That's twice back-to-back now then he'll be kicking himself for those deaths. And then Chaz comes in and it cleans them up.
The Assassin Maestro himself showing up big time from the Echo performance to now the Sakali. 5-0, a huge shutdown bounty on his head. If they can just find him. He does have a stopwatch, no doubt looking for the zone. He's opting for all the power and all the protection in the world so we can continue to be this aggressive way. But definitely isn't a kind game, Rusty, to be an AD carry.
Not at all. And I mean, 6 of the kills on the side of Peace have gone to the Olaf out of their 12. So half of the kills have now gone to this champion that will die pretty quickly to a Jinx, especially when you go for the Spirit Visage as your second item of choice. So that's a bit... Yeah, I mean, Udyr does magic damage. Akali is 5-0 and does do a lot of magic damage. Fair. But he's not going to do enough damage himself, at least, I think, to make too much of a difference right now. Building tank into an Ocean Soul and a Kraken Slayer on the opposing side.
Think about itemization. There's the Knight's Vow here from BioPanther. His ship has definitely sailed 0-6 in this game. He realizes that my job is just to lock people in place, do as much as I can within those CC windows, but just offer as much protection as possible to try and make it easier for the likes of his own teammate Imperative to survive and output maximum DPS.
Starting to get the second items across the board here, and with that, I think it's worth pointing out the scaling for the side of Peace overall. Not the Leandris for the Victor, it is the Ludens. Hold that Thor, we're engaging.
We are again, it's that man again. It's all about taking down this sign.
He's so tanky.
He's just so tanky, especially with an Ocean Soul. Look how long it took to try and take it around. Maybe Pentanet can turn this fight in their favor. The Lethal Tempo is proccing, the ultimate is clipping, and the members are falling. It's another double kill here for Chaz. This Akali is unstoppable. Not a thing they can do about it. 8-0 and straight to Baron.
Yeah, give him the trip, give him the Baron as well. Ocean Soul healing the Scion, lives for weeks. Yes, it's a 0-7, but that's a pretty powerful 0-7 Scion that you're looking at right now. That'll be a Baron secured here. Peace are looking to contest, maybe? Halo's nearby with a laser.
Oh. The second explosion was timed pretty beautifully, but Barber doesn't miss those. Hits the smite, guarantees it. Violet with one last moment. Tries to hit the arrow, tries to sneak away a kill, but it's just not good enough.
Yeah, throws out the ultimate there as well. And try as they might, I mean, Halo did get to the area. And also, credit where it's due. Halo is still 5-1 with 250 CS. This isn't a negative mid lane difference game. Chaz is just a monster killing everyone else. You can see, again, I wasn't counting the time right now, but BioPanther lives for way too long. It gives so much time for Chaz, for Decoy to actually get there and engage. And in comes Chaz, one-hitting them all, scrapes the ultimate, the perfect execution across 4 members, and is able to get in there and find the third, healing his way back up with an Ocean Soul after, as Pabu is gold for no reason. He's having a blinder. Look at him go.
He's a passenger along for the ride, a smite bot. He's having fun this series, you can tell about it. Saw in the player cams just before. Jubilation. All of them having a good laugh. Probably surprised by the fact that Bai lived for as long as he did. Double TP. They've called out the fresh. Just soon to hit these double digits on this Akali. An absolute menace. I don't think there's anything they can do to try and shut him down at this stage of the game.
We're at a point where I feel like Chaz is going to be challenging Praedyth for the most kills in a game with 0 deaths. That's how strong this Akali is right now. The goal is 17. 27 minutes in terms of structures and turrets taken. He's got a lot of space to work with. He's got maybe a couple of team fights up his sleeve.
Yeah.
Definitely has the potential right there. Elder in 15 seconds, though. This game could wrap up quickly. However, only 1,000 gold difference. Just keep that in mind.
Yeah, that means Peace needs to look for a fight right now. They're going to try and go for Praedyth. You talked about it, and he delivers. The off just gets kited. Jinx is far too strong. There's 10 kills on the go. That may have been the do or die moment that Peace were hoping for. That would have gone their way. It's just not going to be enough. Pabu, meanwhile, is just pushing through mid lane, looking to try and zone out the rest of their team. Violet zoned in base, down to 50%. The Baron buff is too damn strong. 45 seconds, double cannons. Looking to try and end this game.
Yeah, Violet just getting nightmare fuel from all of the tanks that are slowly but surely running him down. BioPanther going to tank his way in. Who cares if he's 0-8? They're looking for the Nexus.
They certainly are. He's the one soaking up these turret shots right now. He won't care about this one. Hit a mess and knock up. Lock 2 people in place. Flash on forward. Send yourself to the afterlife, but try and send them there too. That's the Nexus exposed. 29 minutes. Rapid bow on it. Pentanet on match point.
2-1 up with an 11-0 performance from Chaz on this Akali. We want to talk about players in an entire best of 5 who have game on game turned it around. Insane turnaround from game 1 to 3. He has put the team on his back. Strong start from PGG though. I think just to quickly bring that back, one of the key defining things here was the level 1.
Sure. That
actually did cause a lot of chaos in the ranks of Peace. And, you know, for a team that is known for their strong early game laning phase and generating leads through that stage of the game, that was an interesting way to combat that.
Yeah.
And I would say it was successful.
And it begs the question, right? We've seen people say, I think when Peace fall behind, they have no answers to get themselves back in. Credit where credit is due because they kept that gold lead dead even throughout that 29-minute affair. But the fact is, when it came to team fights, they just didn't have enough left in the tank to try and shut down not only the Akali, but the Jinx too. Biopan for living life, Pabu smiting, inting to win. The analyst desk, though, what do you think about that one?
It was a lot of fun. It was a lot of action and a whole lot of entertainment. You know, I'm looking at the draft and I'm thinking Peace don't usually excel unless they have a little bit of extra tankiness in there. And they were just very glass cannon. And unfortunately, the snowball started to go against them. You could see Chaz with a couple of power plays in those mid-game team fights, or late-game team fights even. And it just turned the tides from the back of that. Pentanet just doing all the right things.
Yeah, I mean, it's the second time actually that we've seen Peace opting for the Nocturne top, and it's the second time now, both of them, by the way, against Pentanet, that it hasn't worked. I feel like you lose something when you take the Nocturne top, and that something, in a lot of instances, is a bit of a front line. Now, Olaf being strong did help in that respect, but there wasn't really a whole lot there, especially when you're looking to maybe shut down someone like an Akali. I can't remember who it was that was on the cast that was saying it, but there isn't really much of an answer. I mean, what's Nocturne going to do? What's Olaf going to do when Akali goes into the Shroud? You just can't target her, so there really isn't a whole lot that you can do about it. Chaz played an absolute blinder. He gets, what, 5-0 and 0, and then from there, he just goes ahead and doubles it before the end of the game. So he really just comes away with another carry performance. And based on the way that this series is going at the moment, it seems like he might be setting himself up for an MVP of this series. But we'll see how Game 4 goes and, you know, whether we get pushed to Game 5 or not as well. Few good steals coming through there as well. I mean, that was a nice one from Pabu that could have potentially swung the game as well. You know, if that one goes the way of Peace, do they survive much longer? The other one takeaway for myself was the fact that in a few instances, the guys on Peace decided that they wanted to go for some engages on top of Biopanther, obviously playing Sion, and they did have enough damage to get through him, but it felt like they maybe overcommitted a little bit too much in getting rid of Biopanther. And this is the fight in particular that I'm talking about, where they sort of throw everything in onto Biopanther, and then there's just nothing. And Chaz comes in and clears up. He's like the janitor. Just sort of sweeps through the Peace fellas. So, yeah, I mean, it just really wasn't quite working together for Peace, unfortunately, in this one. And a great game from Chaz in particular.
I think you've forgotten the most important part of all of our analysis, which is rank 1, by the way.
Rank 1, by the way.
Rank 1, by the way. Actually, another thing I want to ask you guys about is we have seen Thresh banned again and again and again. I'm pretty sure almost every game
100%.
in playoffs.
100%.
We see it
Yeah.
go through for this game and they don't win with it being on Aladoric. Why is that? And why have we still seen it banned so much? Why didn't it work for Peace?
I think that the Thresh in itself was good, like a good pick this game. But in particular, I think that Peace have really, for the whole season, had an identity around Violet being on a hard carry.
Yeah.
And Varus isn't your traditional hard carry when you opt in for like the lethality build. And I think a lot of the times that they set up with the focus in mind that they'll get to an objective first, they'll use the Thresh hook, they'll use the Varus ultimate, they'll make the pick, and then they'll start at a numbers disadvantage. But the game was so chaotic that it never really happened that way. And so at this point, Thresh is really just a Lantern bot. They made a few good picks. And honestly, they got to the game to a point where I thought maybe Pentanet were in a little bit of trouble. Like the momentum, we could feel it kind of shifting. However, they were just able to make it work because for me, it wasn't really what Peace have been playing all year. It was a little bit of a dynamic shift. It was a little more, the composition's a little more elegant, has a few more nuts and bolts. And yeah, and then when you have that, and when you have that in a grand final, sometimes it just goes out the window. And the best thing to do has been what you're doing all season. Hey, I'd maybe even rather see him on the Vayne. Like, legitimately at that point, because you know Bio is going to play a tank. And that could solve a lot of your problems. And if you want a team fight and not set up properly and just have skirmishes, that's probably your best bet than a Varus.
Yeah, it gives him the option of being able to self-peel as well,
Yeah.
which he's not really getting a whole lot of with this composition.
No.
Yes, the Thresh is there. Maybe the Victor Field helps him out a little bit, but the reality is that he doesn't have someone like you know, the top laner of Ornn just sitting right on top of the front line and making sure that no one can get past him in the first place. So could have helped out. And I agree. I mean, I think we've had 2 games in a row now where we've seen Violet on a non-traditional champion for himself. We've seen the Ezreal, we've seen the Jinx, the Ezreal and the Varus, I should say. Like, it's not to say that he's played poorly at all by any means, but it just doesn't feel like it's enough at the moment for the Peace roster when he's such an integral part of that team. So I'd like to see him go back onto the Jinx, maybe onto the Kai'Sa, maybe onto the Xayah if they can get that, and that could potentially prove a little bit better for Peace.
Well, that sounds like you've Giga broken that down.
Thanks.
Maybe an Uber draft change is in order. Maybe a Goomba break is in order as well for everyone to take a rest, get hydrated, look after yourselves. Game 4 is going to be coming up after the break. Let's see if Pentanet can put their foot down and become the champions, or if Peace are going to hit back.
Laid down, the rest of Peace are looking to try and group up and stay together. They've taken out Decoy. The Barons forget about it, win this team fight. Predator goes gold and the trap couples with it. He's locked in place. Flash forward on instead. The kill goes again. What's the favourite of Halo? He's got himself a double kill, but Chaz finds the execution and takes Nocturne to the grave with him. That's a double for him. So tanky, especially with an Ocean Soul. Look how long it took to try and take it around. Maybe Pentanet can turn this fight in their favour. The lethal tempo is proccing. The ultimate is clipping, and the members are falling. It's another double kill here for Chaz. This Akali is unstoppable. Not a thing they can do about it.
I ain't worried. Stay with me in this altered state. We all blurry, and I don't wanna wait. I don't wanna wait. Just stop. Aren't you tired of always waiting for the drop? 'Cause there's more to life than all the things you got. Hold you hostage 'cause you think you need a lot. You got one shot, just start fresh. Working on the part that's not just blood and flesh. Find the quiet place where you can start to bless. Maybe all these thoughts are from imagination. And don't stress, we'll find this altered state. It's all blurry. Don't matter when we gonna wait. I ain't worried. Stay with me in this altered state. We all blurry. And I don't wanna wait. I don't wanna wait. This altered state. Don't matter when we gonna wait. Stay with me in this altered state. And I don't wanna wait. I don't wanna wait.
Someone in production told me we were in for a wild ride. Could be going all the way to 5 here, but it could also stop at 4, which is a game of 4. That's exactly where we're about to head here in the grand finals of the LCO. Pentanet currently leading by 1 game. We could be having a bit of a yee-haw soon, depending on the way it goes. So it could last longer than expected. We might have to ride each other around the studio to provide some extra entertainment in case there needs to be some fill. Jubes, would you like to be my horse or not? You did. That's true. I have a feeling that you might be muted.
I think I was.
He was muted. There we are.
I've been out of studio all year. I've been locked out of studio for 1 year, and you want me to come back and make no mistakes?
He's out of form. But
I'm only human.
It's okay. People are allowed to make mistakes.
No, now, I'm getting yelled at by Witherby.
This is why you were the only player from that team that didn't make it internationally.
All I'm saying is, Jordan, you don't do it like that. Not in the grand finals. The way to make mistakes is by not doing your research. Someone that does do a lot of research, however, is Nat. And Nat is back with her stats.
That is right, Mac. I'm back with my stats. I decided I'd come over here to the side lane and run through some stats that I've been working up. I, like I said, put that engineering degree to the use, and I found out, I thought I'd do some new stats, but the person who has taken the most amount of damage over the first 2 games was Pabu on his Volibear and his Nocturne. He took 57.7k damage, which is pretty insane, especially when you look at the most amount of damage dealt, which was from Violet, which was 56.5. So pretty much, if you took all of Violet's damage over the first 2 days, first 2 games, that is how much Pabu has taken. So it's pretty crazy. And then obviously our normal stats that we look at are the kills. And we are so close. Pentanet has 41 kills, whereas Peace has 39, which is insanely close across 3 games. And Towers are 20-17. Whereas when we were here last time, in the last series that they faced against each other at the end of Game 3, Peace had 61 kills and Pentanet had 38. So you could say Pentanet has absolutely stepped up their game and are bringing it to them in the first 3 games rather than just waiting for a reverse sweep almost. Was
that StatsNat or was that Weather Reporter Jana? Because it looked like you were doing a cosplay. I really like to see, production doing you a solid with the background there. So not too bad, not too shabby. Thank you very much for those stats. Do you have any more before we come back?
No, that's it. You sit with it and do what you will.
Okay. Well, I certainly am sitting. I'm having a great time over here. So let's have a quick chat about the draft before we throw back to the boys. Would you like to tell me what you think is going to change going into Game 4?
I think Peace need to
reset.
Reset. Yep, reset is a good one. And then they need to opt in for a kill bot lane. Just a pure kill bot lane at all points. Like with, Rel, Alistar, Thresh, whatever they can get their hands on. Support's not really the problem. But pair that with a volatile lane, like a Tristana, Kai'Sa, something with a lot of kill threat, and literally just put bodies in the bot lane. Just pile it on. Yeah. Get a mid laner that can get down there. Get a jungler that can get down there. Because the only way you're going to win this series is if you break open the game through bot lane. And at the moment, Pentanet are able to stabilize, and then it just becomes like the Chaz show, the Pabu show, or the Bio show. Because in all games that they've won, it has been one of those members in the top side of the map. I don't think I can remember a time, and this isn't any disrespect to the Pentanet bot lane, I can't remember a time where they have taken over the game themselves, especially against Peace, because they're just too good in the bot side. Sometimes all you need to do is stabilize it and you win the series. Or come out of lane even and win the game. So just pick volatile bot lane. Volatile.
Yeah, I think they, like I said, I think they need to reset and kind of go back to what's been working for them throughout the season. I want to see Appy back onto something like the Gnar, the Renekton, the Volibear, these kinds of champs that has worked for him in the past. Again, get Lisa back onto things like Udyr, things like Hecarim. I know it's going to be difficult to get that through the draft, but if they can manage to sort of bring things back to what has been successful for them, then I would imagine things are going to go a little bit better for them. And obviously part of that is down in the bot lane. Get Violet onto one of his comfort champs and see what we can do here, because it worked in Game 1. We had Jinx, we had Braum, things worked out nicely for them. There was a carry from the bot lane. But now, we've gone on to the Ezreal, we've gone on to the Varus, it hasn't gone quite so well for them, so just reset, go back to what's worked, go back to the tried and true, and hopefully that pushes us to a Game 5.
Game 5 would be a great damn time. Now, there's one thing about being a Cowboy. It's that you need some good mental fortitude, especially if you could be riding the Buck and Bronco, you know, a bit of this, bit of, oh, jeez. You know, have you ever been on one? No. If you haven't, well, listen to Mac, because he certainly has. You need the reaction times to deal with all the changing in pace going on. You need the mental fortitude just to be able to think, why the hell am I up on the Buck and Bronco in the first place? And to test yourself, to assess yourself. Esports Assessment Labs has lots of tests, maybe even a Cowboy test, to make sure you can assess exactly what's going on, how mentally stable you are. And look,
someone definitely needs that.
Someone that definitely needs Mac and told me we were going line dancing later was Rusty and Skimmy. They said they were ready.
Is that so, mate? I like your I like your little like Bronco, just getting rowdy about it.
Rusty saw
That's
me
a
last
look. That's a vibe.
You just start like muzzing. That's not a Bronco at all.
I'm hitting the clubs off for this one, but I'm getting excited.
Getting rowdy.
I'm keen for this series. I'm keen for a game 5, mate.
Jimmy thinks it's a 3-1.
He's certainly got the moves. Now let's see if you've got the voice to back it up, because you've been killing it in there, Skimmy, going really damn high.
I feel like being at home for such a long time has confused us a little bit with all the creature comforts. I come into game 1 screaming, guns blazing. I'm like, hang on a minute, the throat check. Well, it's feeling it. So we've got the T being the MVP right now, keeping us on lockdown. And if it does go to full game 5, then maybe we can scream and shout and let it all out.
Well, screaming and shouting is something you're about to do, because it's time for game 4. It's time for Champ Select. Boys, take us in.
There we go, Mac. Well, here we go, game 4. Situation for Pensnet basically to find themselves on a match point. We start to say, well, what does this really mean for the teams as to the nerves starting to kick in? It's been pretty killer instinct so far in a case of like, this is how we play, this is what we've done all season long, this is what's brought us to today. And well, now you're on the side of peace. You had to take into consideration what Elfish Guy mentioned about give Violet a form of comfort. Don't try to hit the curveballs too often, and just maybe build a composition around him again.
Yeah, I mean, it's worth considering through all of the games so far as well, though, that PGG have banned 2 AD carries, so they are trying to remove a lot of that comfort.
Yeah.
Last game, they gave the Thresh. They played very well into the Thresh, but it wasn't necessarily about the laning. You know, there was so much chaos thrown into that game so early that laning came secondary to the action that kind of, you know, just removed normal. And Peace want normal, because they slowly win when it's normal. That's where they're the best.
Yeah.
So removing that, removing 2 AD carries, it's made it very difficult to be in the bottom lane of Peace.
Certainly has. It's going to be Peace that find themselves on blue side once again. Still, the Hecarim is going to be denied, as are the 2 AD carries that find the most grace. But that does mean that likes of Kaiser and Jinx are available at the top of the ladder. And guarantee it as the first pick. Why not?
Yeah, Jinx going to get locked in here as a matter of preference. Violet's shown how proficient he is on the pick. Praetor says salty run back. Let's beat him on both sides of the matchup. Show that we're the best players. Lilia was available. Pabu says, let's go Udyr. I've been inting on it very successfully so far, so why not do that again? Don't change what's working for you. Waiting for probably the Sion 3rd pick, because why not?
Why not? Quite honestly, the fact is, I think there's no better explanation than that final team fight. Or maybe the fight beforehand around the red buff, where the fact is that Biopanther gets ulted 1v5, and we had the consideration, how do you kill these tanks? You don't, and that was a proof of it, especially when Ocean Soul takes into consideration too. But I like this, and I know that's what you're going to talk about. Appy finally back on Gnar, maybe some solo kill action.
Appy getting some agency, Appy being responsible for his own laning outcomes now. You know, has weak moments, has been solo killing all the time when he gets this Gnar, however, has been incredibly proficient on the pick. You will see the response here. Naturally, Biopanther's going to pick up the tank. 1v9 performance on the Ornn. Maybe 2v8. Chaz was pretty good in that game, but went off, put the team on his back and said, let's get it done. And now they're immediately starting to ban AD mid laners. Like, they've almost said that we're at match point. Peace is going to throw the gauntlet to try and bring us to a game 5, get the silver scrapes going. Don't let him have it.
Yeah, I mean, remove the Yone. The next one that comes to mind, probably the Lucian, to try and really make sure that Halo is able to flex into an AD matchup to try and find that advantage. And I'd be curious to see if Chaz continues to go down that rabbit hole of picking assassins, because he's found his moments, he's found his positioning more than anything, and has been able to get the ball rolling even when there hasn't been Pabu nearby him. So that will be the double ban towards him, but the response here from Peace is okay. Let's remove some of those control mages, maybe get rid of the Syndra or the Orianna as well, and say, we've got something prepared for you.
Yeah, wondering what we are going to see here on the side of Chaz. Victor being banned away shows that they are still worried about the control mages that can come out of him. Said this a couple of times. I wouldn't hate an Orianna pick for the side of BGG, but that's not the direction he's been willingly choosing to go just yet. Maybe goes the Syndra route. Magic damage, definitely something that he would like. We await to see if it's even going to be a 4th pick, and the answer is no.
Oh, we're going to go back to the Nautilus. Have not seen this pick in such a long time, but it used to be the go-to lane bully because it can do just so much. It can buffer some of these other hard engaged supports. It just had a lot of innate straight power in the early game, right? You couple the passive of him with the Varus. Now you're looking to bring to Peace the stats to say you might be known for having this really strong early game and laning phase, but look what we can do with these.
I like this response though. This time around, it's not just a Braum for the sake of Braum either. It is Braum into Ornn. It is Braum into Varus arrows. It is Braum into a Nautilus, right?
Yep.
So you can actually stand in front of your team, be a very relevant factor to protect them. Your Q makes Udyr's life a living nightmare if it connects. Go for the Sylas in mid lane as well. So we're going to match fire with fire just a little bit more here.
A lot of good ultimates right now that Halo can steal away. You talk about the Varus, talk about the Ornn, the Nautilus, and then what will we, the 5th pick here, what will Chaz lock in to try and do battle here with the Sylas? Is it another Assassin? Is it another Control Mage? Will it be the Orianna angle as you highlighted? You want some form of high damage and CC to couple in, and the Syndra would fit the bill.
Yeah, Syndra's not a bad choice. If you're thinking about ult steals that a Sylas can have, he would love to have an Orianna ult. Most other mid laners that Chaz plays, he would enjoy those ultimates. Syndra's one of those unique cases where he'll steal 3 spheres.
Sure.
Right, so it's not going to be max value. Not that it's the perfect lane for a Syndra. There is a world where Sylas can run away with it in a 1v1, but I don't think we've really seen a 1v1 situation ever in mid lane this series so far. So goes for the Sylas, matches it with the Syndra. Magic damage is what the composition ordered. So go alongside Pabu. And also a bit of mid-range engage tools that the team can work with nicely with like a Varus ultimate, Syndra stuns. And now you've got the Ornn and Nautilus to back you up.
And that has to be the biggest thing that I'm looking at right now when I'm seeing this composition from Pentanet. It's just the range of their engage between the Varus ult, between the initiation of Skid of the Week there from the Syndra. And then if you forget about anything else, then you've got the Bruiser boys from top and bot that can hit a hook, that can land a stun, that can guarantee that the fight starts in their way. So curious to see what Peace can throw towards them as a response, because they've got a composition that wants to steal, wants to be rowdy in its own right. But I'd say he probably wants to welcome close quarter, brawling very early on.
Yeah, I think comparing Peace's composition in this game to the last one, I like this comp a lot. I feel like it actually ticks most of the boxes in what they would want overall.
Sure.
I think their team fighting is much more accessible, a lot easier to do.
Yeah.
The Braum was actually pretty clutch for them in game number 1 as well, in what it was able to provide. Sylas stealing ultimates, Appy on his Gnar. The only concern you would have here is what their pure engage is. But note that Sylas can steal Ornn ultimates, can steal Nautilus ultimates, can be a frontline member to work with Aulilia, and suddenly they have engage.
Certainly do. I mean, you start to wonder who will be that driving factor. Will it be a case of Appy having to really try and manage his Mega Bar and find those angles to hit the shove and guarantee a fight starts on their terms? Or are we looking at really Aladoric and Lisa being the, the peel back, turn the switch and turn the game around? Those are the questions. That is the end prize, the MSI Pentanet.GG, 1 game away on match point. Can Peace bring us, Rusty, to a game 5?
Do or die now for Peace, as you mentioned. Super important game for them. Everything on the line. That mental resilience, that fortitude, the things that are required to be a superstar and class team. It's going to be put to the ultimate test right now. Violet, can he stay solid in his mental? Can he continue to win lane for his team? Can he continue to be the person that Peace rely upon when their backs are against the wall? Because that's what they do. They rely on Violet and he delivers.
How many times have we seen games where he has been given the lion's share of the economy, where he has been given a moment to, pop off and execute with a comp built around him? And time again, he has justified that position. You look at some of the stats across the playoffs, it was near about more than 100 damage per minute over Praetor. He was really carrying this team and showcasing that he is the player to talk about. But we'll get to see what it means here coming into this one. Comfort across the boards. What does it mean, though, when Comfort gets matched with a curveball?
Looking at where these junglers are starting right now as well, Pabu's going to be doing red buff to the Krug. So again, just kind of doing his own level 4 clear. Will be spotted by a nice ward actually placed by Appy, I believe, at level 1. Nice little deep ward. Unconventional, I would say, in terms of its positioning, but it definitely achieves what you're after. which is information. Looking at the Lilia on the opposing side, the exact same clear in terms of pathing right now. No information, however, as to exactly where that Lilia is. So it has a bit more agency, perhaps, to make some plays.
Just chilling, going to Raptors. Out goes the water. Now Chaz will be aware as to exactly where Lisa is, and is indeed playing nice and aggressive, as is the tendency of a Nautilus player. Any champion with a hook wants to posture up. They've got kill pressure. They want to keep Peace locked underneath this turret, sacrifice as many minions as possible, and really diminish their impact on this game. But it is worth noting that this Jinx, it just feels like to me, if it gets the ball rolling, the passive is far too strong, as is Halo. A fantastic trade as he goes on through. Chaz responds back, but without any mana, without the Lost Chapter, can't do nearly as much.
Exactly, yeah. Chaz does respond back, but the cost is too high for a Syndra to use more than just a Q, especially at level 3. And being forced to go back to base with the Darkseal refillable pot starts isn't the end of the world. However, being forced to go back with only 12 CS could be seen as such. You need this coming wave, which is the third wave of the game, which has the cannon in it for mid lane, to actually have enough money to upgrade to perhaps a Corrupting Potion if that was the way you're going to go, or a Tear.
Wants those item spikes online as quickly as possible so he can sustain a lane, so he can shove the wave, so he does have trading power. Halo doesn't find the money with this Sylas pick. It's going to be interesting to see what the positioning is. If we once again will see Pabu looking to try and drift on through mid lane. Definitely has been having his eyes set on this one. It's not going to be the crazy early game that allowed him to get 3 kills in as many minutes. But Inspiration Tree continues to be pretty OP. With a dash of Tenacity and Life Leech.
Predator Boot's going to be online very soon here for Lisa in terms of people who want to get very active. Happy, nice little dodge there, is winning out quite heavily in top lane. And of course has gone for the Fleet footwork this time. We've actually seen a range of runes from Appy in particular. There's been Hail of Blades matchups. Yeah. This time he's gone Fleet, so knows he's against the tank, wants to sustain more than just deal damage.
That Hail of Blades one was something to truly behold. He really was the solo kill monster in that fight. I remember that one well. See how he's able to try and navigate this game here today. Has been his most played, which sounds funny to say when he's played so many. Peace now find themselves in a 2v1 situation based on the fact that Decoy had to reset. We'll look to shove this wave in before they can do the same themselves. Max range hook connects. Nautilus deceptively strong from afar right now, but it still will be Peace that find themselves desirable trades. When you compare health bars, the AD carry of Pentanet, that's lower.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, Praedyth is not in a position where he feels too good about himself. Decoy is very healthy and was fresh off a reset, however, with boots. So if both laners are forced to reset, Decoy is pretty happy with that one overall. Pabu and Lisa are just going to say hello to each other as they protect their mid laners. Nothing more.
Predator was popped as the stun connected, so Chaz definitely sniffing out for something, but realizing in the end it was going to be a 2v2 that may not be the fight they're looking for. First Dragon up and available, going to be a Cloud one, and it's going to be Lisa pathing towards bot side, but Udyr is still in the area.
Starting this one is really risky though, Skimmy.
Predator has gone back to base.
Yeah, I mean, they could consider it, but you've got Violet with no mana. Also having Cleanse as his main summoner spell of choice. Being in the pit is risky. The Cloud Drake itself does a lot of base damage, just because it attacks so fast. And I think more importantly for the side of Peace, instead of opting into taking the Drake, they're going to get a reset for tempo. And I think they're going to feel much happier about that one. As I cannot believe Nah eats Meeps. That just annoys me. That just pisses me off, man.
Now we just need a Bard game to try and counteract that Bard abuse. Maybe all the love and grace shown towards Appy in his Gnar pick. He's just gone out the door real quick. Get to see though what it does mean, because this has been the calmest of the early games so far, as TP is going to take Appy back to base. Or back to lane, I should say, as he picks himself up the Merc Treads. Make life a little bit easier in the CC department. Being burnt across the board here from Peace right now.
Yeah, actually mistimed teleports in mid lane also. Often you'll find that both mid laners just reset at very similar times, push the waves in, and it's about item spikes that they're purchasing, but a little bit stunted here just by the aggression that we've seen through the lanes themselves. Halo kind of winning out in the early trades means he didn't need to teleport too early. Lisa, like we mentioned, the Cloud Dragon is absolutely annihilating his health bar. Does have the reinforcements at the bottom lane though this time, so it'll be perfectly fine. Hopefully.
May have some fruit to use afterwards, but nope. The bot lane of Peace will take it instead. That protection is just enough for them to get the ball rolling right now for a very early break.
We are at what you would call map flip o'clock in terms of going for the Rift Herald, but bot laners, instead of actually going for that flip, are looking more to fight each other. And the reason for this, right, is you hit level 6 around the Herald spawn time in bottom lane. You can choose to reset and have priority on the Herald itself.
Yep.
Or you could choose to stay bottom lane, hit level 6 and look for skirmishes. And I would imagine that a Nautilus and a Varus are pretty content in slowly whittling down their opponent's health bars and poking them out. And just winning the war of attrition down here.
Can't be too far away right now. This minion wave might be the find that looks to try and get them level 6, but they're going to take the fight before it even takes place. That goes to Flash. And this means it's all about vision. A one-man Drowsy, Praetor locked in place. Everybody here, and Flash away from the stolen ultimate. Praetor trying to salvage something, but it's just not going to be enough. The white flag goes out, but the first flag goes up. It's all in favor of Peace.
Praetor does his best to try, but realistically the reason he was even that close is because Halo tries to go for the 2-for-1 trade. Steals the Varus ultimate, throws it at Nautilus. Decoy flashes it, so he will survive. And it does mean that there's no trade available for Praetor. Pabu is, of course, going to be on the other side of the map now, taking the Herald for free. And we talk about bottom lane maybe wanting to hit level 6, maybe just wanting to fight down there of their own accord. Well, it's not. Everyone's there from the side of Peace. That was no smite on Pabu. That was close.
It was close, and this is Appy now, soon to hit Mega. He's just going to run him down, get a few grasp decks, and get himself a little bit of sustain with the fleet footwork, I should say, and get himself back to lane.
I think this is a really exciting game to watch from this point onwards. You know, you've got Halo 1-0. Not a massive lead in mid, but pretty strong. That was extremely mean. You've got Appy, who is farming quite well. Hasn't been solo killing, but does seem more, in general, confident and strong in just the way that he is playing League of Legends right now. And I think once we start getting towards those teleport timers here for both top laners, things get pretty hectic down in the bottom lane. Around the Drake's timing.
It was quite interesting to see them decide to go for that fight pre-6. Regardless, it was a fight that still favors Peace. Nice rotation here from the mid lane. I want to continue to work favors here with the Varus. It's all down to members of this Peace side. Try and get close quarters and prevent Violet from really ramping up the attack speed on the minigun. Good job so far of zoning and controlling the vision.
Adam Spike's still a little while away. We saw the level 6 plays down in bottom lane, so it does mean that we hit this small respite of aggression, of action, and we just start posturing more and more. Decoy now maybe with an ultimate could engage in bottom lane.
Certainly could. There goes the hook. What can they do to try and turn things around? Everybody's here. It's a 3v3, but it's going to be Decoy that picks up the kill and removes the Braum from the equation.
Yeah, that was a big timing gap there, unfortunately for the side of Peace. Aladoric looks for the engage because he has Lilia nearby, but at the same time, Udi is walking up the river, walking down the river to bot lane. And Decoy says, thank you for the free engage. I will hook you. And the shoe was on the other foot. Oh.
I've been looking for it. Chilling Smite was soon to be enough, but Lisa will respect it, and he will have to flash away. But ideas in mind. Dragging up in 60 seconds, and that means it's time for Pentanet to reset.
And it's never a surprise that a game like this slows down. Remember, we're at match point. The winner goes to Iceland, the winner goes to MSI, everything on the line. Lots of reasons to not make mistakes. Lots of reasons that the game may, you know, flow, then stop, then hit a fight, then stop, as teams reset themselves constantly. No point taking those risks. It costs too much.
It does feel like we've taken ourselves back to the tempo of game number 1, where both teams were really filling each other out, and it was a case of going to, what, about 37 minutes? And what's the game length for that one? From that point onwards, though, these teams definitely have been filling themselves, and games are being a lot quicker, more dominant in one team's favor. I always wonder, Rusty, you know, who feels the pressure more? The team that knows that they're on match point to try and close things out, or the team on the other end who says, we can't afford to lose this game? Are you playing to win, or are you playing not to lose?
I mean, it's definitely about the individual more than anything else, I think, in terms of how you as a person feel that pressure. You know, someone like Violet just seems to be the most solid mental on a human ever. So I don't know how much he's feeling it. I would say maybe not a lot, but perhaps someone like Aladoric may have the nerves, and that adds up for the bottom lane. Herald's just going to be summoned here for some gold skimming, but nothing great being gained overall. And I think because Appy was nearby with his Mega Gnar, there's reason to run. And if that expires, then the Drake may just be going the way of Pentanet. We will see.
Gone. It's going to take a bit of time to try and wrap that one up. The ultimate from the Ornn has been stolen away. Out comes one. There's a second. X marks the spot. Where's the bounty? Where is the treasure? One person goes gold. He might be the treasure because Lisa's fallen on down. Peace now have no smite to contest. A flash away from Appy. That means they can't do much about this one. And Pentanet will find themselves the second Drake.
Yeah, Peace try to contest without the Mega Gnar ready, without real entry into the pit. They throw the Ornn ultimate. Sylas, of course, stealing that one away as their means of engage. But at the same time, it's just going to be matched by their opponents. And their opponents feel very strong about this situation, about fighting. And they've got a lethality Varus. So while it's not a full mythic, it's still value in terms of the damage it's going to deal, and it starts off by hitting Lisa and Appy and chunking them out heavily. Varus ultimate connecting, of course, going through the Zhonya's Lisa, actually buys space for PGG to hit their spell rotations again, and the full Syndra combo is going to be more than enough. Again, squishy players on the side of Peace if they fight at the wrong time. Zhonya's and Stopwatch needed for the Lilia. Mega Gnar needed for the Gnar. Without those, they can just die instantly.
Yeah, and they really do need those initiation tools to start the fight on their terms so they can get this Jinx rolling. Because as you can see from that fight there, the range mismatch that Pentanet have was just enough to force out an early stopwatch, and then when he came out of it, it was a guaranteed stun from the Syndra. And to add overkill and insult to injury, a depth charge from Decoy afterwards. So a situation like that where you can't afford to be welcoming your opposition to start the terms or start the fight on their terms proves to be costly.
And it's actually going to be the Prowler's Claw here from Praedyth on the Varus.
Okay.
It is interesting to me. I think one of the interactions that, I don't know if we'll see it, but you can use it to minions. You could maybe Prowler's Claw to a minion and then Varus Ultimate. Close the distance instead of using your flash. Of course, it is a targeted item. It's not as simple as using a Gale Force like most other AD carries could. So it's not as simple as saying, I will use it to get away from a Mega Gnar ultimate. But it does have utility at its moments. It's top lane in trouble.
Could be. Now Taylor dropped down to 50% as the fight breaks out. The Predator has been popped. The TP committed. Pentanet want to turn this fight around right now. Lisa is in a whole world of pain. He's going to hit that drowsy. We're going to fall on down all the same. Two people put to sleep, but there might be many more on the side of Peace that get put to sleep afterwards. Aladoric with a beautiful stopwatch. He could have been the second pick as a result of that one. And Hello continues to find these ultimates, but just isn't able to turn things around.
And it ends up just being a disengage here. You've got Varus throwing pot shots still, however, and Halo does get significantly chunked out with no teleport. So while you've got Appy there with the Mega Gnar, the opportunities to actually follow that through and look for the team fight are basically zero at this point. And so it is just going to be the 1-for-0 with the objective on top of that going the way of Pentanet.gg. Halo has to respect back that up.
Could have been caught there, but thankfully for him, is not going to be the case. He's going to be able to stick around and vacuum up that wave and get himself even more gold to try and find that mythic item that he so desperately needs. Both mid laners working their way towards that one. As the Stridebreaker and the Frostfire Gauntlet are online, so these bruisers now definitely got themselves the opportunity to stay a while. Stick on to guarantee the fight works in their favor. Gold lead ever so slightly starting to go in the favor of Pentanet with the second Herald acquisition. Maybe not as much for a turret to fall on down given that the plates have gone. But the map control to guarantee the first turret can never go amiss.
For sure. I think right now, the major difference is going to be through junglers. Just very far behind us. Able to finish Leandri's if it is the build that he's going to go. Is a 1200 gold completion, so it's expensive in its own right and takes quite a while to get the funds for. And he keeps dying in all of these fights, so is losing out on opportunities for funds. And then not having a stopwatch for such a significant amount of time genuinely really hurts their team fighting. So there's quite a while till Lise is going to be in a point of power. And during all of this time, Pabu's going to just be unstoppably fed.
Really good zoning control there from Pentanet, bullying them to go the long way around. Ipan from the flanking angle as well, and that more so than anything guarantees that the mid-tier 1 will fall on down. That's going to be a second headbutt, and they are really running rampant now through mid lane. What will Peace decide to do in a situation like this? Dragon, bear in mind, is up in 20 seconds. No major concern about a soul point. Appy, meanwhile, pushing bot side and picks up a turret himself. TP, no worries.
We're completely separated there from the Lilia Swell seed, so there was an opportunity. I was thinking perhaps he would use that ultimate, but the Dragon being alive does want to hold that for now. Appy is pretty well off on this Naba. This will be a fight where he can hit Mega Gnar first.
He's soon to get Flash as well. That's one person going to sleep. It's going to be Chaz. Just no follow-up. That could be disastrous. Pablo on the flank right now looking to try and take out the Lilia. That goes to Glacial Fissure. And that's two major components now, Rusty, that have been burnt for no real gain.
That was the Braum door as well here, though, Skimmy. So if BioPanther actually wants to engage, he could sound the horn. He would be actually able to find the mark, and you can see immediately Peace. We're like, okay, we used the Braum ultimate, we used the Lilia ultimate.
Yeah.
We didn't actually get anything from that. Let's just disengage. It's the second Dragon of the game for PGG anyway, so it's not going to be a determining factor. And now we get to see what happens from this point, because it is that Mountain Soul. There's going to be a lot of tanky members running around if we trade Dragons.
Is based on how things have fashioned themselves, either team could be picking up a whole boatload of resistances. And we've seen how influential it can be, even if they are put in a dumpster with their KDA. Violet caught out of position. He has the flash, he has the cleanse, he burns both, but he still dies! The worst case scenario. Praetor picks up the kill. And maybe those are the nerves, Rusty. That's starting to creep in.
I mean, Violet did cleanse the Varus ultimate at the correct moment and flashed. Unfortunately, the Nautilus hook follows the flash direction. And at the end of the day, that's one of those moments where you're kind of wishing Violet just flashed for the Ornn ultimate at the start instead of holding it and trying to cleanse his way out of the follow-up. So we'll be very sad about that outcome. He's tried to save their AD carry. They try to save the MVP of Peace. Gone down anyway.
He certainly has. Hasn't been his game so far. Sure, he's been up in the laning phase. Sure, he has a 20 CS lead, but he hasn't been able to find that first kill. He hasn't really been able to work his way into these skirmishes so far. Talk about the impact of what a Jinx can do. Needs these fights to work on their terms, but Pentanet run this joint right now. This is their playground. They found him again, caught a mid-wave unprotected. It's just too easy, Rusty. All this pressure in mid lane, all those turrets have dropped on down. It's become a living hell for him now.
And look at where his team is. They're at the enemy red buff. They're off in Narnia. No support for the AD carry of their team. Good flanks from PGG. Absolutely solid in taking down the Jinx. Certainly doesn't have any support from his team right now. They're off wandering.
Biodan bot side doesn't have a TP, has double summoners for combat engagement, but that's going to be the fight that could look to try and get Peace back into this game. They don't have that AD carry, so their damage output might be quite low as a result. Out goes the Rocket from base, doesn't touch anyone! Appy soon to hit Mega, but we'll just kill him in mini. A skirmish that works in their favor. Can they deny the recall? They can. And that's a really good pick, and a second kill was shut down for Appy.
Yeah, I mean, 2 kills going the way of Appy. He was already 30 CS up on his lane opponent here in BioPanther. Bio also with no teleport running the exhaust right now. Not going to be able to get there and influence that fight by any means. And that was a really, really important moment for Peace. They were starting to lose control of this game. Pentanet, they were looking, they were stancing themselves for that top lane outer turret. They just weren't ready for this impossibly long flank that was Peace just sitting in the enemy jungle. Eventually the flank pays off at the cost of their AD carry's life before the fight even starts, but they did get it.
They were 5 steps ahead of us, Rusty. They said Violet can be the bait. We will set ourselves up for the long con here, and ultimately it does pay off, but the expense still seems to be fairly high at the cost of the Jinx falling on down, but regardless, given the fact that he has been looking to try and get as much of the solo XP when untouched. He continues to build up that CS lead in his favor. Still waiting for that second item spike, as are both. And that's when the ball really does start to get rolling. But the fact that now Appy finds himself a bit of gold could be the tankiness that he requires to hit the ult and let it stick.
Pabu just moving warded his way through the enemy jungle there, found everybody and just ran away because he's super quick. Meanwhile, of course, the rest of his team getting all that information is able to play safely. Full reset now going to be available here for Praetor. As he spends the remnants of that item, may be the second item done and dusted. It's going to be a very powerful Varus. A couple of mana away from that Manamune being fully upgraded to Muramana. And then the arrows do ridiculous damage.
So he does 360 is the magical number. And we get to see what it looks like when that comes around. So does Grudge, on top of all things, really does make it even more oppressive to play from afar. It was worth noting, as our observers showcase, that Appy has the most gold in the entire game right now. Just completes a Force of Nature, and now it's them playing hide and seek. And them welcoming in the attention from Pensnet to find the picks.
Coming in for this one. We've got the Dragon in 15 seconds. Halo, of course, does have an Ornn ultimate. This could be the moment where I think Peace say it's time to actually go and give it everything for a fight. Appy's just about to tick Mega here. Has no flash.
Out goes the Ornn ult from Peace so far, looking to zone away one. There's Appy, instantly knocks back, the chains connect, Praetor zoned away, but he can hit the arrows from afar, and the arrows connect, Halo's gone, he's untouched. He has so much range, it just does not matter. A second kill here found by BioPanther. Peace are capitulating, they're getting wiped. Nobody's fallen on down, it's only Violet left to survive. He's forced to flash away. That is not the fight they were hoping for. And Peace just outranging them and outplaying them.
Yeah, not the fight at all. Chaz pushing away Appy on that Gnar. We mentioned no flash as the fight starts. Has to try and use the Stride Breaker to close distance before he ults. Just gets pushed away. Scatter the Weak, aptly named in that situation. No chance to get onto Praetor. And then if you can't get to Praetor, he is always going to get to you, especially when you're fighting around a corner like that, giving him range to hit those arrows. PGG wipe the floor with Peace. They'll take the Baron here as well. No contest barring a Jinx ultimate that's on cooldown. The game is theirs for the taking. Iceland is theirs for the earning.
That fort becomes more and more prevalent in the back of their head right now. Baron in a 6k gold lead, but this is how it starts. And the fact is, as you quite handily put, Appy jumps in, instantly out the fight.
You see how low Praetor gets anyway, right? Like super dangerous territory, but he's able to take out Halo. Still has an influence. Chaz able to work from back to front, pushing his way forwards, and BioPanther's not taking damage. Pabu's hardly taking damage, and Decoy, the third tank of the team as well. I mean, getting through those three tanks to get to the carries, difficult. You have to do it at the first second of the fight, really, to find success.
And that's what they did, but the fact is the counterplay from Pentanet was fantastic, and after that, there was no backline access. There is no assassin or flank, or other angle for them to consider. Easy pickings for the marksman from afar. 25 minutes into this one, Rusty. As you say, Iceland seems to be calling for them. But Peace still have shown that they have resilience. They've taken this team to Game 5 before. They're going to need a miracle to try and take it again. Thankfully for them, a miracle has been granted as the recall does not get cancelled.
Barely scrapes his way out of that one, but will be perfectly fine. Praetor just clearing the area, saying where exactly is this bloody Silas, but he's in base. So the outer turret and top lane will fall for free here regardless.
Skirmished by the Raptors, or actually, sorry, by the Wolves, looking to try and do whatever they can on towards Pabu, put to sleep. Halo commits his flash to get the kill, but it's going to be Violet that picks up the shutting blow, and that's going to be a case of him finally getting a kill on the board. Now a 4v5 base defense. Still, Pentanet have Baron, a flash forward, and Appy knocked back onto 2, but it's not onto the carries, it's onto 2 bruises. The ultimate from Halo knocks up 3. Try and get to Praetor. Out comes the super mega death rocket. Praetor survives. He lives. That's the kill they needed. And that would have unlocked Jinx completely.
And they're just trying so hard, right? The Mega Gnar was about to end. What choice do you have? Make the play, doesn't hit. Follow up, you've got an Ornhorn that comes out from Halo once again. Does find the mark. Chains do find the mark, but he doesn't have Appy with him because Appy was forced to go earlier. That Mega Gnar timing, super tragic there for Peace, or it could have been so much better. But at the end of the day,
You've got to kill Pabu. You've got to kill Praedyth, rather, to win the game, as they both flash away from it. And try as they might here, Peace, you're just not going to be able to close that distance. Jinx ultimate does so much work, but he gets down to like 200 HP maybe, and just gets to walk away with his life intact.
His HP bar fluctuated 0.5 of a second. He was nearly dead.
Whoa.
To be happy now, caught on the rotation, hits the ultimate as he's Mega, hits the Stride Breaker, locks them all in place, baiting out the rotation for Peace to say, let's find these kills. It's 2 tanks, there's a depth charge, steal it away, buff for the hook, you can't get out of our grasp. We've taken you down. Short, sharp fights like that definitely seem to favor Peace.
Yeah, I mean, it was a slow, long slog to try and actually get the kill in the first place onto just Decoy. That shows how much their damage is currently actually lacking, but they gave the kill to Violet, who has got his first item, second item on the Lord Dominik's as well completed, and is now building towards a third. And once that comes online, maybe 4 items needed for Violet to say that he's at his maximum amount of damage output, just because this third item does seem to be a Zeal. But nevertheless, is getting there. And again, you have to look at Violet. You have to look at him and say Ultraviolet instincts need to come out. He needs to go absolutely insane and just put the Goomba stomping on someone like Pabu to get them to a game 5 at all, because they are backs against the wall, 6,000 gold down.
Needs to hit another level right now. Wouldn't be surprised if we saw Peace look to try and hold off things for as long as possible. Easy said than done though, Rusty. 30 seconds. And that's a soul point, and a mountain soul at that. You saw how hard it was. How hard it was to take down Decoy before. It gets exponentially harder from that point onwards.
X flashing over the wall there. Syndra stun does connect, and Varus is doing some serious damage, but I believe that was an empowered Q. But they've bodied them out. They've pushed them out. They've earned control of the river. The river belongs to PGG. Peace now against the grain. What choice do they have but to contest this? This could be the deciding game, the deciding fight.
Appy close to Mega. This is looking good so far. The ultimate, once again, Call of the Forge God has been stolen here by Halo. They just need to find an angle, creative positioning. Note how both the carries of Chaz and Praedyth are playing. They have no flash. They burn it in the prior engagement.
They're looking for the Ornhorn from both parties here. And Appy's about to run out of Mega. It's on.
Here it goes again. Full collapse on towards Biopan, but that's not the target. And now Appy has to run away from this fight. They don't want this fight. Forget about the Dragon Head on the flank, trying to go 1v5. What are you doing? He's trying to life leech and sustain for as long as possible. But the rest of his team have just left him to the sides. That's a guaranteed soul point. And that's the case of Peace running it back to base and saying maybe there's one more chance for us to go at this.
Oh, that did do a lot of damage, but it wasn't going to secure the Mountain Dragon in the end. Pabu's smite too strong. Soul secured. 7,000 gold lead as it stretches and stretches. And really, those backs against the wall here for Peace starting to get more and more desperate. Halo tries to be a hero. Tries to really make that 1v5 happen in the backline for his team, but it's just not going to have enough damage right now. It's just not going to be enough. Everyone just gets one hit on the side of Peace, separate to where he was.
And the fight's so weird from the very get-go. The fact is that that's going to be Appy jumping in, hits the ultimate onto Biopanthy. He buffers it with the Bellows Breath and then laughs in the face of adversity. And you see Peace on the left-hand side say, all right, we just lose this fight. This is not ours. Halo, by that point, is already on such an invested flanking angle. He's like, I'm going in.
Yeah. I mean, again, we keep saying this, but like the fights happen, and you're looking at Appy, who just runs out of Mega Knight, has no choice. And it's just so awkward to actually play around those timings here. You know, when you're really far behind and you're playing Gnar, you have to have perfect timing. There's not much more that you can say about that one. Baron going to be started here as well. Peace, no real look at the contest just yet. Appy teleport up is in bottom lane. They may just split push.
7k gold lead.
Oh, he's going to hit Mega though. This could be on.
30 minutes in, he's built himself up that Mega. This might be the final fight. 2 members get put to sleep. Where's Appy? Note the bounce, the pop, the slam, the jam, everything coming together. Praedyth in trouble. Take him down. Shutdown goes the way of Gnar. Now can they find some more kills? Appy the hero. Another shutdown, another carry, another chance for Peace to try and take this one to game 5. Shutdowns like you just would not believe it. Get the ace. Take them all. It's a bit of a disgrace. They're down 7k gold. They can do this to Pentanet. Decoy, he's tanky. He'll take a while, but he'll fall on down eventually.
All that's left standing is Pabu right now on this Udyr. Shutdowns galore go the way of Peace. Violet grabs some of them. Halo gets into the mix as well. Baron is now secured and it goes the way of Peace. What was 7,000, Skimmy, is now about 2. And suddenly this game, anyone's.
You would not believe it. That's the fight they were looking for. And finally, major CC layering.
And it starts with Lisa at half health, but the Ornn ultimates coming through from the Sylas are just so overbearing. Appy in mini form is able to secure the kill, switches to Mega, and then just pushes the tempo straight onto Chaz. No way out this time around, even with the flash available, was just CC locked. Lisa does go down. Yes, Pabu does what he can on the back end of this one, but it was too little too late scenario, as we've got a game on our hands here, Skimmy.
We certainly do have a game on our hands. The split pushing has been paying off now for Appy. Preps the Mega, gets himself a big CS lead, gets himself another shutdown, more gold, more leads, and more chances to find picks like this. Pabu in trouble, forced to flash.
Appy still hunting. No real objectives besides the Baron buff that is currently belonging to Peace available. So they are just looking for kills. They're just looking for avenues of entry. If nothing else, the game will just come to a halt. But they will have purchased one more opportunity to get a team fight. And Skibby, your voice is going to have to hang in there because this could go the distance. This could go all the way to 5 games if Peace win one more fight.
We're starting to lose it, Rusty. It's starting to get croaky, but it justifies the occasion, the grand occasion of a grand final. The very first of many to come, no doubt, in the LCO here. But for these players, a huge opportunity to represent the region overseas, to claim their ticket to play at Iceland for the MSI. And we thought it was a foregone conclusion. We thought that this was Pentanet looking to try and wrap this one up with a 7K gold lead. Who would have said otherwise?
Absolutely. I mean, it was starting to get wrapped up, right? But let's just take stock of a couple of things in this game that are of utmost importance. Zonius is done for Lisa, so Wally 05 still can team fight, still can put everyone to sleep. The most important thing, Violet is he's about 80 CS ahead of Praetor. In a losing situation, they give him all of the resources. He then gets a shutdown in that last fight as well. And you can see in terms of gold in this game, him and Appy are 1 and 2. They have so much gold, and Lisa is suffering desperately from it. He's 4,000 gold down from Pabu. But at the end of the day, those are the carries of Peace. Those are the members that you want the gold on. Those are the people that Peace will put their faith in absolutely to carry them to 5 games.
It feels to me, Rusty, that Lisa's resigned himself to just basically saying, I have to hit a flash, Zonia's lullaby, and guarantee that if anything more, we've won the game off that. Big, significant gold lead advantages in all the other areas, and despite what the economy as overall says, it's Peace in the lead.
Peace straight up might just need a Knight's Vow third. That's an Ornn ult. Sylas has chucked it out. I think he was just cycling the ultimate. That's also a teleport from the actual Ornn, who still has his ultimate. Things starting to heat up here. That Nautilus hook was just about on the money there. 30 seconds till Elder.
Getting close, Rusty. It is getting close. The tension is palpable. I can feel it. 30 seconds, as you say. Both teams respecting. One a match point, one that needs to fight for a Game 5 situation.
He's just hit Mega Gnar as well. If ever there was a point that could choose the outcome of this game, it is Appy currently hunting on a flank. If that Mega Gnar runs out, contesting the Elder is very difficult.
50% left.
He's on a wide flank. He's running out of Mega Gnar. It is basically gone.
Internet played this one beautifully. They've waited it out.
Now it's a game of slowing it down. If you're Peace, you need to wait. Appy's tuck it out. Let him refresh the passive. Let him get back to charging that bar. Let him be a relevant factor other than just the mini. He needs to have that threat. They put him to sleep.
They have put him to sleep right now, and the fight breaks out as a result afterwards. Who can find that first blow? Who can find that first kill? Decoy in trouble. Decoy dead. Violet gets excited, finds that first one. He's happy about it now. Pabu leading the line, hitting the stun. BioPanther can't find the knock-up, and the fact is the dance took so long that Appy's got Mega again.
He does, but there's no health on Violet. Might go to midwave to try and lifesteal what he can. I believe has lifesteal in the runes, not so much in the items. Also has red buff, so the regeneration is fantastic. Peace have said, we do not need to do the Elder Dragon. We can push mid lane. Honestly, they could keep pushing mid lane right now, but they've said we want to force this. We have time, 10 seconds without a Nautilus. Teleports are coming in, Skimmy.
They're going to force this one, but look how low people are getting right now. Chaz doing God's work, just zoning them from afar. Pubba on the flank, Pubba over the pit, doesn't have flash, but doesn't probably care. The ultimate stolen, the ultimate used, the ultimate found in great success. Halo's just dead, a beautiful stopwatch. The Elder is down to 50%. He flashes away, but the Varus chains are connecting and looking to try and lock up and spread the disease. Comes the Super Mega Death Frog, but they're just going to sidestep that one away. The Elder's still occupied, getting closer and closer to smite range. Can he flash in? Can he steal this one away? He jumps in, it doesn't matter. That's Pentanet with the Elder. That might be Pentanet booking their ticket to Iceland.
They secure the Elder. They do not have waves in mid lane at all, but they have a wave bottom. They have a wave pushing in top. Not able to teleport anywhere just yet. Pubba just going to clear the bushes. Lisa tried. Not an easy smite to hit. Appy jumps in with him, but it's not going to happen. And the resilience, the ability to be patient, to be calm, was belonging to PGG, and it gets them the Elder and lets them push for the inhib.
They have been the most dominant team all season. One blip on the radar at the end of week 5. They'll shrug it off. They've looked clean. They've looked calm. They have looked like their team to beat, and one final fight, and that might be their ticket that sends them to Europe. That's the execution, the Elder doing everything it can. That is the 6th member. That is the case of sending you to the fountain. That is the case of sending a message. We are the best team in ANZ. Oos, it's orange. It's all things Pentanet.g. None of us have been to Worlds before, but it might be upset. They might play spoiler. It doesn't matter. The Elder evaporates them. And Appy tries to hold on for as long as they can. The Nexus is down to 50%. They're trying to take out Decoy. Decoy's dead. Pubba has to try and win this one on his own. It's just not going to be enough. The Expecting moment gets dismantled. And I tell you what, Rusty, 20% and ace at TP. And maybe, and just maybe with 50-second respawn timers, Peace can try and bite something off themselves.
I mean, it might look for the inhibitor. The minions are fast. They could get there pretty quickly. That fight does not end the game. Against the Elder Dragon, Peace stands strong. Appy with a big mega play. You can see how all of this starts. Biopanther puts some serious damage down. Violet has to flash away. Pabu trying his best to keep them in the pit. And Chaz looking to use the ultimate on Nah, who just uses a stone plate. Jumps in. Huge Mega Nah ultimate. The fact that he gets Praetor saves the game. Chaz not hitting the Nexus, looking for the executes, thinks that maybe they're just strong enough to get through this. And the second he zoned his hourglasses, it was all over for PGG. Their chances of killing this were close to 0. It was so close. They were 500 health on a Nexus, away from winning their ticket, punching their trip to MSI.
If this is to be their undoing, if we are to go to a game 5 and Peace end up taking it, that is nightmare fuel if I've ever seen it, Rusty. The TP was used, but it didn't find much success. Not much that Appy can do in his own to try and take down an inhibitor. And the Baron was looked at. But those long 50-second respawn timers, they're back. One more chance.
You couldn't ask for anything more from a team like Peace. They are defending with everything that they have, every fiber of their being. It's desperate, it's scrappy, but it's what has to be done if they want to have a chance in this game. Remember how far down they were. It is still only 2,000. No team has a buff right now. There is an open Nexus. Pabu is on an absolute mission. He's going to stealth his way to the Nexus. He's going to wait for this minion wave to go, and then he's going to sprint it.
I don't believe it. I don't believe it.
Look
the
at
wave is
Pabu.
gone. Pabu's going for the end right now. They have a TP, but does Halo know? Surely they know.
They can't get back in time. He's going to do it by himself.
The turnaround from Pentanet. Out comes the TP. Who's coming back? It's Halo looking to try and take this one out of the situation. The Nexus is down to 50%. They have to stop him. Where's the CC? Stop and prevent him. It just doesn't matter.
It's over.
Pentanet are going to Iceland.
One of the most insane ways to end a series. Just ninja moves from an Udyr. He doesn't even know how close he was to someone else seeing him in that situation. But they make it work. And Pentanet.gg are your LCO champions.
Congratulations are in order. It was their game to lose. It looked like they may have lost it. They went for the Nexus. They got wiped, maybe too confident, too cocky with the Elder Dragon. But when the dust settles, it was a backdooring Udyr that takes them to this tournament here. Pensnet.gg are going to MSI.
They were made to work for it, Skimmy. Every fiber of their being had to work to actually get there in the first place. But what matters for PGG and LCO fans is that they do get to go. Your favorites of the split from Oceania do get to represent us internationally.
It's what many people wanted to see from the very beginning of this season, and it is the fairy tale ending. It is what we're going to see to close out. It is the strongest team on the day in the region at this current moment. What a story, what a showing, and I'm sure the analyst desk have a lot to break down as we throw it back to them.
Skimmy, you want to come in here and get a throat massage? But you were really digging deep towards the end there. I think he's extremely glad we're not going to Game 5.
I was going to say, I've been there before as a play-by-play caster. You get to Game 4 and you're thinking, look, I'd really love a Game 5 just for the storyline, but I'd really love this to end in 4 just so I can talk tomorrow.
As a League of Legends purist, I wanted the Game 5. But as a Skimmy fan, I didn't want any more.
Yeah.
I just didn't want any. I was feeling it. I was feeling his pain.
That was it. It was like torture to his throat.
I want to jump in here and quickly say something. Rank 1, by the way. And that's not just Praetus being rank 1. That is Pentnet. All around as a team being rank 1 here in Oath.
They did it. They just did it. Finally, you know, there was a moment and Peace made it so much harder and so much scarier than it could have been. But again, you know, just jumping straight on the Nexus at the end, you know, Pentanet realizing we want this to be over before Peace have another opportunity to get back in the game, because they fought so hard in Game 4 to almost make the comeback happen. But unfortunately for Peace, Pentanet just did all the right things to end it now.
I mean, Pentanet just, no matter what position you put them in, no matter how, you know, you think the momentum swung in a game, and there's no way that they're coming back. They've been outscaled. There's this, there's that, and they just find a way every single time. I feel like this is just on repeat. I've said this all year, every week. Every time they get into a bad position, you start to think, okay, well, this is it. You know, they're lost. They're not going to go with the perfect record. And they just somehow turn it around. Yeah. They just manage to find a way every single time, and there's no beauty to it. There's no way to analyze it. It doesn't matter if it's a backdoor now. We've seen everything.
That has to be the worst way to lose a series like that.
Yeah.
But similarly, the best way to win it. I know it's not really the best way to win it. You want to win it 3-0, but in that situation, imagine the elation you're feeling. You're Pabu, you're running at that Nexus. You see your mate's teleport coming through. You know you've done it before it's even over, and there's absolutely nothing that Peace can do about it. I was watching the player cams there as that was happening, and Pentanet were popping off, and it was just dead silence on the Peace side of things.
That was a pog off.
Yeah.
They were pogging off.
What was your
Look at those
term,
pants, by the way.
Jordan?
Those are gamer pants.
Goomba pogging? Is that what you said?
He was
series.
Goomba pogging for sure.
You just see him and he's like, boys, you can read the lips. He's like, boys, we're going to Iceland. And that is like the best thing you can be saying after an intense series like that.
That's it. Look, they certainly deserved it. They played so damn well all split and all the way through the playoffs as well. And did it one better this time, 3-1 over Peace.
That is actually exactly what I predicted. Pentanet to win, 3-1.
Oh my god, Nat got like 50 points out of that one,
Does
so
that
Nat
mean I
wins
beat
the
Juice?
predictions.
Does that mean I beat
That's
Juice?
why we call it the
means you
stat
win.
nat.
The
Or the
stat
nat
nat.
stat.
I
Or
knew.
the statanator.
Statinator.
Statty Natty?
The Statinator is actually, that's not too bad.
Statinator.
Get around that one, yeah.
Statinator?
Yeah, Statinator.
Yeah, a bit of this, bit of that. Very good. Now, I guess that brings us all towards the end of the LCO. I'm kind of sad.
We can break down the champ select, but at the
We
end of the
certainly
day,
can.
it ultimately does
I
not
know,
matter.
I want you to, right? Because you guys said coming into this game, you wanted Peace to go back to what they knew was working for them. And
Yeah.
this looked like that.
Well, to be fair, this is about as close as they've gotten to a win.
Right.
Obviously, they didn't win, but it did look better than Game 2 and 3. So I
Mhm.
will say I think it did work out a little bit better for them. Obviously, Pentanet didn't execute that one as they would have liked to have either. I think that they'll come back and look at that one and say that definitely wasn't our A game. So maybe that opened the door a little bit for Peace. But overall, I mean, I'm happy with what I got there from Peace. Just not the fact that it ended up being a loss.
Was it
the
just one
composition was
game
fine as far as
too
I'm
late,
concerned.
you know? Like,
Can I just point out, we already have Skimmy in throat repair mode. He's walking past with a tea. He needs it, you know.
Yeah. He needs
Certainly
one of them throat
refueling.
lozenges. He needs to get one of them as a sponsor, I think, at this point.
Just letting everyone in Twitch chat know that he is okay.
He's
He
alive.
Could have had a casualty there.
He might not be talking tomorrow, but that's fine.
On the way to it. Now, we're getting pretty close to having a look at the bracket, but I dare say, you know, it's been a damn long journey. Pentanet just putting their feet in the right spot every single time. Even if they were losing the early game, they always find a way to bring it back. And we were having a chat as well, you know, towards the later parts of that game, Jubes, you were saying, you know, in terms of the draft, in terms of the composition, you would prefer to have Peace's composition than you would Pentinet's at that point of the game.
Yeah, well, like, it got to 40 minutes, and your Jinx had full build, and, you know, the Sylas was ramping up. Like, a Sylas Ornn ult was half-healthing Varus. And I know when you think about Ornn, you don't generally think about getting outscaled, but it was a Varus with, like, full lethality, and then Syndra was the one that was bridging that gap, like, being able to keep, you know, most of those mid-game team fights together. But ultimately, like, a backdoor ended it. I think if we saw another team fight, Peace probably turn that game around and take us to a game 5. So it's just, again, a broken record, but that's what Pentanet do, and that's what they've done all year.
Yeah.
Find a way. They realize, okay, team fights are getting a little bit sketchy now. What do we do with an open Nexus? And Pabu just decides to Goomba sit in the bot lane bush and just wait for the game to devolve into a little bit of chaos. Runs on in there, drops a ward for Chaz, says, Chaz, get in here, mate. It's a party. The flight is boarding to Iceland.
Need some help?
Quick, use the teleportation device and we'll end it and we'll be on the way.
Get to the chopper.
Yes, yes,
Exactly.
literally.
Now let's have a quick look at the bracket. All the teams that have made their way through the playoffs, and the one team that remains is, of course, Pentanet, booking their tickets in the chopper to Reykjavik, and they're going to have a damn good time over in Iceland as well at MSI. Unfortunately for Peace, they played so well all season and are certainly deserving of that second place in the competition. Oh, I feel for Isles. He almost had the perfect prediction as well, going back to the graphic we saw earlier.
So close. Did anyone else actually predict it perfectly? I'm not sure. I mean, I know we had a few people going into this season that threw out their power rankings. I feel like there was a few surprising results. You know, Chiefs coming in third, probably not where most people had them sitting. And obviously Pentanet versus Peace seemed to be a bit of a discussion for the top spot. I know we're going to get into an interview fairly shortly here as well, Max, so I do just want to point out one thing that I'd love to hear about is Pabu's pants. Are they the lucky gamer pants? Is it, you know, because some people have that. Some people have the lucky shoes, lucky socks. Are they the lucky gamer pants?
The lucky game. Well, Nat's gone. Where'd you go? Nat, where'd you go, Nat?
Back, I'm here.
Oh, you're
I'm here.
on the side lanes again, of course.
Oh,
right where we
of
need you to be,
course.
of course. Always in the right position. Who do you have down on the side lanes?
Well, I have Pabu, the man that you want to hear from, the man who maybe we get the answer of the lucky pant. But Pabu, thank you so much for joining me. And holy smokes, congratulations. What an ending to Game 4. You guys are going to Iceland. How are you feeling?
Oh, it's pretty unreal. Like, man, I'm so happy that we actually did it. Like, I struggled to sleep in like these last 2 mornings, and I'd wake up like 9 and I'd stay in bed, but I couldn't get to sleep, and I'd keep having these nightmares, and I just have these nightmares. I would literally be in best of 5s, and like I just lost like 10 times, and I'm like, nope, we can't do this, and then we get on stage, and it's just so good to have it like come out, you know, like it's actually done. It's happened with one.
Oh, well, I'm so elated for you, but I want you to walk me through Game 5 because that ending, we were jumping out of the couches over here at the studio. What was going through your mind? What was the calls to just, you know, I guess how did it play out? How it did is what I'm asking from your point of view.
I just like, I know when the base is open, it's always so annoying to play against. And like, I guess that's what's special about me as a player is I'm going to find like that thing, you know, like I'm going to pull something like a rabbit out of a hat and we're going to win the game, right? And so I said, like, do we have Ornn TP? And he's like, yeah, but I don't do any damage. I'm like, when Syndra TP? He's like, all right, like, I'm going to get this happening. Like, just stop the bases. Trust me, I'll get it going. And then, you know, I used to see Trick2G streams when he would always try and, like open the gates. He would sit in that bush in between the waves, and they would never see him because they'd always ward through the jungle, but they never ward down the lane. So I used a little trick tech and, like, found my way in the bush, and I'm just like, Jesse TP, we got this, and then it's done. That's so good.
Signed and sealed for you guys. I want to know a little bit more about that Game 4, though, because it felt a lot messier, I guess, than the previous games we were watching. Why was it like that? You know, there was kill after kill, action after action, so many team fights all over the map.
We kind of played on an individual level, like, pretty disappointingly during this series. We got picked a lot throughout the games, and we made it really hard on ourselves to actually team fight, but when we did team fight, it was, like, really free. So, like, we were team fighting really well, and then we, like, made one misstep, I got caught, and then we made another misstep, and, like, we're at Baron, and, like, it was just we need to get everyone in front of us, right? If everyone's in front of us in the game, it's really easy, but if people come from sides, from angles, like Varus and Syndra can't function. But if we can keep them in front of us, we outrange them, we just fling our skills and kill whoever we CC. But especially with the Baron, like, they get good TPs over walls. The entire game, basically, every fight was, if they TP, they win. If they don't TP, they lose, right? So it was just like our own like little individual, like losing track of TPs, losing track of where they can be, and that's what makes the game sloppy in the end.
Well, there you go. I didn't know that much about your team comp. But speaking of team compositions and drafts, I want to ask a few questions. You know, we saw the Jinx come out for Prated. We saw the Nocturne come out for you. I saw in game 1, you went back on the Volibear as well. Tell me a little bit more about your thinking with all the drafts throughout this series and any changes and tweaks you guys made to target pace that you guys learned.
Volibear and Nocturne are good champions for us because it gives me agency to engage. And then also, I know Halo's going to die, so like, if I walk mid with a champion that has CC or engaged, like, he's going to die. And like, we kind of showed it in the games. We definitely sent him to the Shadow Realm, and Jesse was having like, Jesse had like the roughest night. He didn't get much sleep. Like, he really was not feeling good into the series. So we played one game and he says, boys, like, I'm not feeling my positioning. Like, let's play dive. And Jesse's like, all right. Like, he slams the Echo, slams the Akali, and he has some banger games. So like, we just made sure to adjust to that and made sure that we could play dive in our games, and it was good. The thing about the Jinx is like, she's kind of good at everything. Jinx used to be like a scaling champion, but now early on she has rockets and can always one-shot the wave. Her trading's really good. Her range is really long. So in late game teamfights, she's so annoying. Like, she outranges everything for the most part. Unless you start playing like Ezreal type champions, but then again, like, you lose the early game. So Jinx wins the early game, outranges, steals every objective. It's just kind of like a really good power pick at the moment. That it's one of the only champions that you can slam early and you like probably win bot lane, right? Like, and the counter pick's like kind of hard. Like, to counter pick Jinx, good one is Varus, right? But then we showed that you can just pick Engage and absolutely dogpile the Varus. So Jinx is just kind of meta defining at the moment. It makes bot lane really hard to play.
Well, I was really happy to see Praetor pull out the Jinx. Now, you said Chaz had a bit of a rough sleep and things like that. Do you think that's why the series went the way it did, with you guys losing the first game and then just coming back to win the next 3?
It's not his fault, but like, in the games, team fighting was like not as good as it usually is. Usually when we get in these situations, we can always outstep, out team fight, out micro, like our players usually better, but it just wasn't working for us. So we know we had to change it up. You know, we grabbed the red side, get Jesse some counter picks, and we can play the game in a completely different style that we're still super comfortable playing, and he really had a banger series. So we just had to, like, after our first style wasn't working game 1, we just switch it up and get ourselves a draft that we know we can play, and it was a good time.
I would say all of you guys had an absolute banger series. You all had your moments there. But I want to ask you guys, you are heading to Iceland, so you're going to be coming up against a lot of international talent now. So what do you think is going to be your biggest weakness and also your biggest strength coming into MSI?
Our biggest weakness is very obviously our individual, kind of like the micro of the macro. We're all fairly talented players in terms of like clicking our keyboards and fighting and like combing and stuff, and our macro is not that bad, but what you'll see is like Korean and Chinese teams, they just have very refined gameplay, and the places that they step, where they go, it's just a lot cleaner than us. So like those kind of things are what's going to punish us at Iceland. But if we can get to our strong team fighting, if we can have some good macro games, we have some decent drafts, a good meta read, like, it's for sure going to be a good time.
I lied, I do actually have one more question. Are they the Lucky Gamer pants? Everyone wanted to know, are those pants the Lucky Gamer pants?
They're definitely very comfortable for me. I've always liked fluffy pants. When I was growing up, I had these blue fluffy pants, and ever since, like, I grew out of those, I've always been insisting, like, I need some new fluffy pants, and I've had these for, like, when did I get them? I think I got them for Christmas or my birthday, I can't remember, so probably a good 4 or 5 months ago, and ever since, they're just my gaming pants, you know? And so, I guess they are my Lucky Gamer pants. We did win, so
I was going to say, if they weren't your Lucky Gamer pants, they definitely are now. But thank you so much for joining me. Congratulations again.
Thank you.
Go enjoy researching some Iceland, things to do, sightseeing, all of that. But thank you again, and congratulations. Absolutely deserved the win that you had.
Thanks, Nat.
Alrighty. Mac and the boys again. That's what you're branded now. We're going to jump over to you guys.
Bye, Pabu. Big fan. Congratulations.
I knew
Good
it,
job.
by the way. I knew it.
Lucky Gamer Pants?
Lucky Gamer Pants. If they weren't before, they are now. So hopefully he can find a way to get those to Iceland, and I'm not sure that he's going to be allowed to wear them on stage, but if he is, watch out.
I do like too how Parbu's accent is a little Icelandic now or European. Changes
getting ready.
depending on how he's feeling. And I think he's feeling very European at the moment.
Yeah.
So he's already well practiced.
Certainly is. Now we do again have a play of the day as per usual, and as per usual, let's have a guess of what it is.
How can it not be Parbu teleporting and killing the Nexus, or not teleporting, running in and killing the Nexus?
I don't know. Is that both your guesses?
Nah, you know what? Chaz's team fight where the Akali and then he R2'd down and just
he was playing Dance Dance Revolution going from
yeah,
one side to the
that
next.
was insane. That was good.
Are we both wrong?
Nat?
4. It's definitely somewhere in game 4. That's what I'm going to guess. There are a lot of good team fights, like I said. So I don't understand how it's not going to be from game 4 play of the day.
Okay, well,
there were so many.
May have just showed it on stream on my card, even though you guys might not have microscopic vision or telescopic at that range. You know, microscopic's obviously closer. But the play of the day, of course, is actually Appy with a 3-man knock-up, saving the game for Peace for a moment. Huge plays on the Gnar, and off the back of it, it almost saved the game for Peace. But contextually, if the game changed, then it would have been amazing. Now, it is the last chance, Jude, for you to redeem your play-by-play caster reputation.
This is a pretty big play, though, because Context is Elder Dragon as well. They have Elder, and he's just... All right, so we got Appy in the backline here. He's about to hit the Mega Nut, and the game is really just Pentanet going over to Iceland, and the Mega Nut goes into the wall! Oh my goodness! It's the big dinosaur man! Slam! Jam! What? We've got Gnar coming into the backline! It's an Elder Dragon! Chaz goes into Zonian! I can't believe it! Parbu is hitting the Nexus! Pentanet has booked the flights to Iceland! Pentanet are on the way, but no! What's this? Appy has saved the game!
Ridiculous scenes at the Nexus! Good job.
I've got to say, Jude,
I think we can reinstate him as a
I
play-by-play
was about
caster.
to say that. You said, you know, they
you
shredded your
salvaged
ticket
it.
to Iceland after you failed the last one. Mate, they're sending you a new one in the mail for that.
I think I dismantled my vocal cords.
You might have
there.
to hit up Skimmy for a couple of tips.
Get on the T's as quickly as you can, you know, restore that voice box. You know, just give it a bit of a, rub as well. Just make sure it's
I don't think that helps, by the way, Max.
Yeah, it does.
Doesn't that just aggravate it, make it worse?
No, certainly not.
I'll believe
Anyway, as the play-by-play caster that's not been doing things as long as Elfish Guy may have been yelling about video games, I may know almost half of the amount of things about vocal care that he knows.
I know next to nothing, Max, so you're probably shit out of luck at that point.
Well, there you go. So we do have a player of the series. I don't actually know who it is yet, but I'm about to find out. So while I'm about to find out, how about we throw some names around? Nat, you first.
Oh, I feel like I do know. So can I guess last? Because I know it was a 50-50 between two people.
Fine.
Yeah. Look,
everyone else.
I mean, I think we were having this discussion when we were watching that final game. It was kind of coming down to BioPanther or Chaz. If it's not one of those two, I'm going to be
Very
extremely surprised. I'm leaning a little bit towards Chaz. I just think he had a little bit more impact in that final game than what BioPanther did, but it's kind of hard to really say that. There is also the fact that BioPanther did get the MVP in the last series that they played against Peace, so maybe you swing a little bit Chaz's way. I think he had a good series apart from game 1, but definitely turned it around.
Yeah.
And I will say, it's not about winning or losing. It's a matter of if we all had fun. Because at the end of the day, the winner is League of Legends in Oceania.
Yes.
And the MVP is the LCO. So we are all winners, and we all got to witness a great series.
Can I just say, I do actually think Skimmy was the MVP of that grand final, because he definitely put more into that one than anyone else did, as far as I'm concerned.
He certainly saved a lot for the moment. And someone else that really gave their all today, of course, was Chaz, who is going to be the MVP of the grand final. The mid laner, the leader, the absolute extraordinaire there in the middle for Pentanet, taking the MVP, playing extraordinarily over the course of the series. Bit of a rough start, but then the final 3 games doing so much work to get Pentanet over the line.
Yeah, he did phenomenally, didn't he? Obviously, that first game was a bit of a struggle, but ever since then, he went into the mirror, he went into the bathroom, looked at the mirror and said, you need to play better. And he did. He went 4-0-9, he went 11-0-0. I don't know what he ended up going in game number 4, but 0 deaths in game 2 and 3, and pretty incredible results across the board. I mean, just an insane series, really, from Chaz. Turned it around massively, and credit to him because it was the perfect time to do it.
I mean, we heard Pablo say that Chaz had, you know, a rough sort of game one. But looking at these stats, you wouldn't think it was as rough as it was when we were watching. Maybe it's more like a testament to, like, he is so much harder on himself, but he was still playing with the team. Like, they still had it.
I mean, it wasn't so much that it was bad. It wasn't that he was, like, inting or running it down or anything like that.
Course,
it was just that there wasn't that much impact
Yeah.
coming through from Chaz, whereas the remaining 3 games in the series was a completely different story. I mean, I think you go back to that Akali game, you can just make a highlight reel out of that one
100%.
individually. So
I think just quickly too, it's also important to take stock of the opponent in the game. Like Halo's influence to Chaz's. And I think it's like a night and day comparison in this series. Whereas you look at Appy, had some good games, kept his team in the game multiple times as well. So it's like a little bit harder. Yeah, Bio did his job. Bio was fantastic, but Chaz had some just standouts comparatively.
Yeah, I guess flair-wise is a good way to put it as well.
Like
Very
our shirts.
entertaining. Yes.
Well, previous shirts.
Yours is hanging up over there. You didn't even put it back on the bloody.
They call me the Flare Man in that one.
The Flare Man? You do 180 backflips? That's also called a flare if you ride on the bicycle. Now, let's get back up on the bicycle and get back into what matters. Memes from the fans. You guys have been sending in some of the goods, and it's your last chance to get it in here on the LCO before we're done with Split 1. So let's have a look at what you have been cooking up in the kitchen all damn day. What meme is it? Who is it? Get Sourced Dave. When the LCO finals are on, but you can't miss LPL or the footy either. Mate, that's a whole lot there, and you've done a great job to fit it all on those damn screens.
Hey, wasn't LCK finals on today?
It was too, yeah.
So
He
that's
needs
maybe
another
something
monitor.
that- Yeah, definitely.
Poor
Or
form,
maybe
actually.
put it on the phone or something.
The more I think about it, that's poor form.
I mean, he has ours. I don't think that's poor form.
Nah,
I
Source-
mean, look, he's looking at Nat stats. You know, I think captured the perfect moment on the broadcast too.
You would say that.
Of course I would.
He's all right. Good on him. Well done.
There you have it. So really keeping all the eyes on all the prizes. Is he playing
TFT as well?
TFT at the same time?
He might be.
That's a whole lot of business. That's a whole lot of things going on. There you go. So interesting. Good job, Get Sourced. And look, we've only had maybe 5 posts today, so slightly disappointed. Grand finals. We've been giving it our all, and you guys didn't quite give it your all. So hopefully you have some time. Put some more things up on Twitter real quick at LCO. There might be a chance for it to get back up. Maybe not. Maybe I'm jumping the gun a little bit. But anyway, that brings us one step closer towards the end. But before we wrap things up, we have some awards. Some awards to give out. We love awards around here. Not only, you know, the big, this is actually the LCO trophy, by the way. I was wearing it earlier. But, you know, now all of Pentanet, get this. I'll sign it. It's probably came up.
He'll write a few more Bucking Broncos in it too, and then he'll send it your way, Pentanet.
Take a photo with it. Congratulations, here is your trophy. And then Chaz will put it on and be like, oh my God, this has touched Mac. I hate that guy. And then it'll cause drama again. And who knows. Anyway, speaking of awards, all right, Witherby, come on, hit me up. What do we have? Most CS in a single game is going to be the first award. And that award is going to be given to Violet, 500 CS on Sivir.
Yeah, I was going to say, I'd be surprised if this wasn't Violet. He was, if you go and look at the statistics for the entire season, an absolute minion farmer. All he really wanted to do was eat those creeps up. I think even Peace posted a meme earlier today that I thought was pretty funny. He had a very enlarged mouth and there was a lot of minions falling inside of it. And I felt like that was basically his season in a nutshell.
Yes.
Probably throw a few champions in there as well because he was farming champs too. But looking down the list of most CS games, I think like 4 out of 5 in regular season were him. And then 4 out of 5 or 5 out of 5 maybe even in playoffs were him. So no surprises there at all.
Now, let's keep things moving. We've got another prize to give out, and it is probably a prize you don't want. It's probably an award given to Incursia for most deaths in one game, and that's 10 on Yon. So, great job.
Do you know what game this was at all?
Yeah, that was against Chiefs when Kisei was playing Nocturne.
Oh.
I think.
Yeah.
And I will say though, I think Yone, I think Incurcio is a man of culture, and he'll actually embrace this.
I reckon he'll take it.
Yeah, I think he embraces
That's going to be in the Twitch panels.
Yeah.
Number one most deaths in LCO Split 1.
Screen.
That goes on his resume. Next time he applies for a job, if he ever does, 10 deaths on Yon.
Probably put that in the Twitter bio too.
Yeah, put it in the Twitter bio. Most Incursios in one game in the LCO.
It all fits together. It's perfect.
Yes. Absolutely perfect. Now,
Glory
something
just
else that's perfect is we're back on screen and we're putting it up here. Now, I think we all know which one this is going to go to. It's the largest champion hero pool, and it is, of course, Appy playing 14 different champs over the course of the season, which is a pretty big damn spectacle.
Phenomenal.
I'm pretty sure he played like 9 different champions in a row. I think it was day 10 where he finally doubled up, and it
Yes.
might have been Nah that was the champion
Yeah,
that he
it was.
played twice. So it's just crazy that he's been able to go through there. You look at some of the champs that he played, like no one else even played him. I mean, there was a Kennen in there. Aatrox, I think he might have been the only one to play Aatrox as well. He played Lulu top. There was just so much coming out from Appy this season. And that's great. I mean, it gives you a lot of flexibility up in the top lane. In playoffs and later towards the season, we did sort of see that contract a little bit as he sort of seemed to focus in on some of the stronger champions and the ones that he was a bit more favored on. But
Yeah.
I do like the flexibility that gives you, being able to sort of just rotate around whatever you really feel like.
Yeah, well, something else that we need to have a look at as well. It's not all about versatility. It's sometimes about speed. Now let's have a look at the fastest match. And Pentanet win it because, of course, they won it. It was against Mammoth. Mammoth, yes, they were a part of the fastest match, but you got to be on the winning side. You got to be the one speed running. And it was the first game, 1938. That was the speed run from the start of the season.
That was the opening for LCO.
And the funny thing is, they all tweeted or said in a video that they were going to end it prior to 20 minutes. And everyone was kind of like, settle down on the egos. It's week 1. Like, pull your heads in a little bit. But then they go like 13-0 and win it and do what they said they were going to do. So what can we say?
Yeah,
big congrats on that one.
We thought they had to be put in their place, and they absolutely put us in our place. Forever doubting it.
That's it. You know how to put people in your place? Get the most kills in a game. Now, who has got the most kills in one game? It's Praedyth. Congratulations, mate. 17 kills in one match.
Same game?
On Kaiser. No.
This was against Chiefs, I think.
I think it was like week 2, maybe week 3.
This was an
I
absolute
think this was
fun.
later. I think it was later in the split.
Even later?
He was playing
Yeah.
Kaiser. That's all I can remember out of this one. But it was a farm fest. 17 kills. He got so many early on in the piece, and he was just Goomba fed at that point.
He was walking around Goomba stomping.
You know, you can literally just press R on Kaiser and go anywhere, and he's just 1v1ing anyone, 1v2ing anyone.
Can I unrelated something quickly?
Always.
Skimmy's throat is so sore, he's walking around limping.
Now he's limping
How
off
hard
the chain.
did you go? Did you fall over? I'll translate.
Yeah.
Quick. He was squatting
And
while
jumping,
casting. This
and
man,
jumping.
he didn't have enough. Now, okay, it's not just about the amount of kills, it's the amount of deaths. And when you put it together, you get a bloody KDA. Now, who had the highest KDA for the season? Violet on the other side of the page.
Wow.
So he did get the runners-up award, but now he has the best KDA. So that's another one to get as well. 9.14 is pretty large.
Man, I feel like that's a patch note number, not a KD number. But anyways, he's done pretty well for himself this season, hasn't he? Definitely felt like the standout on that piece roster, and you know, I think he'll be.
Sorry, I saw Incursio say we're deathing, baby.
Just claiming it.
Just a little bit of a delay
Yeah.
there, but yeah, shout outs to Incursio.
Yeah, you know, a couple of minutes ago.
Yeah, but look, Violet had a great season. I'm sure he'll be disappointed with the second place. They'll come back stronger and better next year.
Oh,
I've
lost my glasses.
Mac, that
I
wasn't-
can't see anything. What's a good way to see things around the Nexus? I don't know, maybe placing wards. Who had the highest amount of wards placed on average? Zaladora.
Wow.
This man, a pure man of vision.
That's what you want to see, isn't it?
It makes sense, but I'm also a little bit surprised that we don't see more awards going towards Pentanet.
Yes.
For this too.
In terms of stats, we went over this. You know, Pieces stats on paper
They're just
looked
phenomenal.
so good. Yeah.
It really just shows in these awards. Like, that is insane from Aladoric. For, like, what?
But those, like, you can have vision, but you can also not use your vision correctly.
Yes.
Maybe that's why you don't win.
Okay.
Right? In that
Right,
sense.
okay.
That's not to say that that is the case.
No,
when it
but I'm
comes to
saying,
Alador.
like, Pentanet aren't up there, but, you know, you could put 50 wards, 50 wards down in that, but then...
They're all in the same bush.
40 well-placed wards is better than 50
That's
wards
what I
that are
mean,
just
yeah.
thrown around anywhere.
Well, look, this is all numbers-based. You know, Nat's all about the numbers, you know,
Nat's
some
stats.
kind of engineer or something. But, you know, sometimes it's all about the community. And player-voted awards are coming up. First off, we have the Rookie of the Season, voted by the players. And that is Kisei. Doing a great job all season, all the
rate
way,
it.
coming third there with the Chiefs in the playoffs. You know, we saw them going in towards the playoffs. It was was a little bit of a rough time during the groups, you know, probably some upsets that they didn't expect to go against them. But Kisei really coming into his own once the playoffs did come.
Yeah, I think the important factor for Kisei was that he really stepped up when it mattered. During regular season, I wasn't sure there was necessarily that much going for the Chiefs. And obviously, like I said, I sort of predicted against them for the majority of those matches in playoffs. But Kisei definitely stepped up when the big guns were required and did a great job. So yeah, credit, and I think that's absolutely deserved.
You'd be proud of this one, wouldn't you, Jubes?
Yeah, a little bit. Because, you know, fun fact about Kisei, when he made it to High Elo and like was starting to make a name for himself as a really good player, he would get so annoying because in every lobby he would say, follow me on TikTok, because he'd post his montages on there. And like he would just link his TikTok in every lobby, in every High Elo lobby, follow me on TikTok, follow me on TikTok. And then he decided to go pro and Rookie of the Split.
Well, follow him on TikTok. I can't think of a better shout out than that.
It's pretty much, you know, TTV, by the way. And now we do have the next award, which is going to be Most Improved. And speaking of Most Improved, on the desk, someone that's most improved is Nat. She came in fresh this season, hadn't worked as talent yet, and she's done such a good job, so I want to give an honourable shout out.
Congrats.
But unfortunately, it's not you.
No,
no, it is Claire, as you might have seen.
Yeah.
Claire, obviously moving into top lane with minimal experience in that role competitively, he certainly improved throughout the season.
Yeah, he did. And, you know, first 3 weeks, we were probably very critical of him, and we were expecting him to actually just have the smoothest transition, to be one of the best tops in the league. Didn't have that. But then, like, as the split went on, he got better, diversified his champion pool, had a few blinders that really turned Direwolf's season around, or Direwolf's split, and put them really on the right path to what we thought would be maybe them in the final. You know, and then at the end they stumbled and fell, but, you know, Claire, head up, well done, improved a lot over the split. And
I just remember watching like a game in like week 3 or week 4 where he was playing Nah, and he was just absolutely popping off, and I was thinking like, holy cow, this guy can actually play top, because basically up to this point it's been in City, but man, he's turned it around and he did a really good job. Like you said, I kind of expected it to be Direwolves in the final, but they didn't quite manage to get it done in playoffs. That said, with a season of top lane under his belt, I'd imagine Split 2 is going to look bigger and better for Direwolves.
Well, that brings us to the final award, and this one is, of course, the overall player voted MVP. Your MVP of the season is Fire Panther.
Wow.
Look at him go.
That actually might, that might actually be the first time a top lane has won MVP.
Really?
At least in our league.
Okay.
In like the Oceanic region.
What's the most common
like mid lane,
Yeah,
jungle,
okay.
AD carry, like the flare, the roles with flare. But this is a meta where it's mostly tanks. It's been like Sion, Urgot, a bit of Nah, Ornn, and he's run MVP. Just goes to show the impact that these guys had on the team, on the league, and everything.
It makes sense. Like, we were just tossing up for this series whether to give it to him or Chaz, right? He won it in the last series that they played in playoffs as well. He was ridiculously consistent throughout regular season. It just absolutely makes sense in my eyes that he would get this.
I think for me, that's the real takeaway, isn't it? Is that Biopath has been a pillar of consistency in the top lane. That's exactly what you want from your top lane. Someone that you can rely on in every single situation. He was always there. He was there for the bot lane. He was there for the jungler. He was there for the mid lane when they needed it. And he got Pentanet through a bunch of really tough situations. So absolute credit to Biopanther. I don't think anyone else has had the split that he really has had in terms of just constantly performing. There was, I'm sure if I go back, maybe there's one rough game here or there, but I want to say it feels like there just wasn't a single bad game from him this entire split.
Yeah, I mean, I think he was also a really big pillar for them during draft. I remember speaking to him at one point, and he said, I am willing to play and comfortable playing anything that the team needs to enable our draft. And that, it really showed. It really did show this split.
Yeah, team player. Now, that brings us one step closer towards the end. There's not many steps left because that's it for the split. So, open floor. Anyone you'd like to thank over on this side of the couch, this side of the couch? Take the microphone, grab it.
Well, I mean, I'd like to thank everyone that got me involved in League of Legends again. You know, obviously it was a passion of mine back in the day. It was the game that got me first casting, so it's great to be back on League of Legends. Thank you all for being such a great team as well, and thanks for everyone who's been watching for really, you know, bringing League of Legends back to Oceania. It's been a fantastic community to be involved in, and I'm really looking forward to next split.
There you go. What about you, Jubes? Anything
Took
to say?
the words right out of my mouth. It's been a pleasure. It's been fantastic to see all the old, all the new, all the everything in between faces. And I'm excited for Split 2 and excited for the prospect of League of Legends in our beautiful region.
I think we should give a shout out as well to the team here at ESL Australia who have stepped up pretty phenomenally in terms of production. I know that's been a big strong point this season. Everyone's really enjoyed the studio, the production value, everything. So, you know, obviously we've been talking about Mr. Witherby, so shout out to Witherby and his team as well. I think they've done great things for this community and for our broadcast as well.
Next time we should bring them on camera and just throw Gatorade on them as like a celebration.
We should. Do we have that available? I got this. Is this almost?
Not allowed to bring that one on camera last time.
This is almost a jug, right? it's quite large. It's only 2 liters, but you know we can still pour it on someone. I can pour it on myself afterwards, but you know that's just to cool down after such a sweaty damn time. Now, Nat, anyone you'd like to thank before I wrap the show up?
Yeah, 100%. You know, you just said it before. This was my first ever broadcast, so I obviously firstly want to thank every single talent member. You guys have helped me in an insane way. League isn't my main game, and I think you guys have helped me more than you ever will know in understanding it, being able to interview the players, I guess, to the best that I could. Everyone at ESL for giving me the opportunity, and again, that production value, they were such rocks for us throughout this whole production and this whole split. And then obviously everyone else out there in Twitch chat right now who's supporting all of us, giving us the content and just being here watching.
That's it. And I guess that brings us to the end. So, everyone in Twitch chat, thank you so much for watching. Thank you for joining us for the grand final and for all of Split 1 for LCO. But that's it. That's it. Split 1 wrapped up. We'll see you next time. And congratulations again to Pentanet, doing so much good work. Make OS proud over in Iceland.
You got it.
The Orbis drop. Pentanet know that this is not going down right now. Shockwave gone 3 times in a row, and Chaz just can't play the game. They all pile drive on through. CC layering. It's so clean, it's so beautiful to see. It's an opportunity here for Brave to try and 1v3, but he looks to fall on down, but he takes out Jinx in the process. That's going to be the 2-man sleep. The spell should actually expires. There's the knock-up, the shockwave, the Chaz deletion. Chronos break back! He survives. This might be the fight that actually favors Pentanet in the end, as multiple flashes have to be burned. And a flash forward here from Appy hits the 2-man knock-up. The call of the Forge got that stun! Chaz, what are you doing from game 1 to 2? This is what we want to see. A stopwatch comes out, the Dragon aggroed, the bomb expires. Instead.
Hold that thought, we're engaging.
We are again, it's that man again. It's all about taking down this sign.
He's so tanky.
He's just so tanky, especially with an Ocean Soul. Look how long it took to try and take it around. Maybe Pentanet can turn this fight in their favor. The Lethal Tempo is proccing. The ultimate is clipping, and the members are falling. It's another double kill here for Chaz. This Akali is unstoppable. Not a thing they can do about it. 8-0 and straight to Baron. And our things Pentanet dodgy. None of us have been to Worlds before, but it might be upset. They might play spoiler. It doesn't matter. The Elder evaporates them. And Appy tries to hold on for as long as they can. The next is back to 50%. They're trying to take out Decoy. Decoy's dead. Bob has to try and win this one on his own. It's just not going to be enough. The expecting moment gets dismantled. And I tell you what, Rusty.
He's going to stealth his way to the Nexus. He's going to wait for this minion wave to go, and then he's going to sprint it.
I don't believe it.
They can't get back in time. He's going to do it by himself.
Don't turn around for Pentanet. Out comes the TP. Who's coming back? It's Halo looking to try and take this one out of the situation. The Nexus down to 50%. They have to stop him. Where's the CC? Stop and prevent him. It just doesn't matter.
It's over.
Pentanet are going to Iceland. And he's
out of dry earth, they always crumble. But a pick up will rise. give me gratitude.